chance and lose the game. And then secondly, I thought that the Galladay escapades on the sideline looked really bad for him.
So much to unpack here. When you and I talked Thursday afternoon, right? This game looked on paper to be kind of ugly. Two teams that did not look particularly good week one. There's a running joke. Someone's got to win the game, and certainly it came down to the last play. Hopkins got the reprieve, and he got the field goal. But the Giants blew this game. Let's call it like it is. They had the penalty, Daniel Jones' second touchdown run, which was much longer, with C.J. Board, the backup receiver, getting a holding call, which I thought was a little shaky. It wasn't too bad. It's unfortunate. It was away from the play. It really had nothing to do with him blocking for him. But nevertheless, it was a penalty, right? You mentioned the Slayton play. That one's on Daniel Jones. That is an overthrow. As well as Daniel Jones played, and he played well. It's the best game he's played in a while. That you got to hit. Okay, that's a touchdown. And by the way, Joe Judge is right. Yes, Dexter Lawrence had an awful penalty. No question about it. The game wasn't on him. They made so many mistakes. Let's not forget they had 11 penalties, accepted penalties in this game. They found every way to blow this game. This is a game they should have won. You and I talked about yesterday, Washington's defense. I thought you made a fair point. Everybody makes, oh my God, this is like the best front four ever, these four former first-round picks. Well, what have they really done to affect the game, the first two games? They've had some sacks, but they haven't done anything to create turnovers. They didn't have any turnovers this game, by the way. So, look, I think both teams can't be happy with the way that they played. The Washington's obviously happy that they won, and they'll get a little bit of extra time off here with what they call the mini-bye. But the Giants at 0-2 have got to be reeling. This is their game. They had it. They blew it. But the positives are Daniel Jones clearly played well. Sterling Shepard was tremendous. He got open repeatedly. This is not good for the Washington secondary, by the way. Again, their defense did not play well. That's going to be a problem with all the investments they've made on defense. But if you're a Giant fan watching us, you got to feel good about this. As bad as their offensive line's been the last 3 years, they were terrific last night. For the most part, they did a great job. And they lost Nick Gates for months with that broken leg. Okay, that was ugly, which happened early in the game. Shane Lemieux, one of their starting guards, Pharrell, he's on injured reserve, but yet they still played well. That tells you that they were prepared well, but mentally, way too many mistakes, and that cost them the game.
Fair enough. I'll say this. I think that, you saw it as well as everybody else. Daniel Jones, I thought, shredded that Washington defense all night. He ran for a touchdown, got called back, ran for another touchdown, threw a perfect 33-yard dime to Slayton over the shoulder. That was a beautiful pass. I thought his bomb might have been a little bit hot to Slayton on the second one, but it hit him right in the palm. Like, Jesus, it wasn't his fingertips. It was right in the middle of his palm. So I got to tell you, and it wasn't Willie Mays. He didn't have to, look over his shoulder. That was right in his palm. So I thought it might have been a little stretched, but it wasn't bad. Look, I thought for the sake of saying it, all the talk of Washington, and I said this yesterday, being one of the best defenses in the league, forget about that. Not only they don't have one of the best defenses in the league, they had better win that East because there are a lot of teams better than them in the NFC that are going to get those 3 wild cards before they will if they don't win that division. And I still think Dallas has a more exciting and better quarterback, better offense than Washington.
Oh, that's obvious, right? I mean, you're comparing. We didn't talk about him. Taylor Heineke for Washington. I give him credit. He hung in there after the awful interception. They were able to get the ball back, and he got the job done. That's about as bad as it gets. You can't do that. Terry McLaurin, as I said, was awesome. But the other thing about the Giants is you mentioned Daniel Jones. This was an issue with him with Darius Slayton last year. Too many overthrows, too much inconsistency with the timing. That did disturb me. And the other thing, which you and I talked about yesterday, we need to address this. We talked about Washington's defense didn't play well. Let's face it, the Giants did not get a pass rush at all. They only had the 1 sack, so that's a little bit troubling with all the resources GM Dave Gettleman has spent. So I think both sides have to look at it and say they got a lot to clean up here. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was an extremely exciting game. Totally not the way I thought it would go. I thought it would be in the high teens, low 20s, which much more than that because the defenses simply didn't play well. But if you really look at it, Washington's got to say we skated by. They got a lot of improvement, and Jack Del Rio, their defensive coordinator, has got to get things going there. They did not play well, and I totally agree with you. Washington will not get in the playoffs. If they don't win the division, they are not getting in. No way.
So let's talk about, McLaurin and Heineken Light and how they were hooking up. And I couldn't agree with you more at the Giants' defense was kind of fair to Midland at best. I thought the pick on Heineken was a great pick over the shoulder to dive in front of that ball and pick it. You've got to win that game. When you make that pick with 2.5 minutes left in the game, you've got to do better than knocking off 45 seconds, whatever it was, off of the clock. I thought that was poorly handled by, frankly, Judge, by Garrett, by Jones. I thought the play calling was bad. The whole thing was botched. I mean, how do you only have the ball for under a minute, whatever it was? That's why they lost the game. Now, the Slayton drop, the Lawrence offside, but that pick, you got to win the game there.
Plus, and you mentioned it earlier in passing, the Kenny Golladay getting on camera with Daniel Jones, wanting the football. With Aldi's making $17.5 million a year, he's got to be more of a factor. Sterling Shepard was awesome in that game. Almost uncoverable, kind of like you mentioned Terry McLaurin, who was awesome. Both these so-called possession receivers got open repeatedly. But the thing that concerned me about Heineke, right, throwing the ball in the 40s in terms of attempts, the pass placement was not always where it should be. Yeah, McLaurin was able to catch it. It was on the wrong shoulder. It was too high, but they were able to get it. That's something that Heineke's got to do a better job, the pass placement, getting on the right shoulder and getting it right here instead of over here. That's got to be better. Washington's got to feel good about their offensive line. They did a very good job against a good Giants front. I was not seeing this as an offensive game like we did. Antonio Gibson, running back for Washington, looked really good. And then how about just their ability, though, to come back? When I thought, I'll admit, I thought that Washington was done. When Heineke threw that pick to James Bradbury, you got to think the game's over. But as you said, the Giants did not take advantage of it. And that's something Joe Judge, their head coach, has got to take a look at. You cannot lose this game. Yes, Lawrence had an awful penalty. Joe Judge is all about accountability and being disciplined and all that. But they were not disciplined in this game. 11 accepted penalties, which is totally inexcusable. This is a very winnable division, the NFC East. There's no question about it. The Giants come out with yet another injury on the offensive line. Washington's fairly healthy, but they got to play better. And as I said, neither one of these teams are winning a division. I give them credit. This is a great game. It's also great to see good primetime games. We usually don't see that. You mentioned it earlier, and you're absolutely right. We usually get a clunker each week, at least one of the three. So far, so good with these night games.
I mean, that was a great game again last night. I had to ask you, though, on the Galladay lighting up Jones, it was not Garrett he was lighting up. Some people think it was. It was Jones he was lighting up because Jones actually looked like he got up. He was going to get up and get in his face, but thought the better of it. Not only did I think he kept his composure there and not get busted for, biting on the bait, which was Galladay snapping on him in front of everyone on a national television audience, but I thought the kid actually handled it well after the game in the presser.
He did, and I thought he said, look, we're good. He said he talked to Galladay. They're fine. That's going to happen. Receivers and quarterbacks will have issues. Okay, this is nothing new with the National Football League. You and I have seen this for decades, but they got to get on the same page. Galladay's got to be a bit bigger factor. And let's not forget, Galladay missed most of training camp with a lingering hamstring problem, so he's just getting back to full health. He's going to be a factor. They got to get Evan Ingram back from his calf injury. I talked about this before the game. That's a guy they need as an athletic pass target at tight end. They don't have that. Kyle Rudolph had a couple nice plays, but he's not explosive. He's a blocker. So they need to get Evan Ingram back. Their season now is in the balance here. You're 0-2. The history of teams making the playoffs at 0-2 is small. They have a chance to do it. And yes, we're playing a 17-game season, but it's going to have to start now after this little mini bye here for the Giants. And the Giants, I'll say this much. They've got enough talent on offense, but they play Atlanta when they come back next Sunday at home against Atlanta. If they don't win that game against Atlanta in week 3, you could call their season goodbye.
Yeah, it'll be over. Respectfully, I get about 45 seconds. I thought Shepard played great, like you had mentioned earlier, and I thought he did way better than Galladay. And I'm just going to Tell it like it is. Galladay, I'm just waiting for Galladay to drop. He's always injured. He reminds me of Sammy Watkins. I'm expecting leg injuries from both of them within the next 3 weeks. But that kid Shepard's turning into a badass. I got 30 seconds.
The only thing with Shepard is he's got a history of injuries. But when he plays, he's terrific. He just does his job. He's one of their leaders in offense. He's dependable. Guys are dependable as pass targets. They get open. The thing with Galladay is he doesn't get great separation. That's always been his thing. He'd win out. Not fast, but he's getting paid a lot of money. He better start getting it done.
So when we come back, we're going to break down all of the games with busted cap in yo ass and all the injuries. He's got, like, side skinny nuggets. He's dribbling around. He's got it all because he's out of cap.
It's O Rewards Member Appreciation Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts, where you can earn double, triple, even up to 5 times O Rewards points on select purchases. Get bonus points on more than 200 items throughout the store, like wiper blades, fuel system cleaners, motor oil, and more. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out. Call 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744. 800-296-9744.
Oh, according to research, 82% of people remember radio ads. That means that 82% of you listening right now will remember that this is an ad for ZipRecruiter. If you're hiring, 82% of you will recall that ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. And 82% of you will note that you can try ZipRecruiter for free today. But you have to go to ZipRecruiter.com/find. 82% of you will keep in mind that ZipRecruiter's technology finds qualified people for your job and actively invites them to apply.
Is that you? Who are you talking to?
82% of you will also know that I, live with my mom. But the most important thing to note is that ZipRecruiter works. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Will you be part of the 82% who remember where you can try ZipRecruiter for free? It's ZipRecruiter.com/find. Again, that exclusive link is ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find.
You're going on a trip, but where are you going to stay? How much will it cost? Well, it'll cost less by booking on BestHotelRates.com. BestHotelRates.com works with all the top hotels in the country while delivering you great hotel and room choices for the best prices. Why wait? Go to BestHotelRates.com, enter your email address, and start shopping for your next hotel room. BestHotelRates.com, it's in the name. BestHotelRates.com.
You're listening to Pharrell Coast to Coast on the SportsMap Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
From the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Scott Pharrell.
It that Adam Kaplan will be spotted down by Pat Steak scalping Eagles tickets tomorrow night at around 2 in the morning. where there was a giant fight last night between soccer hooligans after a Union game. There was a brawl down by Pat's. Someone called me and said, I think I saw Kaplan there at 1:45, that he left just before the fight broke out. He's expected to return tomorrow night to scalp tickets.
My man, First of all, Jim Steaks is what it's about, man. Pat's it's tourist trap, man. It's fine. They do a fine job. But Jim Steaks on South Street. Folks, if you're going to Philly, go to Jim's. Thank me later.
What's the place by the baseball stadium, the pork place, the little John's pork sandwiches? Is that it? Have you ever had the John's pork sandwiches?
Tony Luke's also near the stadium complex is the best. If you're a vegan like me, get the green sandwich, which is a veggie cheesesteak, man. It's phenomenal, man. Broccoli Rob doesn't get any better than that, man. Come on.
I agree with you, but I'm a little concerned about your vegan, okay? I'm a man over here. I'm going to eat everything. Steak, you name it. Seafood diet, bring it in. Steak, beef, burgers, tomahawks. I'll eat anything. Pasta, seafood, fish, you name it, I eat it. I eat everything. Junk food, chips, you name it, I eat it. You and all your vegetables. You and all your friends down there. No wonder you got bad tickets. All right, here we go. We got a lot of games to talk about. Rams and Colts. You're concerned about the Colts. You think the Colts are posers.
I told you last week on our segment on Friday, I said the Colts are going down to the Seahawks. Why? Xavier Rhodes is not playing with his calf. Well, he's not playing this week. They're starting right tackle Braden Smith is also out with a new foot injury. The Colts got housed last week by Russell Wilson, went bombs away. 4 touchdown passes on less than 25 attempts. That's bad. It's going to be bad for them, again, with Matthew Stafford, who was on absolute fire versus the visiting Bears last Sunday night. He's going off again. The Colts are going to lose to the visiting Rams. The Rams, I'm telling you, folks, they got going on offensively. If they protect against the Colts, they'll have no problem winning. And I absolutely will pick the Rams on the road to win at the Colts.
So you think that they're just grease lightning, they fly to Indy, no problem, and just light them up, and the road is not an issue for them, and they didn't really do anything for me defensively. I mean, they got it done because I thought the Bears were so anemic. I thought they won that game because of Matt Stafford, and that was it.
And he'll do the same thing against the Colts, man. If you don't get a rush from Stafford, he's going to carve you up, and you look at what they've got, Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, Higbee at tight end, Deshaun Jackson as their designated deep threat, Van Jefferson, Sean Jefferson's son, the second round out of Florida last year. They're absolutely loaded. They actually have other guys that we're not even mentioning. They're like 6 deep in pass targets. And then Sony Michel at some point is going to be a factor at running back. Henderson is clear. Darrell Henderson is the clear starting running back. They're so loaded on offense. No one is better at the skill positions. And this team's going to make a big run. They don't have a lot of depth, though, I'm told. But their starting 22 is outstanding.
So I just wanted to say there's only one Jefferson, George Jefferson. Let's not kid ourselves here. All right, Raiders and Steelers. I'll be at the ketchup bottle in the Steel City. I said earlier, I'm going downtown with Dawn and Scott to see the Steelers. And before that, I'm going to Atria's in Mount Lebanon. And then we're going down to Carson Street. And we're going to drink. And we're going to talk bad about everyone from Philadelphia.
My man, first of all, the Raiders had an unbelievably emotional win, and I'll explain to you in context what that could mean. But they're not going to have Josh Jacobs. If you watch the game Monday night against Baltimore at Las Vegas, Jacobs was hobbled the whole game. Now he has an ankle injury in addition to the toe injury, which made him limited in practice. He didn't do anything this week. He's not playing. Kenyon Drake is expected to be the guy who is first up. But they have Peyton Barber, who in Washington was not kept. But he's a grinding back. Kenyon Drake's more explosive. Kenyon Drake signed maybe one of the best backup running back contracts I've ever seen. 2 years, $11 million. The first 2 years are basically fully guaranteed, so they're kind of stuck with him. He's going to get a chance here to show what he can do on the road in a hostile environment. Yannick Ngakoue will play with his hamstring. But I'll tell you what, though, with the Raiders here, it was an emotional game. They got to go on the road on a short week. I remember talking to a coach who was on the 13 staff. They beat your Steelers at home. The next week, the Eagles came in. They were spent emotionally. What happened? Nick Foles set an NFL record with 7 touchdowns on the road in Oakland. The Raiders are in trouble this week. I expect them to lose by 10 or more.
And the Steelers have what, Bush and Hayden problems? That's about it?
Yeah, they were added. Actually, this is worth noting. Devin Bush, inside linebacker, Hayden, corner, both starters, were added to the injury report after Friday's practice. I hate the late injury adds to the week. Today's the last day of practice. Tomorrow's the walkthrough before the game. That does concern me. They need to go through the walkthrough tomorrow and also have no problems in warmups to be able to play. That will be a problem, particularly if Hayden does not play, because they are very late at corner. That's the one issue for the Steelers not to make the Super Bowl or not to make a big playoff run is at corner. I'm not worried about last week's offense. Both defenses, the Bills and the Steelers, played outstanding football, incredibly physical. I am not worried about the Steelers' offense. I'm a little bit worried at corner. That's my only issue I have with them.
I'm worried about Derek Carr, the way he throws to Waller and all of his receivers. Ruggs, I think Renfro. I think the guy's dangerous. Niners and Eagles in Philly. Niners have all kinds of injuries. Does that give the Eagles a shot here?
They do, and I know that the Niners are favored. Last week, I told you I like the Eagles to win outright on the road. They're at home. I must have picked against the Eagles 10 times last season. This season, they're better. They're better coached. You mentioned the Niners. Let's start with them. Raheem Mostert, he's done for the season with knee surgery. Jason Verrett, their other starting corner, one of the two starting corners, he's done for the season with an ACL injury. Their other starting corner, Emmanuel Mosley's not expected to play. He didn't work this week with a knee injury. He didn't play last week. They're not deep at corner. They started one fifth-rounder. They got Josh Norman off the street. That's not going to help them. He's a guy who's not played very well in 3 years. This really gives the Eagles an advantage. The Eagles will have everybody available except for Rodney McLeod, one of their starting safety, who's rehabbing his ACL injury. Their other ACL guy in offense, Landon Dickerson, should be able to play. He practiced. They didn't give him an injury designation for the game. That means he'll be available, but he's a backup anyway. He'll eventually, most likely, be Jason Kelce, their star center's a replacement in future years, but this is great news for them. The Eagles did an amazing job. I know Atlanta's bad. On the road, Atlanta opened the roof. It was warm there, but they absolutely handled Atlanta. Maybe we undersold the Eagles. I picked them for 7 to 8 wins with a losing record. It's a terrible division. They've got as much chance as anyone in the NFC least.
So let's talk about the Bills and Josh Allen playing at Hard Rock in Miami. He has owned the Dolphins in his short career. He's been lethal against them. Every time he plays against them, Carver High says he ends up the offensive player of the week.
He was unreal against them, particularly at Miami last year. Miami's got a good defense, but you're absolutely right. He owned him. Again, last week, I just thought that both quarterbacks were out of rhythm. Allen put the ball up over 50 times. They have no semblance for a run game. They don't even try. I mean, Zach Moss can't even dress. He was the guy they thought would be able to start this year. Singletary beat him out. That's Devin Singletary. They just could not get anything done offensively. I expect them to bounce back. Their defense was not the problem. It was their offense. They got to get things going. The lack of explosive plays last week was the issue. I give the Steelers a ton of credit. Miami's got a very good defense this week as they played home, but the Dolphins will not have Will Fuller. This was supposed to be his debut. Remember, he served the last game of a 6-game suspension. Last week, he's their one deep threat that they have. Well, he's not playing. They don't know when he's going to play. He's got a personal issue. Brian Flores, the head coach of the Dolphins, would not say when he'd be available. And he's supporting Will Fuller with this personal issue, whatever the issue is. He's supporting with it. They're still very deep at wide receiver. They should have Preston Williams this week, who's had an injury. They're very deep at wide receiver. This should be a great game. This is a divisional game. Both teams have visions of winning this AFC East. The Bills are clearly the better football team here. I expect them to bounce back against the Dolphins, who pulled out a tough win. Let's call it like it is. That was an awesome win they had at New England. It was ugly. Who cares what it looks like? As long as you win, that's all it cares. And I give him credit for that. That was a hard-fought win. Tua Tagovailoa did not play great at quarterback, but they just had enough to win, and I give him that credit. But the Bills are bouncing back. They are not going to 0-2. They will win this game on the road in Miami.
I'm concerned about Fuller. The guy seems like he never plays. Then he's suspended. Then he's supposed to play. And he's not going to play. He's got personal issues. Between his injuries and personal issues and suspensions, I mean, the guy's turning into a nightmare as far as I'm concerned. Cowboys and Chargers at SoFi. I'm going with the upset here. I think that Dak can light them up.
Well, I don't disagree. This is going to be an offensive fest. Let's start with Dallas. Here's the problem for Dallas. The best pass rusher, DeMarcus Lawrence, done for in the neighborhood of 2 months with a broken foot. Then you've got Randy Gregory. He has not come off the reserve COVID list. He's their other starting defensive end. They have no pass rush for L right now. Okay? Their linebackers did not play particularly well against Tampa Bay. The corner situation, other than Trayvon Diggs, Stefan's brother, they didn't play well. Both their starting safeties are banged up. So their defense, which was bad week 1, they've got major concerns. Now, they're getting Zach Martin back, their star guard. That's going to help them. I agree with you. Their offense will be great. The Chargers, now this just popped up this week. Chris Harris, one of their top 3 corners, is out with a shoulder injury. One of their starting defensive tackles, Justin Jones, is out with a calf injury this week. This concerns me. And this just happened. Brian Bulaga, the right tackle, he is just going into reserve with groin and back injuries because of what happened last week. So here's the problem with the Chargers now. Now you got all these injuries. They play great. As you know, I told you last week they would win at Washington. This does concern me. I'm still picking the Chargers. They are better than the Cowboys, but I like a ton of points in this game. I would be shocked if there's less than 50 points in this game. I don't know what the over-under in this game is. It should be well into the 50s. It would not surprise me if it's in the 60s. It's in Southern California. You typically don't have to worry about weather. Oh, by the way, it's in SoFi. Maybe they'll have the roof open. Maybe they won't. But the fact of the matter is, this is great. In front of a home crowd in SoFi, you saw what it was like last week for the Rams. They had a great home field advantage. I love this game. This is one of the great games of the weekend. Dak Prescott, who is awesome, absolutely awesome coming off that shoulder injury. And Justin Herbert, what a great game he had. This is one of my favorite games of the week. I'm glad you brought this one up.
So I know Monday we'll talk about the Lions and Packers game, but what about Sunday night, Chiefs and Ravens in Baltimore?
Love it. Love it. Absolutely love it. The Ravens hopefully will get revenge. I know they're on a short week. The Chiefs did not play particularly well. The Browns blew that game. They got too conservative in the second half. That is also yet another great evening game. I cannot wait for that game. I got to give it. I got to say this. I've criticized the schedule makers for some of these primetime games. So far, I mean, you can't really argue. Now, the Monday night game should be a clunker with the Lions and the Packers. The Packers will get revenge, but this Sunday night game, Chiefs at Ravens, should be a great one. Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, the Chiefs show that they can win on the road. That's never been a problem for Andy Reid and the way that he coaches. They'll bring it on the road here. The Ravens can't run the football very well. That was a problem in Monday night game. That is why I really believe they lost that game. Their inability, other than Lamar Jackson make a splash play on the run, they could not get the running backs involved enough and get the job done. That does concern me. That's a tight game, though. That to me is a toss-up. But that is an awesome, absolutely awesome game.
And I got 10 seconds. Titans, Seahawks. Who do you like?
And I am going with the Titans. I told you earlier this week I'm picking the huge upset. Seattle's won 17 of 18 at home in home openers, but they're going to shock the world here. The Titans will win.
Look at Kaplan slamming the table.
Sports Map All Night.
J.R. Smith. He has been cleared to join North Carolina A&T Aggies golf team. J.R. Smith going to get into any other extracurricular activities. Maybe get an on-campus job. J.R. Smith being the official of the Intramural Basketball League, scorekeeper, that could be possible. Maybe not timekeeper because we know he's not good at that, but there's other ones that you could do.
Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmidt.
Weeknights at 10 Eastern.
In my opinion, with Denton Day.
I am from the D.C. area. I don't claim Baltimore at all. Like, literally not at all.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9190. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Miss an episode of By All Means, and you could miss a lot.
I have the sound up, and I appreciate the guys that do the work now. But it is with great appreciation I see what the guys do, not only the announcers, but also the players. So we've had wonderful playoffs. I mean, single, double, triple overtime games. It's been fantastic.
By All Means, Tuesdays at 5, right here on Western Reserve Radio and streaming live on westernreserveradio.com.
Wentz is like 105 with all of his maladies, his feet, his head. Honestly, I can't even take it. They should have a soap opera about this guy. The Days of Wentz.
Farrell Coast to Coast with Scott Farrell. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Sports Map All Night.
UCF was a part of the 4 teams being rumored right now to have the eye of the Big 12 as they look to replace Texas and Oklahoma. Big 12 fan bases would enjoy being able to pencil in Orlando every once in a while as a good vacation spot and a road game destination. You're going to tell me you don't want to escape Waco, Texas to go and enjoy the sunshine down in Orlando?
They could hold their own in Epcot.
I think that would be the West Virginia crowd, right? Could you imagine West Virginia rolling over into France? Can we get a couple of these baguettes? Yeah, one of them and 3 beers. Is that cool?
If you got a Merlot, I'll take that too. Yeah, they might shut down Epcot, the West Virginia fans.
Oklahoma State, those fans are ready to go and ride just about any roller coaster you can because Mike Gundy's around. I'm 40 years old. Why am I on this roller coaster?
Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmidt.
Weeknights at 10 Eastern.
Listening to Farrell Coast to Coast on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
From the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Scott Farrell.
By the way, it's also Ovi's 36th and Patrick Mahomes' birthday today. Got tons of birthdays on this Pain-Free Friday. Knicks big man Mitchell Robinson headlines the Varela finish. He says he put on 60 pounds of muscle. In 2 years, he's looking enormous. Mavs signed Frank Ntilikina, the Knick high draft pick that never amounted to a hill of beans. Let's go with Sidney Crosby saying he's rooting for Ovi to break Gretzky's goal record. NHL opening night doubleheader. Pens at Tampa, loss. And Seattle at Vegas, loss. Welcome to the league, boys. You're going to get spanked in Vegas. Baltimore woman clinically dead for 45 minutes, brought back to life while her daughter gives birth. Mom dies, saving her children by breastfeeding them for days after a shipwreck on an island. D.C. prepares for another fascist right-wing rally tomorrow. Patrick Dempsey accused of terrorizing the set of Grey's Anatomy before his exit from the show. Dozens of Florida students signed a petition to abolish the Constitution. Good luck with that. California teacher hangs Pharrell the police posters in the classroom. He'll be fired. Group kills man with a trash can lid outside of Pat's King of Steaks in Philly. A beatdown after a soccer game I was mentioning to Kaplan. Female student slugs preacher carrying a women belong in the kitchen sign. Not having it. Adults are throwing tantrums in restaurants, airplanes, and at home, blaming the pandemic. Marilyn Manson's rape accuser's lawsuit dismissed over the statute of limitations. ABC News staffer says the network retaliated against her after she filed sexual assault claims. Ozzy Osbourne set for major surgery after dangerous health scares. How long is this guy going to live? Honestly, he may live to be 150. 2 Americans fall to their death while rock climbing on a Spanish island. You lose. North Carolina man wins 3 lottery jackpots at the same store, Carver High, and a man arrested for robbing the same Fairfax, Virginia 7-Eleven. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but he robbed it 4 times. How stupid are you, my man? All right, Game Time Decisions is next. We'll see you.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
AutomotiveMap.com presents the Sports Flash on Western Reserve Radio. Number 9, Ohio State football takes on Oregon tomorrow afternoon. It's at 3:30 kickoff at home. Head coach Ryan Day looking to bounce back after a tough loss to Oregon last week.
I think that what we're doing is we're just trying to take, the snaps that we've seen in the games and then the snaps we've seen in practice and do the best we can to put the right guys out there. And, we like to play depth. We don't like to play the same guys, obviously, for the entire game. So trying to find that balance is what we're at right now. And, we got to look at all those options. And, like we talked about before, is it personnel? personnel? Is it coaching or is it scheme? And, finding the right people in the right spots is part of coaching and making sure the right guys are in those spots.
Top 25 matchup for Penn State tomorrow night. The number 10 Nittany Lions host number 22 Auburn, 7:30 kickoff. Download the free Score app. Lightning fast updates so you never miss a thing. That's why the Score app is one of North America's most popular sports apps. That's the Sports Flash. Chuck Sanders, Western Reserve Radio.
New surveys show that Americans don't think vaccines are enough to protect themselves and others from COVID-19. 80% want thermometers used in public places to screen for COVID-19. 36% know that non-contact devices are inaccurate. And 60% would not recommend that friends or family members enter places that screen with them. To be safe, use Exergen at home, at work, and in public. It's the only thermometer proven accurate by more than 100 published clinical studies. Learn more at Exergen.com.
My doctor told me my blood pressure is borderline. I figured I could worry about it or do something about it. So I took control with Garlic Healthy Blood Pressure Formula. It works safely and naturally to help maintain healthy blood pressure with a custom blend of garlic, vitamins, and minerals. And it's odor-free. I'm taking charge with Garlic Healthy Blood Pressure Formula.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Miss an episode of By All Means, and you could miss a lot.
To the radio play-by-play voice at our buddy back from here at Youngstown, it is the voice Fitz. Everett Fitzhugh, my friend, how are you?
Man, it feels good to hear your voice again, Mark. Everything's going well, and definitely excited to be back on the airwaves briefly for here in Youngstown.
By All Means, Tuesdays at 5, right here on Western Reserve Radio and streaming live on westernreserveradio.com.
Sandrock Concrete specializes in all types of concrete, driveways, sidewalks, basements, and garages. We also do stamp-colored concrete in many different designs. We do interior and exterior stonework, regular brick and block work. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured. Call Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013 for an estimate. Also find them on Facebook at Sandrock Concrete LLC. Sandrock Concrete, where you deal with the owner all the time.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Mill Creek Golf Course has been the Valley's leader for golfing fun since 1928. It features 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross and was voted a top 30 municipal facility by Golf Week in 2012. The Mill Creek Golf Shop is a certified Callaway Golf custom fitting center and is stocked with your favorite golf apparel and accessories. Mill Creek Golf Course is now booking tee times for this year's golf season. Please call us at 330-740-7112 or online at millcreekmetroparks.org.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Truck battle. A fighter jet flyover. And it wouldn't be a party without the Home and Auto Bundle Extrava Festa Save-a-thon dancers. You can't really hear them, but trust us, they are working it. So come for the fun and stay for the savings. Only at Progressive's Home and Auto Bundle Extrava Festa Save-a-thon. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage. When you need certainty in the home buying process with a loan that fits your life, Rocket can.
From the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Fred Davis.
Welcome in America. It's a high-frequency Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Your boy Kevin Z-Pack is in the Chi, doing Chi-type things. He's at a music fest, right, doing musical festival-type things. So while he's enjoying himself, doing the damn thing over in the Chi, your boy Sean Mapes and Freddie D will hold it down in his absence as only we can. I mean, listen, we were here yesterday from 7 to 9. You were here. I mean, you might as well have just slept in the studio. I feel like you've been here that much. But, hey, that's why you're one of the hardest working people. And that's why, you know what, that's why I booked the two guests today, because I thought, you know what, Mapes has enough on his plate. Let's give him, I want to make these 2 hours the easiest 2 hours of his day.
Yeah, I spent a little extra time in the ice bath. You know, got an extra long massage after last week's shift. So this is a burst management. This is a rest and recovery day for your boy.
Let's put it this way. This is the second game of a doubleheader, okay? Yes. And this is where the stars come out.
I'm DHing this game. I'm DHing this game.
Okay. Fair enough. But you are prepared to go out in the field if need be, okay?
If need be. I can stay in the box. I can take some hacks, run the bases. It's just center field. You're going to need someone else tonight.
What about if I need you on the hot corner? Are you ready for the hot corner?
I haven't played third since Double-A, so it's going to be a little. I'll have to look for a glove or borrow someone else's, but I can make it happen.
Hey, listen, if anybody is up to the challenge, it's one Mr. Sean Planet of the Mapes. Glad to have you on board. I'm Fred Davis. We're going to take you through the next 2 hours. Is our boy Pepe and the diehards? Are they back tonight?
I believe so.
Listen, you're going to get somebody. You're going to get somebody. Speaking of somebody, listen, we got Jerry Coleman coming on tonight talking all things Baltimore Ravens. We got our boy Aaron Wilson coming on talking all things Houston Texans. And you know what? My boy Bitter Mike Babbo, he's hanging around. We might bring him on, talk a little baseball as well, because you know what? We're that much closer to the MLB postseason. But let's talk some NFL football. He's Sean. I'm Fred. Don't go anywhere.
Have current events affected the ability for you to pay your bills? Has your credit card debt overwhelmed you? Has your income decreased because you're working less, or have you lost your job? Credit Card of America may be able to help you find a solution to this problem. We offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to zero. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated nonprofit company that will work on your behalf. Credit Card of America is licensed in all 50 states and has counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Let us help you analyze and prioritize your debt. Negotiate with your creditors to reduce interest and payments. Set up one affordable monthly payment and provide ongoing education and support. Call now for a free no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-712-6758. That's 800-712-6758. 800-712-6758.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back. 800-814-5615. 800-814-5615. That's 800-814-5615. 800-814-5615.
Oh, according to research, 82% of people remember radio ads. That means that 82% of you listening right now will remember that this is an ad for ZipRecruiter. If you're hiring, 82% of you will recall that ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. And 82% of you will note that you can try ZipRecruiter for free today. But you have to go to ZipRecruiter.com/find. 82% of you will keep in mind that ZipRecruiter's technology finds qualified people for your job and actively invites them to apply.
Scott, is that you? Who are you talking to?
82% of you will also know that I, live with my mom. But the most important thing to note is that ZipRecruiter works. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Will you be part of the 82% who remember where you can try ZipRecruiter for free? It's ZipRecruiter.com/find. Again, that exclusive link is ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find.
This is the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage. Home loans that fit your life. Rocket can.
From the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Fred Davis.
Welcome back in. Sports Map Radio on a Friday. High frequency. Kevin Z-Pack out tonight. He's doing Chicago-type things. But that's all right because your boy Freddie D and Sean, Planet of the Mapes, are going to hold it down on your Friday between now and 7 p.m. That's 1900 for those of you operating on the 24-hour clock. We said it, and I'll tell you what, we said it on this program. Actually, it wasn't this program, but it was the station that we said it yesterday. Sean Mapes and I went on the record yesterday in the early part of that Giants Washington football team game and said, not quote, because I don't remember because it's almost been 24 hours and your boy's memory ain't what it used to be, but said along the lines of, this may not be a good football game, but it'll be a fun football game.
Yes.
Because there's a difference in the two, okay? Arena football was crap, but was it fun to watch? Of course it was, right? And that's what makes the NFL so great is that you can still have, case in point, the Monday night game with the Ravens and the Raiders. Maybe not the most, technically sound football. And I'm going to take it a step further. We're in the, early stages of the NFL season where you had a lot. And I think you're starting to see in some cases where, 3 preseason games mixed in with COVID does play a factor in a team's readiness, because we've seen some teams already this first week of the season where, not looking so great. The Tennessee Titans come to mind. I know they got the doors blown off of them in week 1 against the Arizona Cardinals. And, what was funny about that was that the Arizona Cardinals didn't look all that great during the preseason. Neither did the Titans, but I think, too, when you consider how many guys, I think at one point they had, 9 guys out due to COVID or something like that?
Tennessee, yeah.
Yeah, Tennessee, right? So, Tannehill was out with COVID at one point. So, I expect Tennessee's going to be a good football team. Now, do I think they're going to be, 10-7, 11-6? No, I don't.
They're hang around in the AFC South division race good. The Colts aren't going to run away and hide.
Oh, there's a skinniest kid at Fat Camp good.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned, because I will say this. I do think I have more faith in the Titans offense than I do in the Colts offense.
Yes.
Because the thing about the Colts is, the popular theme this month or this offseason around here in Houston, of course, we're, the Sports Bat Radio headquarters are located here in H-Town. That's Clutch City for those of you, which I'm still trying to wrap my brain around the idea about why Houston's still called Clutch City. When
should have been retired with the 95 Rockets, you're saying?
What has been clutch about this city since 1995?
Literally nothing.
You know what I'm saying? I mean,
even the good Rockets team since then, their biggest flaw was their
inability to be clutch.
Yes.
You know,
lost in the fourth quarter.
Listen, I mean, unless this town suddenly became, you know, the manual transmission capital of the world.
There we go.
Then maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, we're reaching. Now we're you know.
I mean, no, I was going to say Tesla, but Tesla moved to somewhere else in Austin.
No, Tesla's in Austin. Yeah,
okay.
So no Clutch City there, and I believe those are all automatics anyway.
Yeah,
Can you drive a manual?
No, I can't.
You can't?
I've never done it. I won't say I can't do it, but I have.
So
no
chances are
evidence.
you could not. I mean, would you know how to? Well, let's put it this way: would you know how to accelerate out of first gear? Let me ask you: do you think you could start the car?
I think so.
Do you know how to do it?
Not really. Do you have to
press in on the clutch when you start it? Yes, you do.
Oh, okay. I knew it was one of the three pedals, so I had a 33. I was thinking either gas or clutch.
Well, and look at it this way, considering that you've already got an automatic and you know that you don't. Well, I guess if you got to push to start, you hold down on the brake, right?
I'd turn it.
You got an old school car, so you're still old school. Sure. You're still old school enough.
2011 old school car.
You're still that old to where you still have to turn the key. First world problems there for our boy Sean Plant of the Babe. See, I'm somewhere in between where I have a manual transmission and a push to start.
Huh.
So yeah, how about that?
Can't believe. Didn't think they make a lot of those.
What, manuals?
Push to start and manual. I would think it's like the base model.
You have to walk and chew gum in order to be able to test drive the car first, just so they can see, all right, maybe this guy can go ahead and drive said car. But no, I mean, listen, I'm at a point now, though, where there's like next to no cars that come in manuals anymore.
Yeah.
Well, no, because nobody can drive them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's why, you know, I feel good with my car because talk about, you know, people say, hey, what do you need a car alarm? No, it's a manual. So trust me, it's okay. No one 25 or young. Not to say that only 25-year-olds or younger steal cars, but you know, I mean, let's call it what it is. In this neck of the world, trucks are your most frequently stolen vehicles anyway. So I drive a Volkswagen, so I'm in good shape.
So you're flying under the radar.
I am. Woo!
Low profile.
Low pro, baby. Ain't nobody worried about a gray Volkswagen sedan. Guarantee it, baby. Guarantee it. You know, so I'll tell you what, for all you mules out there, just, hey, heads up, just saying, okay? Not that I condone that kind of behavior.
Cargo space, though.
Well, that's why you got to, you'd be surprised in a Volkswagen.
Oh, okay.
You'd be surprised.
Now, you know what? Now you're selling me on it. What do they go for?
Well,
how many miles are on your
100,000. I just hit 100 grand. But the thing is, you don't want to buy a used car right now.
No, as I am
as
learning.
You're finding out. Yeah, no, it's a debacle right now. All the chips now, but what I've heard, and again, this is what I've heard, so take it with a grain of salt. Much like my daily fantasy advice, when these chips start to come through, whenever they do, you're going to have a bunch of cars, like newer cars. Mm-hmm. Exactly, like 2020s, brand new 2020s, and
miles that they haven't been able to put a chip in. Now they have to get them off the lot because they have to get
Let me buy. I'll buy a 2020 and 2022.
Me and my friends are having this exact conversation a week and a half ago.
What'd they say? Because I know you're on board with buying one.
We're all on the same page. One of my friends doesn't have a car though, so he's in a little bit tougher of a scenario.
Well, he's in but take whatever you can get. I mean, I think what's he going to say?
He's looking at salvage.
Oh, wow.
Cars. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But, I mean, I was saying, like, he works remote, so I'm like, just write it out as long as you can, dude.
Seriously? What do you need a car for?
Exactly. Just Uber every once in a while. He doesn't, it's not like he's Mr. Socialite either.
Does he have a girlfriend? No. Are there, in your group of friends, do any of you guys have girlfriends?
Yeah, it's about 50-50.
Okay. All right. Where are you at on the girlfriend thing?
I'm on the no 50-50.
By choice, though. By
exactly. I don't need anyone tying me down, all right? I work at Sports Map Radio. It's a career pressure job.
The career comes first, baby girl. The career comes first. But no, it was we said it here last night on speaking of Sports Map Radio. We said it here last night that it was going to be a fun game, and it absolutely was. You know, and you know what? In fairness to Daniel Jones, we know Danny Dimes catches a lot of flack, and rightfully so in some cases. I thought Danny Dimes played about as well as a game as he could have possibly imagined, or as you could have possibly wanted him to last night. Obviously, him and Kenny Golladay had a little tiff, whatever you want to call it, on the sideline. I understand that. I mean, Kenny Golladay was kind of their big-ticket free agent this offseason, right? And I say big-ticket. I mean, it's not like, for them anyway. What do you have, 4 targets last night or something like that? I think he had 2 catches for 40 yards or something like that. Not crazy numbers by any means. And then, hell, Kadarius Toney, he tweeted something crazy out afterwards. And then the story, and so we'll get to that. Okay, so let's just put a bow on this because I want to get to this. There's 2 things I want to get to with you before we get to our boy Jerry Coleman from Baltimore talking all things Ravens in the second part of the hour. But you had the 2 things stuck out to me the most. I thought Daniel Jones played well, and I thought it was a good, I thought it was a good building block. And I think through 2 games he's been good. Has he been great? No, but I think he's been good. Do I still think Jason Garrett, as long as he's your offensive coordinator, you're going to struggle because his play calling is totally unimaginative? Yes, I think that's going to be the case, right? And I think, as you pointed out, in back-to-back years, you drafted a running back in the top 3, and then you took a nose tackle who doesn't get to the quarterback in the top 15, right? Or somewhere along those. So Dave Gettleman, who apparently still, subscribes to the leather helmet style of football when it comes to, forward thinking, it's going to be a house cleaning, I think, when it's all said and done, because this Giants team it's kind of, they're teetering, but they're also the kind of, that Giants team, and much like the football team, and you saw that last night, they're pretty much almost the same team in a lot of ways.
I would say that they have, equal amount of top level talent, but the football team is just a more well-built, balanced team where, the defense can win a game for them, and they can kind of just get as much as they can, basically running their offense through Terry McLaurin. And that can be a formula to win the games where the Giants are just unbalanced. They don't have a great line, but they have a great running back, or at least someone we think
who we think could be great.
Talented running back. They have some weapons. We're not sure about the quarterback, but then the defense, not really that great. So it is just a very odd built team where I think that, like you said, maybe this is time for David Gettleman. I think the next person in charge will have some things to work with. He just needs to clean some stuff up around the edges.
No, he definitely needs to tighten some things up. I definitely agree with you on that. But I'll say this. I feel like Jack Del Rio is the defensive version of Jason Garrett.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what I think about because I think, honestly, I feel like they're the same teams. I feel like you've got a defense that's got players there. You've got an offense, because that offense has got some players on it now.
But it's less than the sum of their parts.
No, and I'm with you on that, right? But I also think, too, though, I think the culture's kind of screwed up. I feel like Joe Judge, and of course, then the story comes out today that after review, basically the NFL came out and said, we went ahead and watched the coach's film, and Dexter Lawrence didn't actually jump off sides. He actually timed it just right, and because he timed it so well, like literally he's jumping off as the ball's being snapped. So looking at that again, okay, apparently the NFL came back and just, send an email or call or what, that's it.
The chest.
Yeah, that's, an edible arrangement. We're sorry here. Enjoy these stale cookies and frozen strawberries. So either way, if you're the Washington football team, I'm still not so, listen, Taylor Heineke's your quarterback. All right. Now, did he do anything that makes you feel like this guy's the long-term answer? Of course he's not. But is he going to be the guy that's going to take you through what's going to be a 9-8 season? Absolutely. I think, would it be so? I don't think it would shock you or me, and I know it would shock me, if this season, when you look at these 4 teams, 9-8 wins this division.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be shocking.
Right? I bet you, I'm going to go out on a limb and say right now that you're going to have, of the 4 teams, of the Giants, football team, Eagles, and Cowboys, you'll have a 6, 7, 8, 9-win team.
Yeah, I think they're all. Yeah, that's exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
No one in this division is markedly better or worse than any of the other 3 teams.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He's Sean Planet of the Mapes. I'm that dude, Freddie D. Coming up next, You had some good wide receiver play last night. Terry McLaurin being one of them. Sterling Shepard, when healthy, is finally showing that he can be a force to be reckoned with. But coming up next, we've got a situation in Miami, and we've got a situation in Kansas City. And I want to get my boy Planet of the Mapes' thoughts when you get a player who is constantly going back and forth with fans on social media about his stance on the football team. Kind of weird. But it is social media, so you do have to take it with a grain of salt, but I'm curious to get Sean's thoughts on it. And, of course, I've been, I have no problem throwing darts at this dude because, it's year 3 and he hadn't done squat as far as I'm concerned. Lots to get to. Don't forget, we got our boy Jerry Coleman coming up next as well, or later on the program as well, talking all things Baltimore Ravens. Then we've got our boy Aaron Wilson talking some Houston Texans in hour number 2, and we'll have our boy Mike Babbo jump on for a hot minute as well. Lots to get to. Sean Planet of the Mapes. I'm Freddie B.
Imagine learning about radio and being mentored by true radio professionals in real radio stations. Well, actually, you don't have to imagine, because there's Radio Connection. Radio Connection gives you the opportunity to learn one-on-one and be mentored by radio pros. Plus, you don't have to worry about getting into a crazy amount of debt with school tuition either. Radio Connection keeps their tuition at much lower costs. To find out more info, visit radioconnection.com.
Wake up call!
Clay Helton was fired. There's only one logical choice. Lane Kiffin.
Lane Kiffin, right?
Can you imagine? If they did that, they need to hire him on a tarmac.
I love Lane Kiffin. And the only reason I love him, it has nothing to do with his coaching ability. For whatever reason, Lane Kiffin is Ferris Bueller. You know how everybody loved Ferris Bueller?
Yes.
Right? Ferris Bueller would come in contact with somebody, they would instantly love him. But he was filled with shenanigans, deceit, he was lying half the time. But people just loved him, right? Just loved him. Lane Kiffin, coach of the Raiders, coach at Tennessee, coach at USC, offensive coordinator at Alabama, goes to Florida Atlantic, goes down to Ole Miss. Tennessee people want him back. USC people probably take him back. There's something about Lane Kiffin that makes people go, I have to give this guy as much as he wants.
Wake up call with Tony D and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 10 Eastern.
Wake up call!
See, I learned something today, and I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I never really put 2 and 2 together that Edmonton had oil. Because I don't think of Canada having oil. I think of Canada having ice.
Why? Because they don't wear cowboy hats and eat beef? Is that what it is? Maybe that's why they call it flames, too. Maybe an oil flame.
I don't know why I never put those 2 together.
Wake up call with Tony D and Ron Culver. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 Eastern.
Where are jobs in radio given out? They're not given out on a college campus. No, they're given out in the real world, at real radio stations. And to get a job, you need to know people. That's where Radio Connection comes in. Most schools train you on campus. Radio Connection gives you the opportunity to learn from professional mentors in real radio stations. They've put their private classrooms in these places so you can apprentice under professionals. And as you learn, you're making connections and gaining access to the people that are doing the hiring. This is not the promise of a job, no. But it is a promise to get you as close to the action and opportunities as possible. If COVID is a concern, no problem. You can learn from a radio professional via remote learning tools as well. This is education reimagined to keep you out of debt as you learn in real-world settings. Interested? Visit radioconnection.com for more information today. That's radioconnection.com.
This is the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage. Home loans that fit your life. Rocket can.
From the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Fred Davis.
Do you guys over at the 40 Acres, do you guys do a little late night action for your basketball team?
I think there is some sort of...
I know you're going to do it this year.
Yeah, I was going to say, with Chris Beard, there will be something. Yeah, no, there is it's like a part scrimmage, part dunk
absolutely.
contest
Yeah.
at the Greg gym. It's like the smaller gym.
Oh, so you guys don't even do it at the Irwin Center?
No, it's a smaller...
That tells me all I need to know about your basketball program right there.
They can't fill up the Irwin Center for a regular season game. You think they're going to fill it up for Orange versus White? And to watch Kerwin Roach do a dunk over his mom, that's something he actually did when I was there.
Tell you what, Allen Fieldhouse would lose their mind over somebody dunking over their mom.
Yeah, we have like a smaller gym where like the volleyball team plays. That is like a full basketball court, but you can only fit like a
30
couple
people.
thousand in there. Yeah.
A couple dorms.
So it's a yeah. Basically, I mean, it's right next to the dorms too. It's the old gym.
So I gotta believe then with Chris Beard, you'll move it to the Irwin Center.
Well, they're actually building a new.
But I knew they were building one. But so where are they playing? But they're still playing at the Irwin Center, though, aren't they?
For the next year or two until 2023.
You gotta pack it one more time, right? I mean, at least. So I bring this up because KU. Obviously, late night's a big deal at KU, right?
Snoop the other year.
Okay, so we had Snoop 2 years ago, right? And that was basically the university, more so Bill Self in the athletic department, saying F you to the NCAA because that was right after we'd gotten hit with some sanctions by the NCAA. And, what does KU do? Where basically they said that, an Adidas bag man basically was paying off recruits, which, probably was. I'm not.
That's the game.
It is the game, but do it with. But as I've said for years, you don't hear the Nike bag man getting caught.
Exactly.
Okay? I mean, if you're going to do it. Again, let's level the playing field because everybody's doing it, but do it right.
Mm-hmm.
Do it right. I mean, Bill's over here text messaging the bag man. I mean, you don't put that in writing.
No.
Bill, you call him on a burner phone. Bill, you're used to this. You know how this game works. I mean, what are you doing, man? So anyway... So a couple years ago, Snoop comes in, stripper poles. I mean, everybody melted down for like a day or two. Like, Bill Self came in wearing a chain. I mean, it was Bill Self went like just ham on it, right? So this year, we're doing it again, obviously. This year, they're bringing in Run DMC.
Uh-huh.
Okay? Now...
It's tricky.
Is it, though? I mean, the only thing tricky about it is, will they make it through the entire performance? First of all, a third of them are dead. Jam Master Jay's gone, okay? And I could understand if this was like, a KU. I'll tell you what, if this was like a reunion for the 88 championship team, then yeah, I could understand bringing Run DMC in.
Yeah,
okay?
saying it back-to-back that the last two acts they've had are Snoop Dogg and Run DMC, you're like, oh, did this happen in 1993?
Seriously.
Danny Manning?
So Roy Williams, I know Roy's retired, so he came back and is part of the, bringing some Roy nostalgia. What 2021 basketball team is bringing in Run DMC as part of your late night?
Yeah.
Do you realize that none of our guys on the team were even born? The last time, okay, Walk This Way, It's Tricky, and, I'm a couple other, I'm a rap guy. What's that?
Peter Piper.
I've just never been a Run D. Listen, I've been listening to rap almost my entire life. I started listening to rap when I was like 7, 8 years old. I just never got into Run DMC. There was nothing that they, I'll tell you, what my favorite Run DMC song is?
What?
Christmas in Hollis, Queens.
Please stand by for a special presentation of Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Wake up! Mahoning Valley, it's time for high school football on Western Reserve Radio. Now to the stadium for the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week.
Radio. And we welcome you to Springfield Tiger Stadium here in New Middletown, Ohio, as we approach the halfway point of the high school football season. The Springfield Tigers coming off of a big win last week will host the Mineral Ridge Rams. Hello, everyone. Jim Craven with you, along with the coach, Bob Gessler, Dave Ferris, Matt Craven, and the voice, Larry Snyder, back into Gessler Propane Studio, keeping us on the air, as well as Mark Means and Tim Continenza being out at Warren Harding for the Raiders game as they take on the Ursuline Irish. And we want to thank you for joining us for the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week after a little hiatus last week. But nonetheless,
technical difficulties.
But a big win for the Springfield Tigers, 54-6 over what was then a 3-0 Lowville team. And as we've gone through the season, Coach, we've seen the development. We've seen the faster starts. We've seen we've seen better chemistry, I guess. And it's really building up to this point. It's just getting better.
Yeah, it takes game after game, and you want to keep progressing, getting better. We always said win one more. The mistakes, of course, on the first game. Coming out of summer, you're going to be a little stiff. You're going to be, you're not as sharp. You hope that your team goes out. So that first game, they started out slow, but you played a good South Range team, which is a powerhouse. So they'll be fine. They're going to win games, and everything's going to be good.
Yeah, the Valley will be watching the South Range Raiders as they are undefeated up until this point. Last week, some of the big numbers that went around the Lowville-Springfield game. Mark Brungard, who we just had the opportunity to talk to, Carrie Brungard, his mother, got some information on that. He has committed to the Youngstown State University, the Youngstown State one. And, of course, that's where his father played, Mark. So a nice tradition there. They were very happy with it after some visits to some other colleges. So that's going to be great for the Brungard family. That's going to be great for the area also. And keep in mind, Mark Brungard, his father and assistant coach here at Springfield. Now, speaking of Bo Brungard, he went 9 of 10 last week for 145 yards and 2 touchdowns. And he was averaging about 16 yards a pass for the year, Coach. 39 of 56, 495 yards, 4 touchdowns. That's almost a 70% completion rate to only 2 interceptions. And those, it really got him in that first game. But since then, he's really taken care of the ball.
Yeah, the give and takes. That always hurts as a quarterback if you're going to throw the ball a lot. You want to keep your interceptions down. You want to keep your completions. And, again, they did a lot of short yardage stuff at the beginning. Now they're able to open it up. They're seeing what they got. They've made some changes. And, again, this young man could shine as the year progresses.
And we'll talk about the 2 quarterbacks tonight and how they kind of differ. Last week for Bo Brungard, 4 carries, also added 76 yards on the ground. That gives him 41 carries for 512 yards on the season and 10 touchdowns on the ground. He's accounted for 14 touchdowns in some manner in the first 4 games.
Really, seriously, the kid can go 1,000 yards passing and 1,000 yards running if he stays healthy and everything works out. The numbers are incredible, so it remains to be seen. Solid kid. Again, we mentioned YSU. Glad he's going to be there. I said before, I believe he's a perfect fit for Youngstown. So they're gonna ride that pony as long as they can.
And of course, Bo taking a few visits to other colleges. Some other names that were mentioned, such as Cincinnati University. Luke Fickle down there, of course, looking at him. That's a big Division I program, but he chose to stay at home. He felt that was his place here. And I don't see mom and dad don't seem to have a problem with that.
No, it's nice when Youngstown's. You got to give Coach Phillips a little bit here. Again, he came into a program, wasn't really going the way he wanted. So, again, he's gonna progress, and then you bring Bo Brungard in there, and maybe that's going to help lift that program. And he may not be the quarterback, but the kid's got some wheels. He's got good hands. We've seen that. So. It remains to be seen, but I'm sure that they'll put him in a proper position, whenever or wherever they need him.
You talk about the connection with Youngstown State University, Coach Doug Phillips from out here in the New Middletown area. So that's going to be a nice fit, I would believe, for Bo as he develops coming up through the year. A couple of other names that really stood out last week. Bo Snyder continues his big year on both sides of the ball. 5 carries for 80 yards last week, had a 45-yard run. That gives him 19 carries for 143 yards, which actually doesn't sound like a lot. But he comes up at the right time. He's got 3 touchdowns, and he's averaging over 7 yards a carry. He comes up big when you need him.
Yeah, and it's 7 yards a carry. I commend the offensive line for that, because any back that runs for probably 5 or more yards a carry, that's the line. That they're doing their job. Again, backs got to get there, but again, if you got that many that less of carries with the yards and the touchdowns, that's all on the big fat guys.
Now, also added 2 receptions for 40 yards last week, with one of those going for a touchdown. Another name that stood out, and we talked about this young man week after week. We've seen him progress last year, and that was Shondell Gardner. 2 receptions for 52 yards, had a big 37-yard catch. And for the season, at 16 catches for 224 yards and 2 touchdowns. And, of course, he had the big 75-yarder against South Range in week 1. He has really stepped up and helped replace those seniors they lost last year.
We talk about him a lot. We talked about him last year and said, wow, this kid's going to be, as he progresses, is going to be a magnificent receiver as well as run after the catch. And very impressed with this young man. He does not have a lot of size, but he gets it done, and that's all that counts.
Yeah, certainly. Whatever he makes or lacks in size, he makes up for in heart. I'll tell you, he's taken a few shots this year, but he's bounced right back up. So a total for Springfield last week, 397 yards in offense, and that is going into Lowville and pulling out 54-6 when defensively. And we can't forget them. 2 stats that stood out for me, Coach, this week, and it was just the domination. 11 tackles for loss, 8 sacks for minus 40 yards against Lowville, against, well, a quarterback that, really they have some high hopes for.
Yeah, the thing with that is though, I mean, unfortunately, the teams that they played, there was 9 games that played, and there was only a 1 win out of the 9 games that played with the 3 teams that were combined. Again, nothing to take away from Lowville. They did what they needed to do. So, but unfortunately, you go into a buzzsaw with Springfield, and they're well balanced. They rely on their line. They rely on Brungard throwing as well as the backs running. So they're very, very balanced, and that's what you have to look at.
And it was one of the concerns that we had earlier in the year were some of the seniors that Springfield lost, but they've really started to develop that continuity, and that has been evident week after week. Again, slow start week 1, a little bit of slow start week 2, but second half really picked up. 3rd and 4th week really started to show.
Yeah, and again, that's the coaching staff. That's watching film, showing mistakes, because that's how you progress as a player. They don't need to show the plays that they did good. You have to see the plays that maybe you stepped wrong or you didn't engage long enough, because that's how you build. It's always build on the mistakes, cut the mistakes down, and you win football games.
And we're going to step aside for a 1-minute break. When we come back, we'll continue our preview show with a look at the Mineral Ridge Rams. Again, coming in at 2-2, coming off of a loss last week to McDonald. We'll talk about that and so much more here on the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week. Back after this.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio.
Pre-game show continues here in New Middletown as we get ready for the Springfield Tigers and the Mineral Ridge Rams. Again, the Rams come in at 2-2, and we'll take a look how they've gotten here under head coach Brian Shaner. Week 1, they have lost to Pie Valley 22-7, but Week 2 and 3, they get back-to-back wins over East Palestine by a score of 50-8, and Newton Falls by a score of 36-22. Last week came up short against McDonald, 21-14. And we talked about Springfield and the other teams. The win or loss you had in week 1, it would take a few weeks to decide what these teams were really going to be. And for Mineral Ridge, I don't know if they have found that stride yet. They're kind of up and down, and I think they're looking for some consistency.
Yeah, we look across the field. They don't have a lot of numbers, so the concern for me is unfortunately is your backups. At practice, are you getting a good look because of your twos? Are they strong enough to run the defense that Springfield runs so they could test against it? So these are all factors that you have to you got to put in the equation. So, but again, I think they're okay. They're going to win some games. It's if they can handle the bigger boys or bigger schools per se.
We'll start with the offense for the Rams. They're going to be led on the field by senior quarterback Mark Bunch. Last week against McDonald, you can kind of tell by the numbers how they did, and how much time they gave him. But last week he goes 20 of 38 for 218 yards, 2 touchdowns. Did throw an interception, but 38 passes for a high school quarterback, that's a lot there. So obviously at some point it looks like they become one-dimensional if you can take that run away from them.
Yeah, and that's not good. You cannot be one-dimensional in any league. You got to be able to run the ball. I don't care if you're doing it Pee-wee or pros. You got to be more balanced. And that's tough because all they're going to do is they're going to sit them linebackers. All they're going to do is spy. They'll get in their drops, and then you got problems because they're not going to give you any alleys to throw.
We talked about I mentioned earlier the difference there would be between quarterback Bo Brungard from Springfield and Mark Bunch from Mineral Ridge, where Bo Brungard is that dual quarterback threat. He will run. He's put up over 500 yards. He's added 10 touchdowns on the ground, 4 through the air. Take a look at Mark Bunch. He's 60 of 96 on the season, 816 yards. 10 touchdowns through the air, only 2 interceptions, so he's taking care of the ball, but only 19 carries for 56 yards in 4 games, so he hasn't had to do a lot of running. That was last week, but overall 41 carries, 103 yards, only average of 2.5 yards a carry.
Yeah, and that you got to get more, and we talked about it earlier. You getting 5 yards, 6 yards, 7 yards a carry. Now you got a good running game. Unfortunately, if you're only going to get it for 2 yards, it's not helping you. Again, all their backers are going to do is sit on their heels, get in their drops because you're going to do 90% is going to be your passing.
Well, they'll also be led on the field by running back Nathan Rohrman. He's a 6'2", 200-pound junior running back. 17 carries last week for 36 yards. He's averaging over 5 yards a carry. And what you see with the Mineral Ridge Rams is there's a very defined role. The running backs have no receptions. The wide receivers have no rushes. So there's a very defined role. They kind of say, look, we're going to do what we do. It's your job to stop us.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the problem again with that is you're going to run into a solid defense that, again, if you're not running on them, they're just going to sit back and dare you to throw the ball. You've got to be, and I don't care what level, again, as said, you've got to be a little bit more balanced.
Also, some of the names you're going to look for Mineral Ridge tonight be Ty Tamburo, the 5'6", 145-pound senior. You kind of equate him to Shondell Gardner on that side. But last week, 6 receptions for 46 yards. He's averaging almost 8 yards a carry last week, and he is 20 receptions for 332 yards this year, but he's averaging over 16 yards a carry, so they have the ability to stretch the field.
Yeah, they're going to have to, and again, that's what it's got to be. They're going to have to mix it up, I believe, tonight. I think they need to get some draws in there. So I think that they're going to need to run some screens and just short stuff, just dink and doink. And I think they could manage their offense. If they don't do that, they can have some problems.
And we round out our top names here with Mason Miller, the 6'2", 170-pound wide receiver. He's a junior. Last week, he also had 6 receptions for 99 yards, and he's 20 receptions for 283 yards. He's averaging over 14 yards a carry. So that adds, whether it's yards thrown down the field or yards after the catch, either way, that receiving core really has the ability to help you stretch the field, and that turns into first downs.
I'm curious because back in the day I did coach at Ridge. I had the younger kids, and there was Jarrett Miller. I'm curious to see if this is his younger brother because Jarrett was a good player for me and then ended up a great player for them at the varsity level. Had some good speed, good wheels, and good kids. So I'm curious to see if this is any relation.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the starting lineups for both teams brought to you by the Cleveland Cobras minor league football team. Again, all that and much more right here on Western Reserve Radio. Back after this. Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football here on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete in the Gridiron Developmental Football League against top teams from across the nation in pursuit of a GDFL championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, go to clevelandcobrasfootball.com or contact Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Back to the Sandrock Hungry High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio.
Back here at Springfield Tigers Stadium in New Middletown, pregame continues as we take a look at the starting lineups. Brought to you by the Cleveland Cobras, a minor league football team. If you're looking to get back on the field after high school, college, or even the pros, go to Facebook, go to Cleveland Cobras Football, and find out all the information you can. Take the opportunity out there. Jesse Caldwell, one of our big supporters, and we had a great time covering them with the GDFL this year.
Yes, we did.
And hopefully we'll see a little bit more expansion here in the Northeastern Ohio. So,
not unless you're going to bring somebody back.
I'm safer right up here in this press box. We get to the starting line is brought to you by the Cleveland Cobras minor league football team. We'll start with the Mineral Ridge Rams on offense. On that offensive line, it'll be Ben Collins, Jordan Moore, Zach Stacy, Giovanni Gilbert, and Gil Blair. The wide receivers tonight will be Mason Miller, Aaron Myers, Tyler Tamburo, and Ian Erb. The halfbacks tonight, you'll see Nathan Rorelman and Alex Sturgeon. Of course, we talked about the quarterback, the 6'2", 190-pound senior, Mark Bunch. Offensively, for the Springfield Tigers, not much change there, we believe. Up on the offensive line, you'll see Zeke Warsencraft, Aaron Groner, Lucas Totillo, A.J. Stallsmith, and Jake Newell. The tight end will be Marshall Yelkin. The wide receiving core will be Shondell Gardner, Jake Joyce, and Nick Slake. The running back will be Bo Snyder. And, of course, they'll be led on the field by senior quarterback Bo Brungard. So weird to say after we've seen him for the last 3 years that he's coming to the end on this one. So,
yeah,
it's been a lot of fun to watch.
It has. He's a great player. I tell you, smart quarterback. Comes from a good stock, obviously. But, he's coachable. I've seen things that have happened. He comes to the sidelines, and you know what? They don't pitter-pat him. They get on him, and, there's some noise there. But, again, he's a football player. He expects that, and he's a smart kid, and they put the stuff on his shoulders.
And it doesn't hurt to have Dad looking right over your shoulder there, keep you in line. I know that from experience.
Exactly.
We take a look at the Rams' defense up front. In their 3-5 defense, it's going to be Jacob Russell, Giovanni Gilbert, and Ben Collins. The linebacking core will be Mason Miller, Ian Erb, Nathan Rorelman, Alex Sturgeon, and Tamburo. The defensive backs will be Julian Rossi and Michael Cheney, and the safety will be Aaron Myers. The athletic director for Mineral Ridge is Jen Stith, and the head coach is Brian Shaner. Defensively for the Tigers, up front tonight, again, this has been another part of the team that has really developed, has been that defensive line. They have really done a great job with controlling the gaps there. Up front, you'll have A.J. Stallsmith, Zeke Warsencraft, Vinny Woods, and Marshall Yelkin. The linebackers, Bo Snyder, Aaron Groner, and Jake Joyce. The defensive backs will be Shondell Gardner, Bo Brungard, Nick Slike, and Joe Sandine. The athletic director is Mark Carden, and the head coach is Sean Guerrero. And teams are making their way to the field as we have the festivities. The Springfield Tiger Marching Band out on the field as they get ready for the Springfield Alma Mater. And that will be followed by the national anthem. We will step aside for that just about 4.5 minutes before kickoff here. And, Coach, 54-6 last week. That set the standard. You're looking for progress here if you don't want your coach or your players to get too confident.
Yeah.
How do you keep that in check if you're Sean Guerrero?
Well, you just got to beat it in their head. Hey, that game's over. Forget about it. Forget about how you scored. Forget everything. It's a new slate, and believe me, we know any team could beat anybody in any given day. You make mistakes, it can cost you. AKA Cleveland Browns. 2 mistakes cost them that game, and hey, we're beating the best of the best, and that's sad, but. We're going to win some games this year.
And the coach opening old wounds from last week. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Don't forget over on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240. Mark Means and Tim Continenza will have the Ursuline Irish at the Warren Harding Raiders. Should be a great game. The Ursuline Irish coming off a big win over the Fitch Falcons last week. And with Ursuline's schedule, Coach, that's a team that can win four games and get into the playoffs.
I think they're going to win more than 4 games. Matter of fact, I happened to be downtown yesterday, and I got a beep and a wave. And his dad, Eddie McElroy, the McElroy boy who runs, who's the tailback for Ursuline's tearing it up, told me as soon as he makes college, he's taking me to a game. So he's getting a treat.
Yeah, Ed McElroy, a Cheney standout, and a standout locally for the Western Reserve Scourge, winning the 2015 OFL Championship. And right now we're going to step aside for our nation's national anthem. And the national anthem performed by the Springfield Tiger Marching Band. And a great night here in New Middletown. A lot of excitement here. Good crowd. Still filing in on the visiting side, but great crowd here in New Middletown. About 90 seconds until kickoff. We're going to step aside for a 60-second break. When we come back, we'll have kickoff here at Springfield Tiger Stadium. You are listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week. Back in a minute.
Mill Creek Golf Course is the Valley's leader for golfing fun with a practice range, short game area, and hole 55 bar and grill all on site. Mill Creek Golf Course features a friendly PGA professional staff available for instruction, along with 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross. Don't forget Family Fun Night Golf on Fridays and Saturdays for just $25. For details and tee times, call 330-740-7112 or go online to millcreekmetroparks.org.
Sandrock Concrete specializes in all types of concrete, driveways, sidewalks, basements, and garages. We also do stamp-colored concrete in many different designs. We do interior and exterior stonework, regular brick and block work. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured. Call Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013 for an estimate. Also find them on Facebook at Sandrock Concrete LLC. Sandrock Concrete, where you deal with the owner all the time.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio.
Back here at Springfield Tiger Stadium in New Middletown, we are getting ready for kickoff here on a beautiful night, 80 degrees here in the New Middletown area, and no precipitation expected in any form tonight, so should be a nice one. Mineral Ridge in their white jerseys tonight, black pants, and their black and orange traditional helmets, the Ram helmets. And they'll be kicking off. They won the toss. They will defer until the second half. Springfield and their home black jerseys and pants and helmets with the Tiger logo on the side. And we're just seconds away from kickoff here as the officials get everybody lined up. Again, great crowd here in Springfield. Thank you for joining us here on Western Reserve Radio, wherever you're listening to us, whether it be on the Live 365 app, Facebook. And we are underway. Short kick. And it's going to go out of bounds inside the 30-yard line. So Springfield will start with great field position. Coach, we've seen that a lot this year from a lot of teams, and we're not sure if this is being done intentionally or is just the kicking not up to par.
It looks like the kicking's not up to par. It looks like they don't really trust their kickers. And this is something that I don't understand. Why would you hand them the ball that close? So they're going to get the ball, I believe, on the 35-yard line. I mean, to me, I can never understand that. But again, that's why I'm up here, and they're making the decisions down there.
Indeed. So it'll be 1st and 10 for Springfield at their own 35-yard line, moving left to right on your. And we're going to have a stoppage in play. One of the side officials is indicating there's not something right, but apparently changed his mind. Okay, so we're going to try this again. As Brungard now in the backfield, Sandine to his right, 4 wide receivers set. Brungard, 3-step drop, back to pass, fires down the middle of the field. He's got Slake open at the 45 to the 20, 10-5 touchdown. And on the first play of the game, Nick Slake goes 65 yards for the Springfield touchdown. Well, I guess we could say we avoided the slow start this week, Coach.
Yeah. Offensive line did a great job. All it was big on big. They just stepped inside, and then they delayed on a linebacker, and the linebacker came, but they picked him up. But that gave Bo just a ton of time, and he darted it. I mean, he hit him on a dead run.
Again, that was Bo Brungard and Nick Slike on a 65-yard touchdown pass. On the first play from scrimmage, Brungard on the hold. The kick is up. And Kosik's kick is good. So with 11:49 left here in the first quarter, it's 7-0 Springfield. And, we said they had to keep avoiding these slow starts. Boy, that's a good way to do it right there.
That first game, that was something that we noted. Again, they were going with a good South Range team. But they have come out of the gate here, throwing the ball. Perfect job. Split the 2 defensive backs. Literally just ran right past them. Easy throw for Bo Brungard. Laid it right in, and he caught it, and off he went to the races. That was an outstanding run, catch, throw, everything. That play was picture perfect.
It's happened so fast, we don't have time for a break. How about that?
We board, and that's how you wanted it to come out. It was wow. That's great football there.
Slike down the near hash marks, beat everybody on the coverage. As Kason Kosick comes out for the kickoff. And that really negates you deferring your kickoff till the second half. First play of the game, you're already down 7-0.
Yeah, it's against this offense, I in my opinion, I probably, just because the way they can score, I probably would have said, hey, we won the toss. We've got to get on the board first.
Back from Mineral Ridge will be Jacob Tyler and Justin Gallagher. Excuse me, it's going to be Ian Erb. And Erb is going to return that from the 15-yard line out to the 20. And that's where he'll be brought down. Mineral Ridge will get the ball for the first time. 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line. 11:43 left here first quarter. We already have a 7-0 lead for the Springfield Tigers.
And he was brought down by Sean Guerrero.
Well, there you go.
Coach's son.
And you know what?
Play.
Working his way through special teams and really kind of developing. So,
my son played for me, and you know what? He had to earn it. Nobody handed. I didn't hand him. His uncles were coaches, and that's how we did it. You earn it.
I don't know if that's good or bad, Coach. Bunch now in a 4 wide receiver set, 3 to the right. Sturgeon to his left. Hand off to Sturgeon, and he's got nowhere to go. He'll lose a couple of yards on that. And I'll say Zeke Worsencraft made the tackle initially, but there was a host of black jerseys there.
Yeah, he did. Zeke just blew his man clean into the backfield and stayed on his feet, and he was the first one to connect. And then 2 of his buddies jumped on. So this Ridge has got to do something here.
2nd and 12 now for Mineral Ridge. Bunch back to pass, looking out to his left, under pressure. And he's going to be brought down And I believe that was going to be Marshall Yelkin on the sack. And indeed it will. The 5'11", 203-pound senior gets another sack. That's what we looked forward to last year, was him coming up big at those moments. And that's exactly what he did on that play.
Well, they got 4 down linemen, and they're shooting corners, they're shooting linebackers. They're giving them no time whatsoever.
Sturgeon and Bunch in the backfield again, 3 receivers to the far side, moving right to left. Back to pass is Bunch. He's under pressure, and he's going to be brought down again in the backfield. And that's going to be Aaron Groner. Lucas DiTillo on the sack. 2 negative plays. Again, Springfield had 8 sacks last week for minus 40 yards and 11 plays for loss. DiTillo's going to come out, and Colton Gabbard's going to check in, as Mineral Ridge will be punting out of their own end zone. Mark Bunch to do the punting. He's about 5 yards into his own end zone right now. Snap is back, and the kick's going to be a low line drive. It's going to hit at the 18-yard line and roll down to the 27-yard line in Rams territory. And Springfield will be taking over on a short field with 9:56 to go here first quarter with a 7-0 Springfield Tiger lead.
All I know is the offensive line coach better make some adjustments. They are going to have to. You can't fan this team, and if you go big on big, you're going to have to step to the inside and wall these guys because they're coming from everywhere. They got to plug up that inside, so if they come on the outside blitz, which they did on 2 plays, that quarterback's got to have a hot read because it's not working for them.
9:56 left here first quarter. Bo Snyder now in the backfield with Brungard. Aaron Groner now the wing to the left. He'll be wearing 45 this week, I believe. In motion from left to right. Hand off to Snyder. Initial contact made at the line of scrimmage. He's going to fall forward for a couple of yards. Bring up 2nd and 8 for the Tigers.
That was Alex Sturgeon. Did a nice job on that. He read it, saw the hole, and he filled. That was a good job. He's backside linebacker.
Springfield right back to the line. They do the check with me offense. As now going to have Gardner to the right. Jake Joyce will be the far side receiver. Snyder the running back. Groner the wing to the right. Brungard in the shotgun. 9:17 left here first quarter. Brungard's going to pull the ball himself. Upfield, past the 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Bo Brungard. And Springfield is rolling early here in the first quarter.
Again, offensive line, big on big. They did a good job. What they did was they walled down. Wing came up to help Bo, and he led the play, sealed up on the inside linebacker, and took it to the house.
That will be his 11th touchdown on the ground this year and his 5th passing touchdown here. We haven't even hit the 9-minute mark yet in the first quarter. Kosick with the kick up, and it is good. So at 9:07 left here first quarter, Springfield jumps out to a quick 14-0 lead. And if you're the Mineral Ridge Rams, that's very damaging.
Yeah, this is they're dragging over there. They got to pick it up here. Okay, it's early. You knew what you were going to face, but you got to do a better. It's up front. The offensive line is just dominating the defensive line of the Rams. And vice versa, they're going to have to get their offensive line to give him some time because he throws the ball all the time. They got to give him more time so he can get this thrown because it's all up front now.
9:07 left here first quarter. If you're just joining us here on Western Reserve Radio, whether you're listening on Facebook, Twitter, Live 365, TuneIn, we appreciate you tonight. And wow.
Yeah.
If you're trying to fix some issues, this is the slow start issue. Not tonight.
No, there's no slow start here. I mean, they've already racked up some yards in just a couple of plays. So, but again, Ridges don't have a lot of depth, not a lot of players over there, but they have got to hunker down now. They've got to do what they can do to slow this offense down. And now they got to score some points. They got to get on the board because otherwise this could get out of hand real quick.
Kosick to kick off. Ian Erb and Tyler Tamburro back to return. And this one's going to go towards the end zone and out of bounds for the Tigers. And that's probably the best thing that could have happened to Mineral Ridge right now.
Yeah, again, kick the ball in the center of the field. It looks like, like your athletes are outnumbering theirs. So just kick the ball.
We're gonna go to Dave Ferris in the Gessler Propane studio for a minute. He's gonna have a scoring update for us out of Warren.
Yeah, Jim. With the scoring update out of Warren, Ursuline comes back to tie it. It's now 7-7 Harding, Ursuline. Harding scored second play of the game, and then Ursuline decided to drive and come back on their first drive and tied it back up again. Back to you guys.
Bunch back to pass, looking downfield, fires, got a man down the sideline, and it's going to be dropped at the 25-yard line. Shondell Gardner on the coverage, and that pass.
Mason Miller.
Indeed it is. Mason Miller coming up big time this year for Mineral Ridge. Puts up a lot of yards. Again, a big average. Both receivers over 14 yards. 9 minutes left here, first quarter. Bunch now in the backfield. Sturgeon to his left. Rolling out to his left now is Bunch looking for a receiver, and that's going to be dropped at the 40-yard line. Ian Erb was the intended receiver, right into the hands, Coach. But, again, another drop that's kind of been uncharacteristic for Mineral Ridge, but seems like they have, I don't know, maybe a little bit of nerves going.
Yeah, they're a little nervous out there because that's two passes that were dropped that should have been completions. That's not helping your quarterback or your team out. That was right. He had a 5-yard out. It was there.
3rd and 10 now for the Rams. Bunch back to pass. Rolling out under pressure. All kinds of pressure now, and that's going to be incomplete at the 39-yard line. That pass was intended for Erb again. But it looked like that was going to be Ethan Dunkel on the defense. 4th down now for the Rams, and they're going to have to punt again.
Yeah, that's fortunate. 3 passes, 3 drops. I mean, they got to be able to hang on to the ball. They're not helping each other.
Bunch the quarterback. Also doing the punting. Doesn't go back very far. Drops the ball. Plenty of time now, and he's going to get this away. It's going to land inside the 40, down to the 30, and it's going to roll out of bounds right around the 22-yard line, and that's where Springfield will take over on their 3rd possession. 8:38 left here. First quarter, Springfield with a quick 14-0 lead. Already running with 5 linebackers and 3 defensive backs. What adjustments can you make to take away that long pass from Springfield? And of course, now you have to account for Bo Brungard too on the quarterback keeps.
Yeah, I think they need to switch up their defense a little bit. Maybe go to a 4 again. We could say go to a 4-3, but right now they're going to stick with it looks like a 3-4, and boy, I don't know. It doesn't seem to be working out for them. You got to get. Again, you have to watch Brungard, but at the same time, you got to shut down that running game, and that has not happened yet.
Springfield now back to the line. 2 receivers to the far side. Sean Delgardner, the lone receiver, to the near side. Sandine, the running back. That's going to be just a quick pass over the middle. And they're going to have another first down. He'll be out the midfield. I believe that's going to be Aaron Groner at the 46-yard line. So they'll make it into Rams territory. And every play so far for Springfield has been a big play.
It was basically a screen pass is all it was. They let him come in and hit blockers in front of him. It was just a quick pop, and off he went.
Slykin Gardner, now the receiver side. Jake Joyce to the far side. Sandine, the running back, to the right of Bo Brungard. 8:19 left here, first quarter. Sandine will now kind of adjust. Tigers lead 14-0. Brungard back to pass, 3-step drop, looking downfield again. He's got Gardner who goes up for it at the 30-yard line. And that was a great catch, Coach. He, again, not the biggest guy, but he went up and attacked that at its highest point and brought it down.
Yeah, he climbed the ladder. I'll tell you what, was good defensive back, was right on him, but he out-jumped him. He did a great job and pulled it down.
Springfield 1st and 10 now from the Rams' 30-yard line. 7:51 on a running clock. As Brungard now will bring the play in from the sideline. Sandine will continue to be the running back. Joyce and Gardner will be the receivers to the far side. Brungard with the snap. Sandine with the carry. Almost went down at the 30. Picked himself up down to the 10-5. Touchdown. 30-yard touchdown run for Joe Sandine. And the score is now 20-0. Again, Coach, every play has been a big play.
I want to tell you something, though. They had it snuffed out in the backfield. I didn't get the number on who missed them. I think it was Tyler Tamburno. Tamburno had him in the backfield, but he didn't bring him down, and that just opened up the gate, and off he went. If he makes that play, he stops him dead for a loss.
Brungard to hold, goes with the kick. Snap is back, kick is up. And it is good. So with 7:20 left here in the first quarter, the Tigers take a 21-0 lead. Let's go to Dave Ferris back in the Gessler Propane Studios for an Applewood Swim and Tennis Club scoreboard update.
Okay, let's see. Jim, you got to give me a little bit more of a warning. Okay, let's see. We got Hubbard 7, Struthers nothing, LeBray 7, Champion 7, Valley Christian 7, Lisbon nothing, West Branch 14, Canton South 0. And Ursuline and Harding are still tied at 7. Back to you.
Scores rolling in from around the valley. And, of course, the score rolling up here. 21-0. The Springfield Tiger lead. 7:20 left here first quarter. At this rate, we would be on a running clock if we could here in the first half.
First quarter.
So Herb and Tamburro back to return for the Rams. Kosik's last kick went out of bounds. Big game going on down the street there in Poland as the Bulldogs host the South Range Raiders. We got to see them week 1 here. Coach Dan Yeagley and his squad having a fantastic year so far. Raiders with a 7-0 lead over the Bulldogs so far. And Kosik's going to kick this one down the field. And that's going to be Herb inside the 10, bringing out to the 20. And he's going to take a shot at the 20-yard line. And that's where the Rams will take over. 1st and 10, 7:14 left here first quarter. Springfield firing on all cylinders, offense, defense, and special teams.
Yeah, they're fired up. They're pumped up, but unfortunately 21-0 down, and we're just got to pick up their chins and just play the game. Now, they got to complete passes. They had the long pass. Miller had them. Miller dropped it. The other short pass for 5 yards dropped. So they have got to hang on to the football.
Sturgeon in the backfield with Bunch. Bunch now to hand off to Sturgeon. Contact in the backfield. Elkin almost had him for a loss. May have picked up a yard on the play. 2nd and 9 now for Mineral Ridge.
Got to throw the ball. Got to throw the ball. Got to do some play action. Got to throw it. Up front, they're not doing anything fancy. They're just coming right at them. I mean, they're just get quarterback.
Herb Myers and Tamburro will be the receivers for the Rams. Sturgeon, the running back, to the right of Bunch. Bunch back to pass. Again, under pressure. Rolling out to his left, trying to direct traffic. And he's going to throw this one away into the Springfield sideline. And that's probably a pretty smart move on Mark Bunch's part.
Yeah, it's a good job. But he's getting happy feet. I think he could have stayed in the pocket, maybe stepped up. As soon as he gets a little pressure, he's rolling, and the ends are they're right there, and they're not giving him any time. So I think he needs to just be patient, calm down.
3rd and 9 now for the Rams. 3 receivers to the far side. Bunch back to pass. Under pressure, gets rid of it. And that pass is going to bounce off of the ground, they said. That's going to be incomplete. And Mason Miller was the intended receiver on that. Bunch had a little trouble getting that one off, thrown off his back foot under that pressure. That's going to bring up 4th and 10 again for the Rams.
Yeah, we had some heat coming from inside, and there was no way he was going to get that one off. Groner was in his face.
Bunch now back to punt. And he's going to get this one off. It'll land just inside the 50. Hit Gardner. He'll pick it up, bring it inside the 50, break a few tackles to the 45, to the 40, where he'll be tripped up and brought down finally by, I believe, Mark Bunch himself. So with 6:10 left here first quarter, Springfield leads 21-0. They'll take over. 1st and 10 at the Rams 40-yard line. And the Rams have the ability to put some yards up and some points, but just tonight, for some reason, it's just not clicking.
Well, quick stuff. Unfortunately, the defensive line, the offensive line for them are not doing a very good job. And all they're doing is just that front four is just pinning their ears back. And then with their delay blitzing with one of the linebackers, and that's just throwing everything off. But I think the receivers need to run smaller or shorter patterns just to get it out of there.
Gardner now the receiver to the far side. Jake Joyce to the near side. Snyder now the running back to the left of Brungard. 6:10 left. Vinny Woods in motion. And quick pass on a slant to Gardner, and they're going to say he caught that at the 31-yard line. That'll bring up 2nd and 1 for Springfield. Well, I can say that's the shortest play of the night for Springfield.
Yeah, they did. I'll tell you what, that was a great catch by Gardner. He had to fight backwards for it. He caught it. Great throw. Great. I don't know about the throw, but great catch anyway.
Had to dig down in for that one. Snyder to the right of Brungard now. Gardner and Jake Joyce, the near receiver twins, going left to right. Hand off to Snyder. Out past the 30, breaks a few tackles. He'll get down to the 29-yard line, but that'll be enough for a Springfield Tiger first down.
Yeah, they have got to hold them on at least a series and possibly either get a punt out of it or even 3 points, because going down 28-0 with 5 minutes in the first quarter, you've got a long game to go.
Springfield slowing the pace down a little bit. They don't huddle much, but they'll get the plays from the line. Brungard now stepping back into the shotgun. Snyder to his right. 5:03 on a running clock. Woods in motion, left to right. Brungard rolling out to his right, looking for Jake Joyce. Caught at the 21. He'll have that inside the 10 and into the end zone for a touchdown. 29-yard touchdown pass for Bo Brungard. And it looked like Middle Ridge thought he was going out of bounds.
Yeah, he tried. He's a big boy, so Julian Ross, I tried to just push him out, but that didn't work. You're not going to push him out of bounds. You got to wrap him up and do whatever you got to do, because there's just no way you're going to do that. I mean, 6'2", he's a big boy.
Oh, on those 2 touchdown passes, that's 94 yards for Bo Brungard passing. As we have the conversion, snap is back, kick is up, and Kosick is good. So with 4:50 left here first quarter, yes, you are hearing that right. 4:50 of the first quarter, Springfield takes a 28-0 lead. And Coach Shaner over there's kind of got to be scratching his head trying to figure out what you can do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get something going here. You short passing, you're not going to run on this team, although I still think maybe a screen, wide receiver screen, let them come at you, drift back, and try to dump one over. I mean, because they're pinning their ears and coming. I mean, that defensive line is tearing up the offensive line of Mineral Ridge. So the only way to stop them is to slow them down, is maybe run a screen, a quick pass, something. You just can't stand back there because he just doesn't have any time.
At this point, something, anything.
Yeah.
Even if it's wrong, give it a shot, right, Coach?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been there, done that, and you just look at that playbook and go, now what? You look at your assistants and go, well, what do you think?
Tamburo and Erb back to return for the Rams. Kickoff team doing a good job for Springfield. 28-0 your score here, 4:50 first quarter. That score kind of explains everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
you got much to say on that.
Yeah, they're running into a buzzsaw here, and Coach Guerrero is going to pull. The Wolves will get pulled back off eventually, but it won't probably be till either the end of the second quarter or whatever.
Kosick to kick off, and that's going to be a good kick down to the 9-yard line. Herb will take that out to the 15. Stutter steps out to the 20 and make it close to the 25-yard line. That'll be the best field position they'll have tonight. 4:43 left here, first quarter. Springfield with a 28-0 lead.
Okay, they just got to hold on to the ball, get a first down. They haven't had a first down yet, so they got to get a first down, and they got to do it wisely. It's getting out of hand, and you don't want to end up running clock through the second quarter, which that could very well happen here. They got to play smart football.
After this play, we'll give you a couple of updated scores as the Rams will have a 4-wide receiver set. Delayed draw handoff to Sturgeon, and he's going to be brought down inside the 25. He'll lose 2 yards on the play. That's going to bring up 2nd and 12 for the Rams.
Yeah, he's trying to get outside, and unfortunately, them linebackers got a lot of speed. You ain't going to outrun them.
Scoring update over on Western Reserve Radio 2. The Ursuline Irish and the Warren Harding Raiders tied at 14. And the matchup of a couple of old Steel Valley Conference foes. And also down the street there at Poland High School, Pavlansky Field. South Range has a 7-0 lead. Poland had a touchdown called back. So that hurts against South Range.
Yeah.
3 receivers to the far side for the Rams now, moving right to left. Bunch waiting for the snap, back to pass, looking out to his left, stepping up in the pocket, under pressure, and he's going to be brought down by everybody but 3 Springfield Tigers.
All it was the 3 defensive backs who were standing there because the whole other team hit him. I mean, they were just hammered him.
And again, Coach, you talk about getting these young guys in there now. Certainly that is the case. Jacob Needham now in at linebacker, the 5'9", 170-pound senior, getting some work there. Try to keep you up on the updates on the personnel as it changes as we go along tonight. And 3 receivers to the far side. Sturgeon in the backfield. Back to pass, looking downfield, stepping up in the pocket, has some room to run. Out to the 25, 30, and he'll make it down to the 30, maybe the 31-yard line, depending on where the official wants to mark it. And that could be enough for a Rams first down. That would be their first of the night.
Is he going to give them to him? No, I think he's going to be.
Nope, they're going to say move the sticks.
There you go.
So the Rams get their first down at 3:09 of the first quarter, down 4 scores.
That's a good job. They needed that. It was right foot, left foot, but that's okay. We'll take that.
Movement up front, and 3 Springfield Tigers came across the line, and that will be an encroachment call against the Tigers. It'll be 1st and 5 at the 41 for Mineral Ridge.
Now let's play smart here. Again, don't force anything. You got to come away with points, get a good drive, and you'll be fine.
2:59 on a running clock. Sturgeon remains the running back to the right of Bunch. Bunch back to pass, looking to his left. Now under pressure. And he's just going to throw that away. That's going to bring up 2nd and 5 for the Mineral Ridge Rams after the penalty. And Bunch not making bad decisions. Again, finding his receivers and throwing it away when he needs to.
Yeah, they got to get open. They got to help him out. Now, again, short stuff. Okay, you got 2nd and 5. Throw something short. Throw something quick.
2nd and 5 for the Rams at their own 41-yard line. 2:39 left here, first quarter. 28-0 lead for Springfield. Handoff up the middle, nowhere to go. A.J. Stallsmith just swallowing him up. He may have lost a yard on the play.
Yeah, you're not going to run on this. You're not going to run on these guys. They just don't have the size and the speed. You have got to throw the ball, but you've got to throw short stuff.
Stallsmith, 5'11", 223. At the right defensive end position. Bunch back to pass, looking out to his right. Fires. And that's going to be incomplete. Out at the Tiger 45-yard line, intended for Tyler Tamburo, the 5'7", 170-pound senior. Looked like he had a shot at it, but
Yeah,
kind of ran out of real estate.
Well, Springfield's DBs are on him like blankets. They're really not giving him nothing. He's really got to get it in there tight, and he hasn't yet been able to do that.
Mass exchange here for the Tigers. And Bunch, the quarterback, does the punting duties, but only stands about 8 yards into the backfield, so something to watch for the Tigers. Bunch will get this one away. It's going to be a high kick, and it'll go out of bounds inside the 40-yard line, and that's where Springfield will take over 1st and 10. 1:57 left here, first quarter. Springfield jumps out to a 28-0 lead.
Yeah, they've got to slow this team down. They have got to do something to hold them for getting points, because now that was 4 possessions and we got 4 touchdowns. So they have got to slow this team down. Just under 2 minutes to go in this first quarter, so they got to do something. Somebody got to pick it up and make something happen.
Easier said than done on that one, Coach. We've seen so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're just outmanned right now, and it's going to be tough for them.
Russell Gilbert and Collins for the Rams, the 3 front defensive linemen, having a tough time here so far. Springfield now with Jake Joyce and Shondell Gardner in the slot out to the left. Slike in motion, right to left. Slike will take it on the jet motion. Out to midfield, flag comes in. And if this stands, Slike will be out at the 36, 37-yard line in Rams territory. We'll see what the penalty is. And that looks like it's in the area of holding, Coach.
Yeah, I'm going to think somebody was holding on the outside. Probably had him on the outside of his shoulders.
Let's see if we can get a call from our head referee tonight.
Yeah, they're calling him back. So from the spot, it's going to be holding.
So far, the only thing that has gone wrong for the Tigers tonight is that holding penalty. Yeah. Even the encroachment call really didn't affect them at all.
No, not in the least.
And that was really one of the characteristics of Springfield last year, was the ability to make some mistakes and be able to overcome those. A little concerned in the beginning of the year, but again, that evolution, you see it here as we go along. 2 receivers now to the far side. Gardner will be the single receiver to the near side, moving left to right. Snyder, the running back. Brungard back to pass, 3-step drop, steps up in the pocket. He's going to take it himself, past midfield, out to the 40, 30, 20, and nobody's going to touch him into the end zone for a 59-yard touchdown run. And these are video game numbers, Coach.
Yeah, the whole offensive line collapsed their guys inside. I mean, there was nobody from the hash to the sidelines on the top side on the Rams bench, and it was there. I mean, then he turned the corner and he outran 2 DBs, which they don't have that kind of speed.
Brungard, 2 touchdowns on the ground tonight. Those 2 touchdowns accounted for 74 yards. Minute 20 left here in the first quarter. Tigers with a 34-0 lead. As snap is back, kick is up, and it is good. And Sean Guerrero doing the holding that time instead of Bo Brungard. So we'll start to see some of the young guys move in. 35-0 is your score. And if you're just joining us, we're a minute 20 left in the first quarter, Coach.
Yeah, I'd like to see him now start putting some of his young guys in. He needs it. I just got an update. Cheney's losing 21-0 at Canfield.
Canfield, a good program up there. Coach Pavlansky does a really good job up there. Cheney, though, it's they have their up and down weeks. Again, another team looking for consistency.
Yeah. Yeah, then you're right. It has to be consistent, and I don't think they're consistent on what they're doing. So,
cheerleaders, students now throwing footballs into the stands. So when you're up 35-0, you can have a lot of fun doing that.
These are little plastic ones. This isn't the game ball, so.
And I believe this is what our good friend Mark Means would call roster time, as we see a lot of new numbers out on the field. $35-0 is your score. 1:20 left here, first quarter. soon as we get a minute here, we will go back to the Gessler Propane Studio for an Applewood Swim and Tennis Club scoreboard update.
I texted him.
Kosick ready to kick off again. He's played as much as the quarterback has tonight.
Yeah.
And again, Coach, you hate to see a score like this. You really don't want to see things get out of hand. But wow, what can you say about Springfield? Other than the holding penalty and the offside, they have just been absolutely flawless.
And it's one play. They get held or small gains, and then they hit them with the big one. So, I mean, every score was at least a 40-yard run or better.
Little delay here for whatever reason. The officials getting into position. Keep you updated on the score over on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240. That score is still tied at 14 in Harding. And that kick's going to be fielded at the 6-yard line by Erb. He'll bring it out to the 15, looking for some room out to the 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, and out to midfield is Ian Erb. Great return, followed his blocking, had a lane, and that'll be the best field position tonight for Mineral Ridge.
And again, get some twos in there. Don't get somebody hurt because you don't want them to score. And I've always been an advocate of that. You're beating them by 35 points. You don't have to get greedy and keep your guys in there because that's when your key players get hurt. But I see he's got other guys in there, and as he should.
We are seeing a few numbers in there. We'll try to keep you up to date on who they are. And you try to keep some of your starters in there to kind of lead them a little bit.
And you have to do that. Yeah, you're not going to pull everybody. But I see Bo's out, which that's a very, very smart move on their part.
Bunch now with two receivers to the far side. Going to be short a man, and we're going to have a flag on the play. Somebody came on the field. Looked like they were trying to get on there. They were short, but Russell tried to make his way on there for the Rams, and that's going to be a substitution penalty.
Yeah, just play with the 10 guys if you have to. Don't run them on.
I think that was a panic moment for a young man who thought he was supposed to be on the field.
Yeah, he's thinking in his head, boy, am I going to feel this one tomorrow.
So substitution penalty against Mineral Ridge. That'll cost them 5. Will now be 1st and 15 for the Rams at their own 45-yard line, moving right to left. Two receivers to the far side now. Bunch back to pass, fires. And that one's going to be knocked away at midfield. And again, we'll try to keep you up on the numbers here, but that's going to be Dylan Sheely.
Yeah, he did a great
on the defense. Job. And he played that very well. Followed the ball, got his hand in there.
He absolutely did.
Avoided any kind of interference. So again,
And Mr. Bunch took a absolute smack in the mouth.
Sheely, the 5'9", 139-pound sophomore, getting some varsity experience. And this was one of the things, Coach, last year where they were ahead in so many games. They got to develop their depth getting into the playoffs, and that worked so well for them. And it seems like they're getting back to that now.
Yeah. And this is a smart move by Sean. Get the guys out of there. You know that this team isn't going to come back. Don't want to get somebody hurt on a stupid play. Progress with your young guys. This is great opportunity to weed in some of your young guys to see who, with how they're going to perform on the big stage.
Myers now the receiver to the near side for the Rams, 2 to the far side. Pistol formation now. And the handoff up the middle, nowhere to go. Sturgeon's going to be brought down. Looks like that's going to be Brady Balestrino now at quarterback for the Rams, a 5'9", 150-pound freshman. So maybe that shot that Bunch took is going to put him on the bench for a little bit. Hopefully nothing serious. 34 seconds left here in the first quarter.
Yeah, he's coming back on now, but he did. He took a shot and knocked the wind out of him, and the officials stopped the game. They were going to see if he could actually go. But there's a timeout on the field.
21 seconds left here, first quarter. Springfield with a 35-0 lead. And I think you get a little bit of shell shock when if you're the Mineral Ridge Rams, you start to think about what can we do that will work. And so far, the answer's been nothing.
Yeah, I mean, as a coach, again, I'm just going to say run quick passes, do what you got to do, get it out of his hands as fast as you can. But you don't have a running game. You can't throw anything long. So
we're going to step aside. We're going to go to the Gessler Propane Studio at Dave Ferris for an Applewood Swim and Tennis Club scoreboard update. Dave, what do you have for us?
With an Applewood Swim and Tennis Club update, let's see. We got Boardman 28, East nothing. We're still tied up over on Western Reserve 2, 14, Ursuline and Harding. Edison 7, Beaver Local 14, Hubbard all over Struthers 14-0. Waterloo 6, Western Reserve 21, and over at McDonald it's McDonald 14, Sebring 6. And, unfortunately, your Cheney Cowboys coach are losing to Canfield 21-0.
And that was your Applewood Swim and Tennis Club scoreboard update. And boy, Dave, just kind of giving it to you there, isn't it?
That's all right. You know what? That's how it goes. Yeah, Hubbard guy. I got it.
Bunch now back in the game, back to pass, looking out to his left. Under pressure now, trying to find a lane to step up in. Can't find it. And he's going to go out of bounds. Throws it, tries to get the ball off, but he may have been out of bounds at the time. Incomplete pass. Fourth and 16 now for the Rams.
And they're trying to throw the ball 25 yards down the field. It's not working. They got to make an adjustment on it. He doesn't have the time to wait. He gets flushed too quick. He has got to run some shorter patterns. Just go 5 yards. Get 3 yards at a clip.
Look for those little successes and build upon those, Coach?
Absolutely. That's what you have to do.
Bunch now to punt. And that ball's going to be, looks like it was tipped at the line. It's going to roll into Tiger territory inside the 30 and down at the 28-yard line. That's where Springfield will take over. 11:42 left here, second quarter. Tigers with a 35-0 lead.
The snaps seem to be coming back to him quite well. I don't know why they're so close to the line of scrimmage. Back up a little, give yourself a little bit, because he does that short punt where he's pulling his leg back because he thinks he's going to get it blocked, and he's not getting full extension. So obviously, you're not going to get a full kick out of it.
Well, maybe, I would assume at some point, if you have that type of punting and your quarterback's the kicker, that's something that the defense would have to watch out for normally when it's not 35-0.
Yeah, you're right. Normally, just in case he pulls it down and wants to run or wants to throw, but not in this case.
Springfield now coming out to the line. Again, 1st and 10 from their own 27-yard line. New quarterback in the ball game. Handoff out to the left side. And he's going to get out to the 30 and fight his way to the 32-yard line. He'll take a big hit from Mason. That's going to be number 7, Jake Joyce, on the carry. Now at tailback. He's a big guy as a receiver, but just as tough as a running back, too.
Yeah, he's a big kid, 6'2". Mixing it up quite well. Still got some starters in there up front.
Colton Rorick, now the quarterback, 6'3", 190-pound sophomore. Got some height on him, Coach.
Yep.
Marshall Yelk going to be the wing to the right, moving right to left on your devices. 10:51 left here, second quarter. Rorick with the handoff out past the 30 and down.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. for your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for
the... We apologize for the technical difficulty. Lost our signal here. 9:46 left here, second quarter. Rorick with a big run inside the 45 and down to the 43-yard line. Springfield will have another 1st and 10. As we have a 3 wide receiver set again. Gardner, the receiver to the near side, moving right to left. Rorick back the pass. That's going to be caught by Jake Joyce at the 36-yard line.
That's a long throw. He was on our hash mark, and he threw it beyond probably 3 or 4 yards beyond the other hash. It looked like it was going to take a while, but that was a good throw. Right on the money.
Showing some arm strength.
Absolutely.
Is young Colton Rorick, again, sophomore, 6'3", 190. He's got some growing to do in the next couple of years, so.
Hate to want to feed that kid.
Or any of these guys.
Yeah.
8:50 left here in the half. Springfield with a 35-0 lead. It's going to be an early exit for most of the starters tonight. Bolton now waiting for the snap.
Oh, what a great play.
Out to the right side and down to the 25-yard line. That's going to be Colton Gebhardt on the carry again. 5'7", 145-pound senior. And the young guys continue to move the ball.
Pulled the backside tackle, came down to the left. They crossed the wing or receiver that was in tight. He went left. They faked to him. Running back went right. There was nobody there and wide open. They bid on the first fake, and off they went.
Gebhardt will check out. Jacob Needham will check in. Wearing number 49. Great number, Coach. Like that.
I think you're a little impartial.
A little bit. Slyke and Dunk will right to left, but we're going to have a stoppage in play. Springfield's going to take their first timeout. 7:59 left here in the second quarter. So they're taking a timeout. So shall we.
Okay.
So we'll be back in 60 seconds here on Western Reserve Radio. Back after this.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
Sandrock Concrete specializes in all types of concrete, driveways, sidewalks, basements, and garages. We also do stamp-colored concrete in many different designs. We do interior and exterior stonework, regular brick and block work. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured. Call Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013 for an estimate. Also find them on Facebook at Sandrock Concrete LLC. Sandrock Concrete, where you deal with the owner all the time.
The best broadcast crew on the planet was not available, so back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio.
Rorick stepping up into the line, and he'll get down to the 16-yard line, bring up 2nd and 2 for the Tigers. 7:36 left here on a running clock in the second quarter. Plenty of young guys in the game now.
Glad to see that. They're out there getting busted up by that first team. Give them the opportunity to play at the big, like I said, in the big stage.
Well, again, we talked about the development of the young players last year, the ability to do that going into the playoffs, and they're going to do it again tonight. Needham now with the handoff. He's going to be swallowed up at the line. Nowhere to go.
Probably should have pulled that one, Jim.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
Mill Creek Golf Course has been the Valley's leader for golfing fun since 1928. It features 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross and was voted a top 30 municipal facility by Golf Week in 2012. The Mill Creek Golf Shop is a certified Callaway Golf custom fitting center and it is stocked with your favorite golf apparel and accessories. Mill Creek Golf Course is now booking tee times for
6:10 left here in the half. Springfield now with a host of young players in, 3 receivers to the far side. Pass, that's going to be picked off at the 6-yard line by Mineral Ridge, brought out to the 20 and out to the 25-yard line. So 5:48 left here in the first quarter. Springfield gives up the turnover. The Rams will be 1st and 10 in their own territory. And best thing that's happened to them tonight, Coach.
Yeah, it was a good job. See what we can do here. Again, try to get down. Don't try to do anything silly. Just get a good drive going, mix it up a little bit, and go from there.
He's been in for a
Mill Creek Golf Course is the Valley's leader for golfing fun with a practice range, short game area, and hole 55 bar and grill all on site. Mill Creek Golf Course features a friendly PGA professional staff available for instruction, along with 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross. Don't forget family fun night golf on Fridays and Saturdays for just $25. For details and tee times, call 330-740-7112 or go online to millcreekmetroparks.org.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock for your free estimate at 33050.
Yard loss on that.
5 minutes left here in the half. Now 4th down for the Mineral Ridge Rams, and 4th and forever.
Yeah.
As a bunch now will do the punting duties. 5 wide receivers, and he'll get that away. It's going to be a low line drive. It's going to land inside the 40 and roll out past midfield down to the Springfield 44-yard line. So 4:33 left here in the half. Springfield will take over 1st and 10. Boy, and a lot of time left here. You're facing the backups, but again, it's been slow going on the ability to stop Springfield in any fashion.
Yeah, they're strong. Even their twos and their backups are so strong because, again, we talk about last year when they were able to get in and get some playing time. This is the importance of that. Having your young guys progress and learn and take some big hits and understand what it's like.
And Dylan Sheely now will be one of the receivers to our near side, moving right to left. He'll be the slot receiver. Jake Joyce will be the outside receiver. 4:33 left here in the half. 35-0 is your score. Springfield leads. Brungard now back to pass. He's going to dump that out to the flat. That's going to be complete out past midfield. And that looks like that's the credit they'll give him, just to midfield there. Kind of cut back a little bit. I want to say that was Shondell Gardner. Oh, excuse me, that was Joe Sandine on the catch out of the backfield. Brungard now back in the game. Gardner and Slyke, the receivers, to the far side. Sheely and Joyce to the near side. Brungard rolling out to his left, looking downfield, fires, and that's going to be dropped at the 29-yard line. Sheely couldn't hold on to it. Kind of had to contort his body a little bit and go up for it.
Yeah, and I think what they put Brungard back in, I believe they told him do not run, because there's 2 plays he could have probably ran forever. So I believe they're working on their passing game right now. Having Bo roll out to the left and throw across. So, it's a good thing. Don't run him. Don't get him hurt.
3:54 left here in the half. Slyke and Sheely again, the receivers to the near side. Brungard back to pass, fires. Gardner catches it inside the 30, makes a few moves, and gets down to the 30-yard line. A flag will come in. That'll be another Springfield first down. We'll see what the flag is. That could be maybe a face mask. Oh, it looks like it's going to be a block in the back against Springfield. So 3:43 left here in the half. The Tigers will be pushed back on the block in the back penalty.
I really didn't see it. I don't know who. I didn't get a number.
Now it's just kind of a rugby group, Not really sure where that came from, but nonetheless, Springfield will still have the first down. It'll be 1st and 10 from their own 40-yard line. Clock now running, 3:28 left here in the half. Jake Joyce, Sheely, the receivers to the near side, Slyke and Gardner to the far side. Brungard back at quarterback. Sandine to his right. Brungard back to pass, completes it. Well, hit Sheely in the chest, and he dropped it.
That's 2. Got to catch this. Got to catch him.
You can tell by the body language, and he knows it too. So didn't want to look at the sideline. I know that much.
Yep. Who's going to catch him? Coach Miller.
Sheely will come out.
High five, settling the young man down. He got a shot. Everybody's saying, cool, it's all right. Coach Miller's talking him up. We need you, kid. Relax. Right in your hands. Young man's frustrated.
3:12 left until the half. Stick around. Dave Ferris will have the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club scoreboard update. And Springfield now getting their 4 wide receiver set. Brungard's going to keep it himself past the 40, 35, breaks a couple of tackles, gets down to the 30 and down to the 29-yard line. That'll be another Springfield first down with 3:03 left here in the half.
Just keeping the drive alive, I guess.
So much for the don't run theory.
Yeah, well, I guess if they give it to him that he's that wide open, good.
Woods and Slyke will check in. Sandine, Joyce, and Gardner will come out. Clock will continue to run here, 2:50. Left in the half, 35-0 is your score. Springfield leads here in New Middletown. Like now the receiver to the far side. Dunkel to the near side. Brungard will be under center for the first time tonight. Woods at fullback. And the handoff up the middle. Out down to the 25-yard line. I believe that was going to be Colton Gebhardt on the carry.
That was right. 34G.
Well, that'll keep the clock going, number one. And number two, so like you said, they don't see an I formation very often, right. So a little hard to defend.
Yep, so a simple I formation, pull the backside guard, block down. He let up. Perfect play.
Yoakum will check in now at the right tight end. Offset I now to the right for Springfield. And up the middle into the 10, the 5. And Gebhardt will drive down to the 8-yard line, make that the 7-yard line. And it'll be first and goal for Springfield. 1:38 left here in the half.
Yeah, what they did was with the eye, all they did was they stepped right and then came back left, and basically they ran 31. So what it did was when they both stepped right, the linebackers flew to the fake, and then they came back. So it was just basically 30. It was counter 31, as we called it out of the eye. It would have been right side, tight end on the right.
Gebhardt now the tailback, Woods the fullback. Select the receiver to the far side. Dunkel the receiver to the near side. Brungard under center, pitch to the outside. Gebhardt's going to take it to the 5, cut back and into the end zone. 7-yard touchdown run for Colton Gebhardt. That's going to make the score 41-0 here with just 52 seconds left in the half.
Yep, just basically out of the eye, tight right. And all they ran was toss right, led with the fullback. The end hooked. Once he hooked, there was nobody else there.
Kosick on now for the extra point. Snap is back, kick is up, and it is good. That hold out of the hands of Sean Guerrero. 52 seconds left here in the half. Springfield takes a 42-0 lead. And even with the young guys in there, this has gone all Springfield's way. They have executed well tonight in every facet of the game.
Yeah, even the young guys have done a great job. Other than a couple of drop balls that could have kept the drive going a little bit earlier, they haven't skipped a beat, even with the twos. So, unfortunately, Ridge is they're down and out. I think they came in there and said, hey, we think we could give them a game, and unfortunately it just didn't go that way. But they have a whole second half to play, and they got to come out firing and do what they need to do.
All things staying the same, the second half will start off with the running clock after the 30-point spread. Herb and Tamburo back to return for Mineral Ridge. Kosick on the kick. And for about the first quarter and a half, Kosick played as many plays as Bo Brungard did.
Yeah, absolutely.
You lettered tonight, young man. You lettered.
And that's a good thing. That's what you got to do. I mean, may bring ones out at the very first. And
that kick's going to be low and on the ground to the 30. It's going to be touched by a Rams player, and it's going to go out of bounds at the 24-yard line. Mason Miller had it, couldn't handle it, and it went out of bounds. So with 49 seconds left here in the half, the Rams will get the ball back, 3 timeouts, see if they can put something together going into half, some points. But they have been hard to come by tonight.
Yeah, personally, you don't want it to bleed out anymore. But personally, I would do safe snap. Let's go into the locker room. But 42-0 down. Let's try to regroup. Do what we got to do. Do not have any mistakes right now, because that would not be good.
Rams now with 3 receivers to the far side. Herb will be the receiver to the near side. Sturgeon will be the running back to the right of Bunch. Bunch back to pass. Fires quickly over to the side, and that's going to be complete out to Tamburo. And he'll be brought down at the 34-yard line, it looks. May or may not have gotten the first down on that. They're going to say, no, he was short. So it'll bring up second and, let's call it 2 for the Rams.
That's probably been their longest possession on first down, 8 yards.
Well, they'll call it second and 1 now. The receivers now will move to this side, moving left to right. Bunch back to pass. Didn't look like he was looking for any particular receiver, rolling out to his left, and he'll run out of bounds with 9 seconds left in the half. Self-preservation there, Coach.
Yeah. They had trips towards us, single on the top side, and it looked like the receiver wasn't ready. He didn't really run a pattern. He looked like he was ready to square up on the DB. So I don't know. There must have been some miscommunication in that play.
4 wide receivers, 2 to each side now for the Rams. Bunch with the snap, looking out to his left, fires. Complete at the 26-yard line, and he'll bring it out just past the 35. And that will stop the clock for a first down. Only 1 second left here in the half. And we'll see if they take a shot downfield. And note the clock will run down here to end the first half, where the Springfield Tigers jumped out quick, fast, and in a hurry. And they have a 42-0 lead at the half. Take a look at how we got here. And again, Coach, a little bit of shell shock there. With 9 minutes left, they were already up 14-0.
Yeah.
It's really tough to coach your way out of that.
Yeah, when you get this far down, this is going to be tough for them. Just got to hope and pray that they do things right and adjust and do what they need to do.
All right, we'll take a look at the first quarter. At 11:49, Brungard would hit Nick Slike on a 65-yard touchdown pass on the very first play of the game. And then after that, at 9:07 of the first quarter, Brungard would go 25 yards on the ground into the end zone. That's not too much later, at 7:20. Joe Sandine would go 30 yards on the ground into the end zone. And with 4:50 left in the first quarter, Brungard would hit Jake Joyce for a 29-yard touchdown pass. And things would slow down a little bit in the second quarter as Bo Brungard would have a 59-yard touchdown run, and that would be followed up with, at 52 seconds left of the second quarter, Colton Gebhardt would go 7 yards into the end zone, and that's where your score stands now. 42-0 is the Springfield lead. We're going to step aside for a break. We'll go to the Gessler Propane Studio, where Dave Ferris will have all the updated scores from around the valley. You are listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week right here on Western Reserve Radio. Back after this.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world. Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
Mill Creek Golf Course has been the Valley's leader for golfing fun since 1928. It features 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross and was voted a top 30 municipal facility by Golf Week in 2012. The Mill Creek Golf Shop is a certified Callaway Golf custom fitting center and it is stocked with your favorite golf apparel and accessories. Mill Creek Golf Course is now booking tee times for this year's golf season. Please call us at 330-740-7112 or online at millcreekmetroparks.org.
And welcome back into the Gessler Propane Studio with the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club High School Football Update. Let's go right into it. Austintown Fitch 21, Cardinal Mooney nothing, second quarter. Also in the second quarter, Camel Memorial nothing, Brookfield 27. Cheney, nothing. Canfield, 21. Crestview, 27. Liberty, 6. Boardman, all over East, 35-0. Beaver Local, 14. Edison, nothing. Grove City, 0. Slippery Rock, 0. No updated score on or quarter on that one. Coming out of Champion, LeBray 14, Champion 7. Girard and Liberty tied up at, Girard and Lakeview tied up at 7. That's second quarter out of Girard. Lowville 41, Jackson Milton nothing. That's second quarter. Matthews 8, Madonna 0, second quarter. Mineral Ridge 0, Springfield. Where are we at? 42. A little bit of a brain melt there. Newton Falls 0, Garfield 34, the second quarter. Salem 14, Alliance 0. Sebring 12, McDonald 21, that's also in the second. South Range all over Poland right now, 14-7. Southern Local 35, Columbiana Clippers 12. Hubbard 21, Struthers 0. Ursuline 27, Warren Harding 14. That's at the half right now over on Western Reserve 2 in AM 1240 WBBW. Valley Christian 14, Lisbon 7. Waterloo 6, Western Reserve 21. Wellsville 21, East Palestine 0. West Branch 28 and Canton South 14. And score from yesterday final, Kennedy Catholic 12, Iroquois 14. That was your Applewood Swim and Tennis Club high school scoreboard. We'll be back with Jim and Bob right after this 2-minute break.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football here on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete in the Gridiron Developmental Football League against top teams from across the nation in pursuit of a GDFL championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, go to clevelandcobrasfootball.com or contact Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown,
Western Reserve Radio,
and around the world.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
Welcome to the PAC Football Report, covering games on September 18th, 2021. I'm Joe Underco. This week we will take a quick look back at the opening weekend of conference games in the President's Athletic Conference, while also previewing Week 3 games this Saturday. 9 of 10 PAC teams were in action, including 4 league contests, while Westminster had the weekend off on September 11th. Teams opening conference play with wins included number 12 ranked W&J, a 62-14 winner at Teal. Case Western Reserve, ranked just outside the national top 25, doubled up Waynesburg 66-33. Grove City rolled past Bethany 48-15, while Carnegie Mellon won under the lights at Geneva 31-17. St. Vincent opened its 2021 season with a 34-14 non-league win at Bluffton. Earning PAC Offensive Player of the Week laurels was Case senior quarterback Drew Saxton, who threw for 433 yards and 5 TDs at Waynesburg. Defensive recognition went to St. Vincent linebacker Cam Norris, with 4 tackles for losses, 2 sacks, and a forced fumble at Bluffton. W&J running back Justin Huss garnered special teams honors with a 74-yard kickoff return TD at Teal. Waynesburg freshman wideout Dakota Romantino was named Newcomer of the Week after catching 9 passes for 260 yards and a TD versus Case Western Reserve. 5 league contests are on tap for Week 3. The headline game is in Cleveland, where 2-0 Case Western Reserve hosts 0-1 Westminster at 7 p.m. at DeSanto Field in a matchup of the last 2 PAC football champions. The Spartans have won all 4 meetings against the Titans since the series began in 2016, including a 21-13 decision in Cleveland in their PAC championship season of 2019. Another headliner takes place in Grove City, as 2-0 Grove City hosts 1-1 Carnegie Mellon at Thorne Field at 1 p.m. GCC has won 3 straight meetings against the Tartans, including a 24-14 final this past spring. W&J looks to remain unbeaten at home Saturday night, as 0-2 Bethany comes to Cameron Stadium to meet the 2-0 Presidents at 6 p.m. It's been a great start to the season for veteran President head coach Mike Sirianni, who, in addition to his team's hot start, also got to watch his younger brother Nick win his first game as head coach of the NFL's Philadelphia Eagles Sunday, with a 32-6 final over Atlanta. Sirianni discussed his emotions watching his brother's first game as an NFL head coach.
I mean, it was neat. It was a family experience. We all sat down and watched the game. We all had our shirts on. I didn't go to work that day just until a little bit later. You know, you're almost more nervous watching than you are. I mean, I'm not nervous in our games, but you're nervous watching, and I thought they played terrific.
Fresh off its non-league opening win last Saturday, 1-0 St. Vincent will open PAC play at home against 0-2 Geneva at Chuck Knoll Field in Latrobe at 1 p.m. The series dates back to 1930 and is led 16-7-1 all-time by the GTs, who also captured the last meeting against the Bearcats 48-10 in 2019. St. Vincent head coach Aaron Smetanka talks about the challenges faced by his program in preparing for Geneva's offensive attack.
Yeah, I said the challenge for Geneva every year is really getting a scout team look with their triple option on their offensive side of the ball. Getting guys that can be able to give us the best of the look in practices to really help our guys prepare throughout the week. I say it's probably the toughest challenge.
Finally, 2 teams in search of their first win of the season meet in Waynesburg, as the 0-2 Yellow Jackets host 0-2 Teal at Wiley Stadium at 1 p.m. Waynesburg has dominated the all-time series 32-9-1 and has won 3 straight against the Tomcats, with the last Teal win coming in 2016 by a 50-42 final. Yellow Jacket mentor Chris Smithley hopes the offensive spark his team produced last week in a loss to Case will carry over to this weekend.
We found a little bit of something offensively. I think it comes down to the offense as a whole and having that identity and being able to get into some series and call some plays and set some things up. And just as a whole, our offense, the way they performed was a huge step in the right direction.
That's all for this edition of the PAC Football Report. Please log on to the conference website at www.pacathletics.org anytime for the latest news, scores, statistics, and other information. You can follow us on social media via Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Links are available at the PAC website. I'm Joe Underko. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you at the stadium.
Sandrock Concrete specializes in all types of concrete, driveways, sidewalks, basements, and garages. We also do stamp-colored concrete in many different designs. We do interior and exterior stonework, regular brick and block work. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured. Call Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013 for an estimate. Also find them on Facebook at Sandrock Concrete LLC. Sandrock Concrete, where you deal with the owner all the time.
Mill Creek Golf Course is the Valley's leader for golfing fun with a practice range, short game area, and hole 55 bar and grill all on site. Mill Creek Golf Course features a friendly PGA professional staff available for instruction, along with 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross. Don't forget family fun night golf on Fridays and Saturdays for just $25. For details and tee times, call 330-740-7112 or go online to millcreekmetroparks.org.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football here on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete in the Gridiron Developmental Football League against top teams from across the nation in pursuit of a GDFL championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, go to clevelandcobrasfootball.com or contact Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio.
Back here at Springfield Tiger Stadium, halftime continues. About 6 minutes left before the third quarter. We'll be going into a running clock in the second half as the Springfield Tigers have a 42-0 lead, jumping out quick to a 14-point lead with just 9 minutes left in the first quarter. And Coach, for Brian Shaner, this has got to be a tough situation. They've been in every game this year, even the games that they've lost, it's been close. But tonight, what do you tell your players that, keeps them in the game and, keeps their heads up a little bit? I mean, it's a tough situation.
Yeah, the only thing you can say is, hey, you're playing probably one of the best teams in the area and in the league. You got quality players. We got to get better. So we're going to work on our execution. We're not going to get fancy. Again, I think that they need to work on their short game, quick stuff, which they have been doing. They got to complete. Get it out of that quarterback's hands. Don't throw this long stuff. You got to bait them with the small stuff, maybe do some draws and some screens. And other than that, hey, you got to hang in there. 4 quarters. You're gonna run into these teams like this, and you gotta, as a family, you gotta stay together and play Rams football.
Yeah, and for Springfield, I mean, this is just another opportunity again to develop those young players. We're starting to get into now. We have to actually check the roster for some of these guys. But again, we talked about it, and this is the way they developed last year. It got them to a state championship for the second consecutive year. And this is the team that, if you look at it, reminds us of what we saw in 2020, the dominance. And, you wonder, is it just a bad night for the Mineral Ridge Rams, or is this a really good night for the Springfield Tigers?
Well, I have to say it's probably both. I believe Ridge got intimidated from the start. I mean, you throw a 65-yard touchdown bomb on the first play, you got to look at yourself and go, oh boy, this could be a long one, and then every possession, score. And it's these are young kids, and it's gonna eat at them. Let's just say that.
Take a look at the scoring recap, see how we got here. Only 11 seconds into the game, Bo Brungard would hit Nick Slight 65 yards to get on the board. And it wouldn't take very long after that, after a 3-and-out by Mineral Ridge at 9:07. Bo Brungard would take the ball himself 25 yards into the end zone. And that would create a 14-0 lead. They never looked back at that point. That was followed up by a Joe Sandine 30-yard touchdown run. And then a Brungard to Jake Joyce 29-yard touchdown pass. Brungard would add another 59-yard touchdown run later in the half. And with about 52 seconds left, Colton Gebhardt would go 7 yards into the end zone where we have the 42-0 score. And we talked about the running clock, a 30-point difference, Coach. And that's been in recent years. That's been, the last 4 or 5 years that we've done that in the state of Ohio. And that's kind of, you can have your arguments that, you play the whole game, but in a situation like this, I think that's a really good thing to have for Mineral Ridge.
Well, you played in high school. I coached many years, and it's not fun, people. I mean, you sit back as a staff, you think you're prepared, but then you realize that, you're a lamb and they're a lion and they're attacking and there's not much you can do. And it hurts. Believe me, these coaches know that they've won some games. They did what you got to do. But when you run into this buzzsaw, all you got to do is try to keep your team together. You don't want it to implode. You want them to believe there's still a family here, and you got to do what you got to do. We've all faced it. We've all faced championships and won things and been successful in our life, but there are times that you get kicked in the teeth, and you just got to get up and brush it off and keep going. We've all been there,
among other places, anyway, Coach. We've seen some pretty crazy scores, but tonight, again, if you look, they could be on an 84-point pace if they wanted to. And sometimes it's not a matter of how good or bad the team is. Sometimes it's just your night and nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's happened here. But again, just don't get anybody hurt. I understand. Now, this would be my thing. I'm going to tell my guys, hey, we're going to come out with our starters right off the bat. Now, you're going to get the ball. You go down and score, guess what? You're done. You don't, you're still done because they're not coming back 42 points. And again, everybody's going to make the playoffs. There's no reason to run up the score 60, 70. I mean, it's just stupid.
Yeah, remember, we have an expanded playoff scenario this year, 16 teams. So that even a loss tonight, going in 2 and 3, you still have very good hopes of getting into the playoffs in this region.
So we can go back as far as, you're looking at, in the state, back even in the 70s. I mean, you had 4 teams make it. And I can speak about this. A Cheney football team, and I believe it was 75, that went 10-0 and never made the playoffs. And we're beating teams badly. They just didn't get picked. And so, they had to run scores up. They had to get these high scores so people could take a look at it. Now, you don't need to do that because you don't want to get somebody hurt. God almighty. So all you need to do is have Bo go down. Yeah, I think they can pick it up after that, but he's too good for that. And you don't need him. You just don't right now.
Again, tough night for the Rams so far here. Everything going Springfield's way. Take one more look at the Applewoods Women Tennis Club scoreboard update from around the area as we have our 3-minute go here. So we're just moments away from kickoff, but we start at Alliances where Salem has a 14-0 lead over the Aviators. Edison and Beaver Local are tied up at 14. And we are not the only lopsided game tonight. Boardman at the half has a 41-0 lead over Youngstown East. Brookfield has a 34-0 lead over Campbell. And Campfield has a 35-0 lead over the Cheney Cowboys. West Branch travels to Canton South right now in the second quarter. Last report, they lead 35-14. Over at, I believe this is going to be at Youngstown State, if I'm not mistaken. The Austintown Fitch Falcons have a 28-0 lead over Cardinal Mooney. Mooney struggling. Again, playing another tough schedule. Make no mistake about it. Playing an old SVC foe in Austintown Fitch, but 28-0 lead. That's been hard.
Yeah, it's they just don't have it this year, and unfortunately, with all the news in that program, it's difficult because it does try on the kids, and it's tough. It really is.
At the half, LeBray 28-14 lead over Champion. Southern has a 42-12 lead over Columbiana. That last reported at the half. Wellsville 28-0 over East Palestine. Reynolds and Farrell, that game was canceled this week. That was a COVID issue. At the half, Garfield, the G-Men, with a 41-0 lead over Newton Falls. Got to be very impressed with Garrettsville Garfield. I tell you, they've come into this conference, and they were tough. We've seen them in the playoffs. They got to play at Niles, and we had a couple of their games, and that is a really good program.
Yeah, they've done a great job with that program. They're good year after year. They had a little bit of slump of it, and then they came back and have done a nice job.
Girard and Lakeview at the last report all tied up at 7. That was in the second quarter. And another canceled game, East Liverpool and Harrison Central. We've seen a few of those games this year, and that's been tough. I don't know if we with the way things are going. But, again, these teams, some of the ones who aren't affected have seemed to be able to find games.
Yeah.
Jefferson found one where we found out where Brandon Hanna is the head coach.
Yep.
If you were listening a couple weeks ago to the GDFL National Championship, he was the MVP, the quarterback for the Erie Express. So giving back at the high school level here and doing a good job up there with Jefferson. So congratulations to Brandon Hanna.
Yeah, because that's been a program that, and they have, I brought a Struthers team up there, beautiful facilities. I really like their field, nice turf, and they do a good job up there. They're getting there.
Crestview with a 27-6 lead over Liberty as Kosick now coming out for the kick here. We're going to be underway again. Running clock here in the second half to start. If that gap closes closer than 30 points, we will go back to normal timing rules. But I don't know if that's going to happen, Coach.
No, it's unless something drastic happens. I don't see Ridge doing that.
Kosick with the kick. And that'll land at the 23-yard line, picked up by Herb. Brought out to the 25, and he'll fight his way down to the 28-yard line, and that's where Mineral Ridge will take over 1st and 10. Here's an interesting one, Coach. After last week, Lowville 41, Jackson Milton 0 at the half. So Lowville bouncing back after their own 54-6 loss to Springfield.
Yeah, again, that how do you judge? How do you judge that team? I mean, again, look what's happening here. They're that good. Springfield is just that good of a balanced football team. So it's hard to judge your team when you come up here and play this.
Bunch now taking the ball out to the left side, and he's going to be brought down. Bo Snyder will bring him down in the backfield. And that'll be a loss of a yard. Excuse me, that's going to be Lucas Datillo, a 5'8", 190-pound sophomore. Sliced right through the hole there, Coach, and did pretty much a textbook tackle.
Yeah.
Textbook tackle, easy for me to say, and wrapped him up.
Squared up in the hole and planted himself and sat, and they came to him.
Bunch now rolling out to his left, looking downfield, completes the pass to the 30-yard line, and nowhere to go. He's going to take a beating for that one. But they'll give him credit all the way out to the 30-yard line. That's going to be Herb on the carry, on the reception. Only a 1-yard gain on that, so it'll be 3rd and 9. All that work for 1 yard.
All the way out there for 1 yard. That's See, that's what I'm saying. They get again. They're doing it right, but let's go downfield a little bit. The DBs are playing off, so run some slant outs, do something.
Sturgeon out to the left of Bunch. Bunch back to pass, looking out to his right, fires, and that's going to be complete at the 35-yard line. He'll be about 4 yards short of the first down. That'll bring up 4th down.
Yeah, but see, they should be doing this on 1st and 2nd down, not on 3rd. When they see that DB dropping off, he's got to read that. Receiver's got to tap his hat, like say, "Hey, I got this. We're going to go 5 yards and sit."
Right back to the line now, wing right for Mineral Ridge, and Bo Snyder was about 7 yards deep in the backfield before the ball was snapped. So
you know what? That's a good job by Mineral Ridge. That's what they needed to do. But I'll tell you right now, Coach is not going to be happy on that one because that's just disciplined football. And all they're doing is just pinning their ears back, but you still got to play football.
That'll result in a 1st down. So the Rams will have 1st and 10 at their own 41-yard line. 9:26 left here on a running clock. Bunch back to pass. Looking out to his right, nothing there. Going to roll out to his left. Under pressure, trying to find somebody. Fires across his body. That's complete at the 45-yard line in Springfield Tiger territory. I'll tell you, Tyler Tamburo did exactly what a quarterback wants to. Came back to the ball. And what a great throw by Bunch.
Yeah, he was coming right at us, and he had to throw back to the center of the field, and that's a great job. Tamburno, he's a senior, 5'7", 170.
Patrick Mahomes-like, as Bunch now takes the snap and hands off to Sturgeon. It may have picked up a yard on the play, but the ability to get your feet set and throw across your body.
Yeah, that's tough.
So Mason Miller, the receiver to the far side, Herb, the receiver to the near side, moving right to left on whatever you're listening to, iPhones, computers. Bunch rolling out
Wide
to his
open.
right. And he's going to short arm that one. It's going to be incomplete. It's going to bring up 2nd and 9 for the Rams.
But Coach Shaner needs to talk to his quarterback, because when he sees that corner dropping off, that corner was probably 10 or 15 yards off. All he has to do is go 5 yards sit, and he's going to get at least 5 to 6 to 8 yards because he's playing so far back. He can't close that fast.
Bunch now in the shotgun. Sturgeon to his right. Movement up front again. No flags. Herb, the receiver, to the near side. Twins to the far side for the Rams. And it looked like both receivers were running downfield. That was going to be Tamburo and Miller. I believe that might be the first flag against Mineral Ridge, if I'm not mistaken, tonight. So they've played a clean game in that respect.
Yeah, but that didn't help.
No, it certainly did not,
That
Coach.
was the bad time. Now instead of 3rd and 5, 6, now you got 3rd and 14.
Just about 7 minutes left here in the third quarter. Twins to the far side. Bunch back to pass, looking out to his right. Fires downfield. He's got a man open towards the sideline. And it's going to be dropped inside the 10-yard line. And another drop for Mark Bunch, who seems to, he's been pretty accurate tonight, just can't get help on the other end.
Yeah, these receivers that he's putting right in their basket. I mean, I'll give the kid credit. That was a long throw, and he put it right there. That is the 3rd drop that I saw happen. These guys got to catch the ball, because there's 3 possible drives that they could have went down and done something with.
Mason Miller, the intended receiver on that. Bunch now with the kick. Gardner will take it from the 15 out to the 25, the 30, and he's going to go out of bounds just past the 42, the 41-yard line. And I think that might have been maybe one of those classy moves.
Yeah, I tell you right now, he cuts back. That could have been a long one, but I think Coach Guerrero said, get to the boundary. And you know what? That's a class act. You don't need to. Again, we've both been there as a player, as a coach. You're getting throttled game after game after game, and it makes you sick.
We've been on both ends of that.
As I said, absolutely. But I've always been the one that just say, hey, this is how it's going to be, guys. You don't like it, too bad, because I'm pulling my starters, and this is how it's going to be.
Brungard will start on this first drive of the third quarter. Snyder will be the running back to his right. And we're going to have a stoppage in play. And Mineral Ridge will take a timeout. And, well, we will too then. So with 5:46 left here in the third quarter, Springfield leads 42-0. We're going to step aside for a break. Back in a minute right here on Western Reserve Radio.
Sandrock Concrete specializes in all types of concrete, driveways, sidewalks, basements, and garages. We also do stamp-colored concrete in many different designs. We do interior and exterior stonework, regular brick and block work. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured. Call Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013 for an estimate. Also find them on Facebook at Sandrock Concrete LLC. Sandrock Concrete, where you deal with the owner all the time.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio.
5:43 left here in the third quarter. Springfield with a 42-0 lead. They have the ball 1st and 10 at their own 44-yard line. It's been all Springfield tonight as Brungard is starting the drive here in this third quarter. And a handoff to Snyder upfield. And he'll fight his way past the midfield stripe and down to the 49-yard line in the Rams territory. Pickup of 6. That'll make it 3rd and 4 for the Tigers.
Well, I was just watching the offensive line, and A.J. Stallsmith absolutely drove his man down the line and into their bench. What a block. Holy mackerel.
Notice Jacob Newell at center tonight doing a great job.
Yeah.
Getting to the tackles and stepping and getting to the linebackers, too. He's done a wonderful job. Brungard and Snyder taking their time in the backfield now and trying to slow the pace a little bit. 2nd and 3 from the Rams 49-yard line. Brungard back to pass. gets rid of it. That's going to be Gardner at the 45-yard line. Makes a move, and then he takes a hit for it down to the 39-yard line. And wow, you can hear the crowd ooh and ah on that one. And a great hit by Michael Chaney, the 5'7", 135-pound junior defensive back.
But it was the move. He caught the ball, took about 3 steps, hit the brakes, and the Ridge man flat out missed him and ended up in the Springfield bench. That was a great move.
Wins to the left side now, moving left to right. Jake Joyce, the receiver, to the near side. Snyder with the carry. He's going to break. Well, almost got out of the hold of Ian Erb, but he'll be stopped at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play, so it'll bring up 2nd and 10 for Springfield with just about 3.5 minutes left here in the third quarter.
Well, they pulled the backside, and then Groner was coming this way, and he got tattooed by the defensive guy coming back, and he came up a little bit sore, limping a little bit, but he's still in. This is what I mean about got to be careful.
Well, as soon as we have an opportunity, I see there's some updated scores from around the valley. We'll go to Dave Ferris in the Gessler Propane studio. Handoff out to the right side. And taken down to the 29-yard line. Didn't catch who that was on the carry. I believe that was Joe Sandine. Sandine already with a 30-yard touchdown run tonight for the Tigers. 42-0 is your score. Brungard now in the shotgun, Sandine to his left. Checking with the coaches on the sideline. Slike and Jake Joyce, the receivers, to the far side.
Their offensive line is just absolutely handling their defensive line.
Brungard passing out to the right side. He's got Gardner at the 15, and Gardner will go into the end zone for a 29-yard touchdown. 2:24 of the third quarter, and that was perfectly executed on the slant, Coach.
Yeah, I mean, he faked the run, pulled up. Gardner just outran his defender. Perfect pitch and throw, literally right into the end zone.
Kosick will come out for the kick. Sean Guerrero to hold. Clock will continue to run here. Snap is high, brought down by Guerrero. The kick is up, and it is good. So with 1:57 on the running clock, Springfield extends their lead to 49-0. And while we have a moment, let's go back to the Gessler Propane studio and get some scoring update from our man Dave Ferris.
And with the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club scoring update, coming out of Mooney, Fitch 28, Mooney nothing. Brookfield 41, Camel Memorial nothing. That's second quarter. At the half, Crestview 35, Liberty 13. LeBray 21, Champion 14. Girard and Lakeview still tied up at 7. Last update where that was second quarter. And out of Hubbard 21, Struthers nothing. That is still second quarter score. And over on Western Reserve 2, Ursuline 27, Warren Harding 21 at the half.
Well, Dave, it's a close game over there in Warren, Dave. Ursuline playing the tough schedule, getting the big points, though. They look good under Coach Reardon. Nope, Dave didn't want to talk anymore.
Sorry, my mic was off. What's up, guys?
Now we talk about Ursuline taking the very tough schedule, almost the old Steel Valley schedule, getting the big points, and they've looked good all year long.
Yeah, Ursuline's looking good. Ursuline had a good scoring drive where they did score, but Harding came back on the kickoff and ran it down for a touchdown. So Harding's not laying down on this game at all.
No, our man Matt Emps would be very happy to be calling that game. 27-21 is your score. Ursuline leads over on Western Reserve Radio 2 and on Sports Radio 1240. We're so excited about that partnership. Again, Dave mentioned the South Range Poland game. The Raiders hold a 21-14 lead over Poland. Poland had a great first half against Hubbard last week, but couldn't hold on to that. And Kosick will kick the ball down to the 10, and it'll be a reverse now to Tamburo. And he'll get out to the 25-yard line, and a flag will come from, it looked like about 40 yards away. Back judge is going to call that one. So
Mr. Bako decided he's going to, and he got him for holding.
So we'll see where they're going to place the ball there, because that flag came, that was probably the best pass of the night from that sideline.
I believe he was a Cheney football player, I believe, back in the day.
I didn't know that was going to translate to the field as an official, but.
Well, you did, didn't you?
Kind of.
Well, yeah, I mean, you were a player, and you wore them zebra stripes at one time.
One of the hardest jobs I've ever had.
Yeah, putting up with us coaches. Some of these guys are just ridiculous.
We knew on every play you had a 50% approval rating. So.
Can't beat that. It's 50-50. It's good.
Just under a minute left here in the third quarter. Twins to the near side, moving right to left. Ball's on the ground, and Bunch is just going to fall on it. Couldn't handle the snap. He's going to lose some yards on it and bring up second down.
Well, I think he was looking downfield and said, whoops, I forgot something. And then he looked up again, still didn't grab it, so he did a smart move by falling on it. So
they're calling it 2nd and 15 now from the Rams' 14-yard line. 28 seconds left here on a running clock. Surging to the right of Bunch. Bunch back to pass. Fires. That's going to be caught just past the 10-yard line. And he'll fight his way out to the 14-yard line. Well short of a first down. Bring up third down.
If I may say, these are all brand new bodies, too. I don't see any starters, any of them, which is a good thing.
And with that, that will end the third quarter here in New Middletown. Springfield extends their lead to 49-0. We're going to step aside for a break. When we come back, fourth quarter action here from Springfield Tiger Stadium. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week. Back in 60 seconds.
Sandrock Concrete specializes in all types of concrete, driveways, sidewalks, basements, and garages. We also do stamp-colored concrete in many different designs. We do interior and exterior stonework, regular brick and block work. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured. Call Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013 for an estimate. Also find them on Facebook at Sandrock Concrete LLC. Sandrock Concrete, where you deal with the owner all the time.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio.
Bunch is back to pass, fires out to his left side, incomplete, overthrows his receiver. That's going to bring up fourth down for the Rams at their own 18-yard line. Fourth quarter underway here now on a running clock. 49-0 is the score. Springfield leads as Bunch prepares to punt. And he'll get this away. Land just inside the 40-yard line and roll down to the 45-yard line. That's where Springfield will take over 1st and 10 in Rams territory with 11:09 left in the game. And some of the key games around here tonight, South Range and Poland. South Range with a 21-14 lead. A very close game over there. Poland with a heartbreaker last week against Hubbard and TC Caffey.
Yep, and I believe they did. South Range has scored again.
So we'll see who we have coming out for the Springfield Tigers. Sean Guerrero going to make his way out there. Of course, son of head coach Sean Guerrero. That really doesn't help him, though. He's earning his keep here, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Acevedo will check in for the Tigers. As will Drew Miller. Handoff up the middle for Springfield and nowhere to go. That's going to be Ryan Carselli on the carry. 5'7", 144-pound junior. Let's say he got back to the line of scrimmage. That'll bring up 2nd and 10 at the Rams 45-yard line. 10-10 left here in the game.
Well, we'll see what the young guys are going to do.
We'll take a little look at the future.
Absolutely.
If you will. 2 receivers to the far side. 1 receiver to the near side, moving right to left. Rourke with a handoff up the middle. We'll get out to the 40-yard line.
Nice run.
So even give him the 39. I'll bring up 4th down. As Miller will check out. Colton Rourke, the sophomore quarterback, 6'3", 190. A lot of tools for that young man over the next year or two with Bo Brungard heading to Youngstown State University. He'll have some big shoes to fill, but physically looks like he has the tools to do it.
Yep, talk to Brungard's mom, and they're excited. Her and dad, of course.
Aiden Pavlock, Sean Guerrero, the receivers of the far side. Rourke is going to take it himself. He'll get close, but he's going to be, looks like maybe a full yard short. Maybe not quite a full yard, but that'll be a turnover on downs. And the Rams will... Oh, no, the down marker was wrong. Excuse me. The down marker went to 4th down on the last play. So
Yeah,
it's 4th and 1. All right. So...
Yeah, there was a little confusion there.
We'll say... I don't want to say the officials have checked out, but 8.5 minutes left here in the game. Springfield with a 49-0 lead. As we have an opportunity, we'll check in with Dave Ferris in the Gessler Propane Studio, get an update in Warren, as Rourke is going to try to sneak up the middle, and he will have plenty for the Springfield 1st down. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Tigers at the Rams 30-yard line, and the clock is continuing to run. 8:10 left here in the game. And we got some visitors coming up to some of the young players from the Tigers. We were just talking about seeing the future of the Springfield Tigers, and there they are.
Yeah, we got a couple young guys here. What grade? 4th grade. Okay. So you're playing for the little Tigers. God bless you. That's a good job.
2 receivers now to the far side. Rourke waiting for the snap. Man in motion, left to right. Rourke looking downfield, is going to keep it. He's going to reverse back out to the right side, and he's going to pick up a few yards on that. That'll bring up 2nd and 6 for the Tigers on this running clock. Just under 7.5 minutes left.
He did a good job. He came left. He was looking, nothing there. So something opened up to the right, and he got positive yards. Did not get a sack, so that's absolutely perfect on his part. Good read, good job, was patient.
Jake O'Donnell now in the game. 5'8", 165-pound sophomore. As well as Zach Spencer, the junior. Now the split end to the far side. Drew Miller will be the slot to the left. Sean Guerrero, the outside receiver, to our near side. Back to pass. Rolling out to his left, complete at the 21-yard line. And he'll be down at the 16. Drew Miller on the catch. And that's going to be another Springfield 1st down with 6.5 minutes left in the game.
And the young guys are having a good time. I'll tell you what, they're completing. They look good. They're executing quite well, giving the quarterback time. Receivers are doing a good job. So here you go. We talk about future. This is the best thing you can do as far as for future.
Zach Spencer now the receiver to the far side. Guerrero and Pavlock now will be the receivers to the near side. Man in motion, right to left. Hand off up the middle, down to the 5-yard line. That's going to be Ryan Carselli on the carry. And if you wanted to get a little perspective on what things might look like in a year or two, not bad.
Yeah, this is very impressive. They're doing a nice job. The line is doing a pretty good job up front, opening holes. I mean, they're probably averaging 5 yards a carry on this. And then your throws, he's probably averaging at least 6 or 7 yards a throw.
So that's what you want to see. You want to see your young guys, when they get the opportunity, produce. And again, that goes back to the coaching staff. They're doing a great job with not only the varsity, but the young guys, too, are taking a beating during the week.
Tom Shealy, Tyler Young in on the offensive line now, too. Handoff up the middle to the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown. Ryan Carcelli on the 10-yard run. So the young guys get in there and they show that they can do it too.
Yeah, it's, you know what? You got a team that's down, so you bring fresh bodies in, and what they want to do is they want to show the staff that we can do this. So, and obviously the coaching have done a great job with it. And again, right down the field and score. That's what you need to do. Keep the ball down, do what you have to do, and get the numbers.
For the kick, Guerrero to hold. 55-0 is your score. Snap is high. Guerrero get it down. The kick is up. And no good. Wide right this time. That'll be the first one that Kosick misses tonight, but it is inconsequential. The score will remain 55-0 here in Springfield. And again, we talked about the future here. We got some of the young guys coming up into the press box, and we're seeing so we've seen about the next 7 or 8 years of Springfield Tigers tonight.
Yeah, absolutely right. Young man was said, I'm in the 4th grade. I play for the little Tigers. That's good. That's what I like to hear. Love talking to young kids like this. It's fun. It really does. They look at us like we're NFL announcers, and of course I bow down to the guy to the left of me, so I understand that.
Sorely misled there, Coach. Sorely misled. Next week, the Springfield Tigers will travel to McDonald to take on the Blue Devils, hoping that's going to be in the new stadium. But Mark Means and the coach will have that call on that one as I travel down to Cranberry, Pennsylvania to the Lemieux Center for the debut of the 2021-2022 Youngstown Phantoms. That'll be the USHL Fall Classic. You can catch that right here on Western Reserve Radio.
I want to make a comment about the field. I found out that there was a sinkhole, and they have not yet, as far as I know, have it fixed. So I do not know. My son-in-law is a graduate, and he keeps close ties with it, and they have not played on it. They don't think it was ready. And the other thing is they'll tell all the listeners that we did a Hiram football last week. We were asked to broadcast their game, and so we broadcasted their game last Saturday and had a good time with it.
The Hiram Terriers rebuilding their program up there. Kosick with the kick. And that'll be picked up at the 12. Herb will keep that. He'll run towards his own sideline. Past the 30, out to the 40. And he'll make it past midfield to the 45. Into Springfield territory at the 30. And he'll be brought down at the Tiger 25-yard line with just about 2.5 minutes left here in the game. At the conclusion of this game, we're going to look to take you over to Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240. And we will join in progress the Ursuline-Harding game. Hopefully we can get some kind of idea how much time is left in that game. If, Dave, you can look into that. We'll give you a little bit more information on that. Jim Craven with you, the coach Bob Gessler, Dave Ferris, Matt Craven, and the voice, Larry Snyder, back in the Gessler Propane studio. Once we got past our connection problems tonight, we've done pretty well. As the Rams now come out 3 receivers to the near side, moving left to right. 2 minutes left in the game. Ball on the ground. Bunch picks it up under pressure, finds some room to run, and he's going to get out to the 30, and we'll see where he went out of bounds. So it looks like he picked up 2 yards on that to bring up 2nd and 8 for the Rams.
We wouldn't have technical problems because our technician happened to come back from Disney, and he's still thinking about Disney.
No, that would be just the signal's terrible some nights. That's all. Well, can't blame it on FFID. 3 receivers to the near side now. Bunch still at quarterback. Sturgeon to his left, taking them all the way. Fires out to the flat, and that's going to be complete. Looks like that was going to be Mason Miller on the catch at the 25-yard line.
That was a pretty good catch. Look, that ball was getting fired in there, and he just he put that paw out there and caught it.
3rd and 5 now for the Rams. Looking just to get on the scoreboard, down 55-0.
And believe me, the varsity of Springfield do not want them to score.
Bunch now back to pass, looks out to his left, fires downfield towards the end zone, and that's going to be incomplete. Flags from everywhere on that one. There was contact, but I guess all the officials agreed on that one.
A lot of hankies coming out from all over.
I believe that was going to be Carcelli on the coverage. Never turned around to play the ball, but the one thing he could say is the receiver didn't catch it.
I'll tell you what, though, we can't see from here because it was in the far corner. It looked like it was good defense, actually, unless that again, he had a hold of them, but we couldn't tell from up here. So, they saw it, we didn't, and they hold the yellow.
Just about 30 seconds left here in the game. We're told there's about 5 minutes left in the game at Warren Harding. And the Ursuline Irish bunch with a pass out to the flats, out to the 10, 5, and Tamburo will get into the end zone for the Mineral Ridge touchdown. So with 19 seconds left here, Mineral Ridge prevents the shutout on the 13-yard touchdown pass. And their score is now 55-6.
Yeah, that's and again for them that's good. They scored. That's what you want. And we have the young man down.
We have a Mineral Ridge player down in the end zone. Again, just 19 seconds left in the game. We'll keep it here until the end, and then we will wrap it up. We will take you over to Warren for the Raiders and the Irish. That game's still in the third quarter. We will bring you the conclusion of that. Thank you for joining us again tonight for Springfield Tiger football here in New Middletown, Ohio. Big shout out to the mayor, Harry Kale, over there. Got to say hi to the boss.
You better.
Absolutely.
That was Tyler Tamburo. He's running off the field. That's a good sign. Kid played hard today. Not much to him. And I'll tell you what, he threw that body around like it was no tomorrow. So God bless him. He got up. Good job.
55-6 is your score. No, this game never in question. Zach Weichart now on the offensive line. 6'1", 275. Again, got some size coming up through the ranks here. Trevor Kowicki, 5'10", 190-pound junior, also in for the extra point. Kick is up, and it is good. So the clock will wind down to zeros. And that score will be 55-7 as the game comes to an end here on a running clock. And, Coach, you got to be impressed with Springfield tonight. I mean, everything went their way, and they got the opportunity to get some young players in. And with the exception of a few penalties, the execution was absolutely excellent.
Yeah, they did a great job. Definitely was prepared for this game. They looked good. Hell, even the second team looked great. I mean, very polished. Everything looked good. So, again, as the season progresses, they look like they've gotten better. But now they got to continue because it isn't going to get any easier as the season progresses. Maybe not so much in their league, but you know what happens when you hit them playoffs. You're going to play tough. Don't need to look ahead, but, they're a good football team.
Yeah, the experience is definitely there. We're going to step aside for a 60-second break. Then we'll come back. We'll wrap it up here, and then we will take you to Warren for the conclusion of the Irish Raiders game with Mark Means and Tim Continenza. So stick around for that. Back in 60 seconds right here on the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. for your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio.
Back here at a very happy Springfield Tigers Stadium as the Tigers get a 55-7 win over the Mineral Ridge Rams. And again, the game never in doubt. As we run down the score for you, the scoring recap for you, 11 seconds into the first quarter. Hey, we're right on the board, Coach. Brungard to Slike on a 65-yard touchdown pass, followed up at 9:07 by a 25-yard Bo Brungard run to the end zone. That was made it 14-0 at that point. They would not let off the gas. Joe Sandine would then go 30 yards into the end zone, followed by a Bo Brungard to Jake Joyce 29-yard touchdown pass. And to wrap up the first half, Brungard would take another 59-yard run to the end zone, followed by Colton Gebhardt on a 7-yard touchdown run. That was with 52 seconds left in the half. Things would slow down a little bit here on a running clock, as in the third quarter, Brungard would hit Shondell Gardner on a 29-yard touchdown pass. And in the fourth quarter, Carcelli would head into the end zone on a 10-yard run. But Mineral Ridge would get on the board before the clock would hit 0, as Bunch would hit Tamburo on a 19-yard touchdown pass. And that's where we end it tonight with a score of 55-7. Again, the Tigers will head to McDonald next week to take on the Blue Devils. And the Blue Devils, again, a team that's been up and down so far this year, so they better be prepared for what has now become a very dynamic Springfield Tiger football team.
Yeah. This is going to get real interesting because you don't know what you get with McDonald, because sometimes it looks like they're ready to go and other times they look like they're not. So it's going to be very, very interesting, but they better be hitting on all cylinders when you face this team, because there is no weaknesses on this team.
Again, we want to thank you for joining us here on Western Reserve Radio. In whatever medium you are listening to us, over on Western Reserve Radio 2, we have the Ursuline Irish at the Warren Harding Raiders. We'll take you to that game. First of all, we're going to go to the Gessler Propane Studio at Dave Ferris for another Applewood Swim and Tennis Club scoreboard update. And followed by that, we will join Mark Means and Tim Continenza up in Warren. So for the coach, Bob Gessler, I'm Jim Craven, your scorer. One more time here, your final tonight. Springfield Tigers 55, the Mineral Ridge Rams 7. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next week, everybody.
And with your Applewood Swim and Tennis Club update, Austintown Fitch 35, Cardinal Mooney 7. That's in the fourth quarter. Brookfield 41, Camo Memorial 0. That was still at the half. Let's see, Canfield 35, Cheney 6, fourth quarter. At the half, Crestview 35, Liberty 13. Half. Boardman 55, East 8, third quarter. At Beaver Local 21, Edison 14 in the third quarter. LeBray 35, Champion 14, third quarter. Brard all over Lakeview, 19-7 in the third quarter. Louisville 41, Jackson Milton 0. That one was still in the second. Let's see. We have McDonald 34, Sebring 20. That's also in the third. South Range 28, Poland 21. That's in the fourth quarter. Hubbard is taking it to Struthers, 27-0, third quarter. Valley Christian 28, Lisbon 7, third quarter. And West Branch 42, Canton South 14, third quarter. We're now going to join you with the game in progress as Warren Harding 28, Ursuline Irish 33.
Jackson. I think it was 81 that made the play.
So the extra point, good. And with 4:15 to play here in the third quarter, the Raiders right back into this, Tim, trailing 33-28.
That's exactly what they needed. They got this defensive stop on the other side of the ball. They were able to take advantage. They got the big play for the touchdown pass. And now there's, again, a one-touchdown game. And now it'll be interesting to see. There's two two-pointers that the Irish went for that they miss. How much that may play into the final score here as we play the last 18 minutes of this game, 16 minutes of this game.
So the Raiders will line up to kick the football away, we think, as there has been a lot of trickery and deception on both teams tonight.
Yeah, obviously took advantage of the short field when that onside kick by the Irish did not go their way. And, 43-yard drive, boom. Next thing you know, it is a 5-point ball game.
So the Raiders will kick the football away. Now cutting the lead down to 5 at 33-28. Doherty to kick the football away. End over end. This is the deepest kickoff so far of the night. Irving on the return across the 25 and dives down near the 30-yard line. And we welcome the audience from Western Reserve Radio joining us after hearing the Springfield Tigers improve to 4-1 on the year. It is Ursuline 33, Warren Harding 28, Mark Means, Tim Continenza, Michael Rickard on the numbers for us tonight, Larry Snyder, Dave Ferris back at our Western Reserve Radio studios here on Western Reserve Radio and Sports Radio 1240.
Going to be a very important drive here. I know there's a little over 4 minutes left here in the third. There's a lot of time here. But the Irish want to reestablish themselves, especially after that special team mishap where they gave the ball quickly to the Raiders. Now here comes the trick play right out of the bus start.
They got offensive linemen lined up wide. They snapped the ball to Shannon, and the Raiders defense would have none of it as they stop him for just a 1-yard gain. As coming up there defensively, that is Devin Boss, the junior, who read that play well and made the tackle.
Huge play, and it kind of ran what would look like maybe a swinging gate on a two-pointer type scenario right off the gate on a 70-yard field.
Second down and 8 from the 32-yard line. Hand the ball off to McElroy, and McElroy shy of the 35-yard line. Picks up about 3 and brings up 3rd and long.
That's what I love about Dan Reardon. If you have to coach against him, there's so much that you have to be prepared for. He just throws the kitchen sink at you and makes you have to be prepared as a defense to see so many different fronts.
3rd and 6. Diamond formation, trip left, single receiver to the right side. Shannon takes the low snap, digs it out, has a clean pocket, now being pressured, rolls back to the wide side. Looking downfield, has a receiver down there, makes the catch at the 40, 30, 20, and knocked out of bounds at the 15-yard line. Mark Manning got behind the defense, and Shannon had just enough athletic ability and arm to find him downfield.
Yeah, Mark Manning did a beautiful job as he ran from the right side of the field down to the left as he took advantage of a one-on-one situation as his quarterback, Shannon, reversed field and made a wonderful throw downfield.
It looks like that might be Manning all the way across the field from us down after that long reception. But it will be first down and 10 for the Irish on the big play as they found a couple receivers open deep downfield throughout the evening tonight for big plays. And that does look like it is going to be Manning who is being tended to as the trainers come all the way across the field to the home side here at Mollenkoff Stadium that has a great crowd on both sides coming in here tonight.
Yeah, they're attending him there as he's around the 10-yard line mark. But what an athletic play there by Brady Shannon as he got in the field. He was moving backwards. He had to reverse field and get his momentum going to the left and then getting his body straightened out and finding his receiver in a one-on-one where he had about a 3-yard lead on the defender and delivering a strike to him on the move and taking that ball deep into Raiders territory.
Good to hear Manning up and sprinting across the field to his bench. He'll have to come out for one play here on 1st and 10 from the Raider 13-yard line. So have a double wing formation to the left side as they hand the ball off to McElroy running to that short side. And he's going to gain just maybe 2 yards on that run and set up second down and 8.
Just a simple play out to the left. The reason you want to run something like that is to give your team a chance to catch a break and set this up. But always you have to pay attention to the substitutions that the Irish make on each play. Some of the plays are coming in specifically for one player to make a play.
2nd and 8 from the 11. 2 receivers right, 1 left, wing to the right side. Shannon going to roll that way. Now try and set his feet, and he's just going to throw this one to the corner. Too tall and incomplete at the 4-yard line. Going to bring up 3rd down and long.
It's going to be an interesting call here on 3rd down here for Dan Reardon and his offense. Obviously, you'll be in the shotgun, and you're going to probably try to get Shannon out on the movement and just see how you can do. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see a throwback here where they're going to roll to the right and look back for like McElroy at the line of scrimmage to make a play into the end zone.
2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. McElroy to the right of Shannon. 3-step drop, looking for the corner. Ball back corner to the end zone, had his man, and it went through his hands. And incomplete at the back pylon. It's 4th down and 8.
Beautiful play call. Obviously, my suggestion did not work, but that one actually did. He had his player open and was just a little too tall, leading him into the corner on the right-hand side. But it's going to be an important kick here. Being up 5, if they can be successful here, being up by a full touchdown and 2-pointer, getting into the 4th quarter would be huge here for the Irish.
James McGlone will handle this field goal. Ball at the 18-yard line, hash to the left, make it a 28-yard attempt. Snap down. The field goal is on the way, has the distance, and it is good. So a big 3 points for the Irish to extend their lead. Now to 8 points with 1:57 to play here, 3rd quarter.
Dean Boyd snapped that ball, made a beautiful snap that was right back to the holder who laid it down perfectly for the kick by Reagan Smith, and it was just perfectly just across the crossbars by about 2 yards high, and there's that 8-point lead here for the Irish.
And that maybe that one makes the two-point failed conversions feel a little less heavy.
You kind of get it back. Obviously, 6 is always greater than 3, but there's a situation where you take those 2-pointers that you missed out of the equation now, mathematically, with an 8-point lead. I mean, you can't lose the lead on any single play right now.
36-28, 1:57 to play here in the 3rd quarter. Raiders will get the football back and have a chance to get the offense that has been rolling on both sides of the field the ball back.
It sounds ridiculous to say after what happened the last time they kicked the ball off, but this is the Ursuline Irish. I say it all the time. Every play matters. They don't take their foot off the gas the entire game.
McGlone will handle the kickoff after making the field goal. Far hash, they will just kind of skim this one across the ground, and the Raiders will fall on it and down the football at the 36-yard line. And you could tell that group was coached up between times on the field.
Yeah, obviously, kicking away from Dom Foster is the absolute plan there for the Irish. They've been executing it ever since he took that one back to the house in the 1st quarter. Since then, they've been trying to eliminate him, either defensive backs trying to take his game away from as a receiver or as a special team player. They're making sure he doesn't have an opportunity to even touch the ball.
So 1st and 10 Raiders from their 37-yard line.
And I think that's what Steve Arnold has to be thinking. How do I get the ball into Dom Foster's hands? It's important for me to find him and get him in situations.
They will give it to Foster on the sweep, running to the right side, trying to turn the corner with that speed. He'll be knocked out of bounds, and a flag comes in, trying to free him up to get to the far sideline.
And there you go. Arnold using the jet sweep there with the receiver. Unfortunately, one of his players got caught reaching back, trying to make a block, turning a player around, getting hit for the holding penalty. And I imagine this one will be accepted, and they'll move him back another 10 yards.
That one was one of the ones that was pretty clear. You saw that the hips turn as he tried to get to the outside, get to the edge. And that holding penalty backs him up 10 yards.
But you still got to go to the well. If you're the Harding Raiders, he's your game player. He's the guy who makes this offense run in so many different directions. You got to still get the ball in Dom Foster's hands.
1st and 19 from the 28-yard line. Minute 50 to play, third quarter. And movement up front is going to cost the Raiders another 5 yards and back it up and make it 1st and 24 now, Tim.
Yeah, that's a scenario here where if you're the offensive coordinator here for the Raiders, you got to be just saying, take a deep breath, guys. We're going to just go back to our base offense. We're going to do what we have to do. We know what the count is. Let's get the snap off. Let's move forward and try to make our play here to get back, because they got to get all the way out to the 47-yard line for a first down. It's a long distance from here.
1st and 24 from the 23. 1:49 to play in the third.
You don't have to get it all back in one play. Obviously, if it's there, you'll take it, but it's not necessary.
Jet to throw. Has all kinds of time. Going to take the deep shot downfield. Man out there, makes the catch in stride. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Raiders as Jet shows off the big arm there for the touchdown.
Wow, what a play. He just seen it right down the middle.
Just firing the football downfield to Tyreek Ivory for the touchdown. And Ivory got separation, and Jet had no problem getting him the football.
Again, Steve Arnold understanding the game. He looked downfield. He's seen his guy open. Took total advantage of it as they were able to get into the end zone on that huge touchdown. One play, touchdown run, completion.
They will keep the offense out on the field, go for the 2-point conversion to try and tie this football game up.
Huge play in this ball game, Mark, obviously.
One receiver right, 3 to the left side. Jet going to take the football. Fake to a running back that was not there. Now he'll throw into the end zone, and that'll be incomplete, and a 2-point attempt is no good. That's the second time we've seen some confusion in the backfield when Jet turned around and there was nobody home.
It was a loose snap. He made a great play on that ball to keep it in front of him. And then when he got the ball, his running back was in position. He had to improvise. He rolled to the right and made a pass, but it was grounded into the end zone.
It is Ursuline 36, Warren Harding 34. We'll take a 30-second break on Western Reserve Radio and Sports Radio 1240.
Mill Creek Golf Course is the Valley's leader for golfing fun with a practice range, short game area, and hole 55 bar and grill all on site. Mill Creek Golf Course features a friendly PGA professional staff available for instruction, along with 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross. Don't forget family fun night golf on Fridays and Saturdays for just $25. For details and tee times, call 330-740-7112 or go online to millcreekmetroparks.org.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio.
1:39 to play here, third quarter on Western Reserve Radio 1 and 2 and Sports Radio 1240. 36-34, Ursuline with the 2-point lead, and they will get the football back. Bouncing kick fielded at the 19, across the 20 to the 25. Acted like he was going to step out of bounds and then step forward for a couple of extra yards. On the return by Jakelin Irving, 6'1", 166-pound senior.
I'm so glad Mike's here because if Michael wasn't here, I would be responsible for all the stats, and I've given up here in the third quarter.
I will admit I have done that in games before where I'm just like, okay, we're not going to have that tonight, and we just move on to the next thing.
It is wonderful to have someone like Michael and Anthony when they're available to help us out. Much appreciation to both.
So 1st and 10 for the Irish from the 29-yard line as the last 40 seconds of this quarter have taken a good time tonight. They will hand the ball off to McElroy, and McElroy down to the 31-yard line for 2 yards. 2nd down and 8.
You never expect the Irish not to take advantage of an offensive possession, so it'll be surprising if they do slow it down here, but not to the point where you wouldn't expect it when the play clock's under 90 seconds.
2 receivers left, wing to the left, 1 receiver to the right side. Shannon works out of the pistol all night long, sends that receiver in motion from the right side, gives it to him on the sweep to the outside. It is tackled shy of the 35-yard line. And, I will say this, despite the fact we have seen some huge offensive numbers tonight, I've also been impressed with the one-on-one tackling by both teams, and that's a credit to the coaching staffs.
It really is. It's stressing how to tackle and doing fundamentals. And this game has been a lot of one-on-one situations where both teams had to make those type of plays.
2 receivers go to each side. Ball at the 34-yard line. Final 30 seconds of the third quarter. Shannon to throw. Swings it out. McElroy makes the catch. Gets by the first man across the 35, 40, 45, 50. And he will go out of bounds. And they'll say at the 48-yard line of the Raiders with 17 seconds to go in the third.
That ball was behind McElroy. He actually made the catch. And once the linebacker seen him, he's made a move towards him. And it was just the speed of McElroy getting outside, turning it upfield, getting that big run after the catch.
1st and 10 from the 48-yard line. Shannon, receivers to each side. Game clock, rolling down now to 6 seconds, and it looks like the Irish are going to be content to let the quarter run out after 3 here on Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and Sports Radio 1240. It is Ursuline 36, Warren Harding 34. We're back in 1 minute.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
So, are you enjoying our station? Well, now you can take us along on your mobile device wherever you go.
Wow!
The free Live 365 app is available for both Apple and Android devices.
That sounds like fun. I'll give it a try.
Just go to the Apple app or Google Play Store and download it today.
You're listening to WRDP, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio.
Irish beginning the fourth quarter, going right to left. Shannon, pop pass over the middle. Receiver makes the catch and is pulled down at the 42-yard line.
Just a nice, typical Irish-type play where it looks like Shannon's actually going to keep the ball, pulls back up, and hits the slot receiver for a quick hitter and about a 5-yard gainer.
We've got a member of the Raiders down on the field at the 45-yard line, and that play, a combination of a bunch of different looks. It almost looked like the Florida jump pass that turned into a pop pass to a wide receiver lined up as a tight end.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really a great look for an offense because a defense has to take a moment to recognize what's going on because Shannon First he gets the ball, he goes back, then he hits forward like it's a quarterback keeper, and then stops and throws the ball as, like you said, almost like a jump pass. But he, being the height that he is, he doesn't need to jump to throw the ball. And, hey, and the arm strength that he has, obviously not necessary.
We've remarked at just how fantastic, we were talking about it during the quarter break, how great these two quarterbacks are. And it's one of those where both of them, they've been able to show the fastball, but the touch is also there. When you have that combination, you have a special player.
Yeah, it just, again, shows you, as every team talks about, from the high school level to the collegiate to the professional level, how important the quarterback is. Your quarterback is not just your leader. He's usually your best athlete on the field at this level. And you can see there's so many athletes on both sides of the ball, but you can see how much of an athlete both Shannon and Jet are. And you can see Shannon, as an athlete and going to Division I for baseball.
The player up and off to the sidelines is Kincaid Tyson for the Raiders. Second down and 4 for the Irish. 2 receivers, right, 1 left. Delay, handoff to McElroy. And McElroy's going to have the first down by just about a yard. Needed 4 and got himself 5 yards.
Watch the Irish try to keep it on the ground here. Keep that clock moving with this 2-point lead and try to jam it down their throat.
Shannon gives it to McElroy. Cut off to the right, comes back to the left, now between the hashes and down to the 31-yard line. And that's that vision you've talked about all night long.
The improvisation of what these players can do, both teams, when they're looking downfield. McElroy showing that, going right, then turning around and going left, going down the middle for positive yards.
Shannon going to give it to McElroy up the middle, has a hole across the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Irish. Saw running room to his right, turned on the speed and into the end zone for the touchdown. 31-yard touchdown run by McElroy, and once he got past containment of the linebackers, it was just a foot race as he made a cut back to his right to get into the end zone to get 6 points more, again on the board, his 5th touchdown of the game here for the Irish. So they will come on and attempt the extra point. Reagan Smith will do the kicking. Towards the band shell here at Mollenkoff Stadium. Snap, good. Smith's kick is on the way and also good. So with 10:53 to play here into this 4th quarter, the lead is 43-34 for the Irish.
It's going to be important here for the Raiders to answer now that they're trailing by the score of 9. They're going to have to make a big play here. Obviously, when you're talking about the Raiders, it's going to start, again, I talk about them all night long, but this offensive line has done such a terrific job for them, not just running the ball, but blocking for Jet and Washington, Trimble, Johnson, Brown, and Murphy. It's going to be imperative for them to come out firing here when they get the ball offensively to get another touchdown to cut into this Irish lead.
And all the time Shannon has thrown the football tonight, and it has been a lot. I only remember him really being pressured and sacked one time.
Yeah, and you got to give credit to the offensive unit for the Irish. I mean, you look at those players, Fosco, Ross, Dorian, McCarthy, Lucas, they've all played terrific, creating holes, blocking for Shannon, and look what they've done. 5 touchdowns for McElroy. That's that offensive line here for the Irish and what they've meant for Coach Reardon and his Ursuline Irish.
James McGlone will handle the kickoff for the Irish. Ball teed up at the 40-yard line. Little bouncing sweep kick, bobbled, picked up across the 30. Trying to get to the outside and brought down at the 34-yard line on a nice open field tackle. And that tackle was on the returner, Dom Foster, the Syracuse Verbal.
Landon Charles making that play for the Irish. Just one-on-one again, not letting his opponent get any traction, bringing him to the ground at the 33-yard line.
So 43-34, 77 points up on the scoreboard, and we still have 11 minutes to play.
Yeah. Just a little defensive battle here at Molikoff.
So the Raiders will have the football. We've seen a few stops tonight.
We have very important defense right now here for the Irish. Let's see what the offense for the Raiders can do.
Jet to throw, rolling out, sets his feet, has a man, and short hops him at the 37-yard line of the Irish. Incomplete. Second down and 10.
Jet was rolling to his right. He had to stop and throw across his body, and when he did, he threw behind his receiver and low and was unable to make that play.
That was one of those where the footwork wasn't quite there and forced that throw to go awry for Jet. Second and 10 from the 33-yard line. Again, next week, we're at McDonald for Springfield and McDonald. 2 weeks from now, Crestview and LeBray in our game of the week. Jet to throw on second down. Going to fire down the middle. Had his receiver wide open. And able to, no, they say that was incomplete.
Oh, they juggled it and hit the ground. That was DeMar McMillan on that play. It might have been Kanye Red. That might have been 9, not number 8. But needless to say, they're saying the ball bounced in front of them.
So third down and 10 from the 33-yard line. Big third down conversion here for Coach Arnold and the Raiders.
I know it's 10 and a half minutes to play, but depending on what positive thing they can get out of this play, it could be 4-down territory.
Before the play, whistles will stop the play. And we had a stoppage before the snap of the football. And the Irish take a timeout.
That's a great timeout because the Raiders decided to do a change-up. As they came out of the huddle, they raced to the line, and it was going to be a quick snap. Once the coaching staff seen that, they were yelling to their players, call a timeout, timeout, timeout. And that's exactly what they got right before that snap. So they're able now to make an adjustment and tell them what to look for when those type of plays may happen here in the next 10 and a half minutes.
2 timeouts left for the Irish, 3 for the Raiders. As the Irish will use one here defensively with 10:31 to play in the fourth quarter.
Jet and Ivory have been a big connection in this ball game. They've completed a couple big touchdown passes. Jet has been obviously a focus point of this team here in tonight's game. It's going to be imperative right now for this offensive line to give Jet opportunities to create and maybe find Foster or Red or Ivory in the secondary and try to make a big play, try to get the ball in their hands on the move.
And how big is it for this offense, not only tonight, but going forward, to have other receivers like Ivory and Red step up when Foster gets so much of the coverage?
Exactly.
3rd and 10 from the 33-yard line. Jet to throw. Pressured. Rolling out on the run. Going to set his feet. Has a man open downfield who came back to the football but could not make the catch.
That was Foster.
That was Dom Foster. They say the ball hit the turf. It's incomplete, and it's 4th down.
That was a tough scenario there for Jet. He was rolling to his right. Looked like he was going to run at the last moment. He seen his receiver break open, and he threw it probably about 2-3 yards short. Dom had to make a diving forward play on the ball and was unable to get his hands underneath it as it arrived towards him.
So 4th and 10, and Jack Doherty will punt the football away. Single returner for the Irish, standing at his 35-yard line. Gets the high, spiraling kick away, drifting under it and making the fair catch for the Irish at about the 29-yard line is Will Barney, number 2, who had to fight the lights and that high end-over-end kick to make the catch.
They made a nice athletic catch on that ball. As he was catching it, he was falling down at the 30-yard line, leaving his feet to make that grab. And the Irish will take over. It will be interesting to see now with this 43-34 lead here, how Dan Reardon hears it. They always have their foot on the gas. They love going downfield. They love big plays. But when you're up by 9 and you're up over a score, you really just want to take some of the clock out of this ball game if you're the Irish.
1st and 10 Irish from their 30-yard line. Give the ball to McElroy running up the middle for just a short gain on 1st down. And it's been either McElroy or Shannon running the football here tonight.
Yeah, and why not? I mean, Brady Shannon's, like we talked about in the pregame, a tough guy to bring down. He runs this offense so well, second-year starter here for, Coach Dan Reardon. And, he knows this offense through and through. He knows exactly what is expected of him and what plays are in front of him.
2nd and 9 from the 31-yard line. Under 10 minutes to play, 4th quarter. 43-34 is the lead for the Irish over the Raiders. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Give the ball to McElroy again, running up the middle. Still pushing the pile down near the 33-yard line. He'll gain about 2. 3rd and 7.
Not the scenario that you want to be in, a 3rd and long type scenario, but with this offense, so many options that you have in front of you. And again, a lot of their passes, even though they will go deep on you at any given time, a lot of them are the 3 to 5 yard quick slant type scenarios where they want to get it into the hands of the receivers. And when you have a group like Irving, Manning, Bernie, and Boyd, that's exactly what they're looking to do, and never count out McElroy.
3rd and 7, 4 receivers right. Shannon going to roll that way. Was looking back to the outside, and that time the Raider defense there to snuff that play out completely for a tackle at the 30-yard line.
Jet on the defense there for the Raiders, smelling that one out as they ran that one earlier where they rolled the quarterback out to the right and throw back left. Jet was all over the receiver and not allowing that one to go forward.
And that was one of those where he read the play and then was able to make the play. Always 2 phases to that, and he made a great tackle as well.
Great point. Excellent point. He followed through 100% on that play.
It's one of those you're looking forward to watching in film next week.
Yeah. Right now, the Raiders are just glad to have the ball back in great field position, hopefully, and a timeout taken here on the field.
So the Irish will run the clock down as far as they can before taking a timeout on 4th and 10 with 7:55 to play here in the 4th quarter. 43-34 Ursuline, and I assume with this field position, they will probably punt the ball away here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're up by 9. There's no reason to give them great field position because we've seen the last time that happened on the special team plays when they did the kickoff. They gave the ball at the 43-yard line of the Irish, and 2 plays they had a touchdown. You can't afford to give the Raiders that opportunity, the Irish. You have to believe in your defense to make a play and get your offense back on the field. In the same vein, this is an excellent opportunity if you're for the Raiders. Maybe get the ball in, try to get the ball into the hands of Foster and see if he can make another special team play. He'll return to kickoff for a touchdown. See if he can make a play on a punt.
He's had a busy evening with that 80-yard kickoff return for touchdown. 4th and 10 from the Irish 30-yard line with 7:55 to play here in the 4th quarter.
Foster will stand around the 35-yard line here.
Raiders had one too many on the field, able to get him off the field defensively as they are able to get this punt away are the Irish. Punt caught at the 41-yard line and spins his way across the 45 down to the 47-yard line. And I almost got it caught by the beanbag again, but that one was the brighter color. They almost look like they're like a neon pink this year.
Yeah, it's bright. I don't know what, orange, pink.
I mean, we are probably the furthest we'll be all season away from the field in this visiting press box at Mollenkoff.
This is a huge possession here for the Raiders. They have the athletes to get this done. They have the offensive line with Washington, Trimble, Johnson, and Brown and Murphy to get it moving. This first down is critical to their success. They want to get 3 to 5 yards minimum on first down every time they have the ball in that situation.
Jet Flips it on a double reverse, trying to get to the outside across the 50. Cuts back 45-40 to the 38-yard line. That's Tyreek Ivory on the jet sweep. And he'll have a gain all the way inside the 40-yard line of the Irish.
Steve Arnold says, I have trick plays too. I do the reverse. I'll do the double reverse and get it in my athlete's hands, and they pick up big yardage there, close to 20 yards on the play.
Give you another Applewood Swim and Tennis Club scoreboard update after this next play. 1st and 10 Raiders from the Irish 38-yard line. Jet on the little screen out to Ivory, and that time the Irish defense there for the tackle for loss all the way back to about the 42-yard line. Tim Hubbard is 5-0. They defeat Struthers tonight 34-0. TC Caffey, 33 carries, 245 yards, 4 touchdowns. That puts him over 1,300 yards rushing halfway through the season.
What a job. And their first road game of the season, getting that big run or that big victory over the Wildcats from Struthers. Huge play there for the or game, I should say, for Hubbard, and they continue the undefeated moves. They got through half the season. We'll see what the second half has for them. We got them a couple more times, I believe, this year, so it should be interesting to watch them play. They're an exciting team. There's a lot of exciting teams in our area this year.
And they still have games with Niles, Girard, South Range.
All that TAC 8 or whatever.
All that NE8.
NE8. Throw my age there.
You went in the Wayback Machine there for a minute. I was waiting for you to go Trumbull Double A and go back even further. I was in high school when they will Trumbull Double A.
Ivory's down. Yeah, he was on that reception, and I think he got tangled up there. Hopefully he will be okay and be able to return soon here for the Raiders offense.
2nd down and 14 once we resume play from the Ursuline 42-yard line. 43-34 Ursuline. Raiders with the football. 2nd and 14. Jet to throw. Going to roll out to the outside. Going to take a deep shot downfield. Receiver in the end zone. Off his hands and incomplete at the back pylon. It's 3rd and 14.
Wow, what a play there by Jet. He was turned around in the backfield, rolled out to his left, got squared, and delivered the ball. And it just falls incomplete, but he put it right where he needed to do to give his receiver an opportunity to make that play.
I have been so impressed with the arm of Jet. 5'9", 160, and a junior. He can throw the ball all over the field.
Yeah. The key word there is junior.
Right.
The Raiders nation got to be thrilled knowing that they have not just this season, but next season, watching Jet.
3rd and 14. Jet on the quarterback keeper. Broke a couple of tackles and dives down to the 31-yard line. It's going to bring up a big 4th down.
We're going to have a personal foul after the play here. So this could be a huge penalty if it goes against the defense.
Officials meeting at about the 33-yard line. 2 flags down on the field.
It's going to go against the offense. And unfortunately, there's a scenario where usually the second player gets caught, not the first player. And the offense is going to pay the price on that, as a 15-yard penalty is going to bring it all the way back to the 47-yard line of the Irish.
Bring up a 4th and 19 now for the Raiders.
When you're trailing by 9, that's the wrong direction.
So 4th down and long for the Raiders. Jet will send 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. He'll have a running back next to him on 4th down and 19. 5-step drop. Junior stepping up in the pocket. Now decides to run, cuts in between 2 defenders, and a flag comes in at the end of the play, and we may have a face mask on this tackle, Tim.
If that's a face mask, that should be enough for the first down. And we'll have to wait and see what the call is. But Jet made a nice move a couple times as he advanced the ball.
He split 2 defenders nicely on that run. Personal foul Face mask on the defense. And tack that on to the end of the run, and it is a Raider first down.
And now the Raiders are in the red zone here with little over 6 minutes here to play in this ball game. Huge drive here, staying alive on 4th down because of a penalty against the Irish.
Raiders have found themselves down in the first half the last couple of weeks, but have battled back to 4 straight games in the fourth quarter. 1st and 10 from the 20. Ivory in motion, now sets up slot to the left side. Jet to throw, fakes the bubble screen, now being pressured, rolls away from that pressure, and throws the ball incomplete to his check down at the 35-yard line, and better for the Raiders there that they just dropped the football.
Yeah, it was actually the best play possible in that circumstance as they kept retreating, going backwards, and nothing but Irish around Jet. It could have been a huge loss, but he was able to get the ball to the feet of his receiver right at there, so there was no grounding even in the conversation on that play, and that was huge.
2nd and 10 from the 20, 5:35 to play, 43-34 Irish. Raiders at that Irish 20-yard line. Jet has trips to the right, looks that way. Now he's going to run the football up the middle, inside the 10, and down to about the 6-yard line. It is 1st and goal for the Raiders.
A design draw for the quarterback. He took one step back and then tucked it and ran, followed his offensive line all the way up, and made a nice play, getting the ball inside the 10, down to the 5 for 1st and goal scenario here for the Raiders.
And we've got a injury timeout with the player being stretched out on the field at about the 3-yard line. And Coach Arnold and the training staff coming to see who that is.
So about 5:27, I believe, is on the clock here, Mark. This is huge for both teams. If you're the Irish, you have the 9-point lead, so you know you can't lose the lead, but you don't want anybody to cut into this lead either. So you're going to have to find defensively how to stand up and make a goal line defense here inside your own 5. In the same vein, if you're the Raiders, you got to use your athletes, the guys who brought you here. That is Jet. That is Foster. That is Ivory. And watch for Ivory maybe on an end around here, kind of like the Browns did with Landry, and maybe run the ball, inside the 5 and get a possible touchdown that way. Won't surprise me at all because you want to spread the field. You want to get the ball in your best athletes' hands. And it's so critical for them as they get, half this quarter left to make inroads into this 9-point lead here for the Irish.
It'll be 1st and goal at the 5, having difficulty with everyone around the player down, being tended to give you a number. So we don't want to speculate until we are sure who that number is, as both teams have gone to their respective benches. And it looks like they may just be hydrating whoever is down.
It could possibly be a scenario of a cramp where they just want to make sure he has fluids. I mean, obviously, you're going to excrete fluids everywhere in a game like this in the humidity here in Warren, Ohio here tonight. So you have to be ready. And when you're extending a play and you're moving and you're blocking, you're getting hit, there's a lot of trauma going on. So it's going to be important for them to handle it.
That was Kanye Red, number 9, who is now up and slowly walking to the sidelines, the far sidelines here at Molotov Stadium.
So, 1st and goal here for the Raiders.
1st and goal from the 5-yard line. Getting Red to the sidelines, taking their time, making sure he is off the field before we resume play.
Jet has 4 touchdowns here tonight. Let's see if they keep the ball in his hands.
He has been a terrific decision maker, when to throw, when to run. We've only seen maybe 1 or 2 times where he's forced the football.
Yeah, he only had the 1 interception, not counting the 2-point play.
Jet's going to keep it, and Jet is going to walk into the end zone from 5 yards out for the Raider touchdown, and we've got a fantastic finish coming up with 5:20 left in this fourth quarter.
Dallas Jack doing what he does best, reading a defense, taking the snap, going to his right, following that big offensive line behind Washington, Trimble, Johnson, Brown, and Murphy, going that 5 yards into the end zone to cut into this Irish lead as they now trail by 3.
Jack Doherty on to attempt the extra point. Snap a little high. They get it down. Extra point up, and it is good. 5:20 to play here in tonight's fourth quarter. It is Ursuline 43, Warren Harding 41, and what has been a fantastic back-and-forth game all night. I believe the biggest lead was, 13? 12 or 13?
I think it was 9, actually. Right there was. You're right. It was 34. I think it was 33-21 at one point. So 11-point lead there. Yeah, it was been a back-and-forth game without a doubt. The Raiders always seem to find a way to climb back into this game. Interesting decision here for the Raiders. Obviously, there's plenty of time to play defense, but against this offense, how do you handle it? Obviously, you've been kicking away from Manning and Boyd and Irving on the kickoffs. You don't want them to make a big play. Do you give up field position to Shannon, that quarterback who's had a great game? It's really a tough call here, I think, for the special teams here for the Raiders, how to handle this kickoff.
While we have a moment, let's pause for station identification on Western Reserve Radio and Sports Radio 1240.
This is the radio home of the best high school sports in Youngstown and all sports everywhere. We are Sports Radio 1240 WBBW Youngstown, a Cumulus media station.
5:20 to play here, fourth quarter. 43-41, a 2-point game as we've reached 10 o'clock in 3 hours of offense up and down the field today.
The Hands team is on the field here for the Irish, so it'll be interesting to see how the Raiders handle this kickoff.
So they'll put the ball on the tee for Jack Doherty, who's got it angled towards the middle of the field. We'll see how he chooses to approach the football. Irving back to return the kick for the Irish. He's going to kick this one high and down to the 10-yard line. Fielded there across the 15, 20, 25, 30, and upended at the 35 and down to the 37-yard line. That'll be good field position for the Irish to start this drive with 5:12 to play in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Jacqueline Irvin on that return there for the Irish did a great job. Took it at the 10, really followed his blocks, made sure that he had room to get into the middle of the field and return it across the 35 up to the 37-yard line. It's going to be interesting to see how the Irish handle this. I still say they run their offense. That's what they do all the time. If they score on one play, they score on one play. If it's 5 plays, it's 5 plays.
Low snap. Shannon gives the ball to McElroy across the 40 with 2 hands on the ball and down near the 41-yard line.
And that's the challenge here for not just the players on the field here for the Raiders to try to get a 3 and out, but how to manage this clock as we're under 5 minutes here to play.
2nd and 6 at the 42-yard line. Same look. 2 receivers go to each side of the formation. Shannon and McElroy in the backfield. Play clock down to 13. Shannon, play fake, going to take this shot downfield, loops the ball in the air, knocked away, and a flag comes in from the trail official who was about 15 yards behind the play.
Yeah, but he had a good view of that, Mark, as Will Burney went up for that play. He got it. He was in front of the receiver, so when he's jumped up in the air and he gets hit, it is one of the scenarios where there's not much they can do. They're going to call it offense. Okay.
They call offensive pass interference there. Yeah.
Wow.
Not a call at any level of this game you see made very often.
No. But a huge call here. And a great call if you're a Raider fan, because that's going to push the ball back all the way down to the 31-yard line.
So this will bring up second down and long with 4:31 to play in the fourth quarter. 43-41 Irish, second and 17. Trips to the right, single receiver to the left. That's Dean Boyd. Shannon and McElroy in the backfield. 5-step drop. Time, pressure, rolls out to the right, hit and sacked at the 20-yard line as they sent a safety on the blitz and made the play in the backfield.
May have been Devontae McElroy. It was tough to see the number here on that player, but what a great play as they moves the ball all the way back to the 20-yard line as the clock stops to reset the play with 4:23 here to play, and the Raiders have a full complement of timeouts.
And Raiders will use that first timeout, so they'll have 2 left with 4:23 to play. Third down and 28. You've gone to that, looks like it's going to one side where the overload is, throw back. You've done it twice. Once very successfully, once very unsuccessfully. Is that out of the equation now?
I would imagine, yeah, it is. But with the athletes that we see that Ursuline has, even a quick hitter into the slot is something you have to pay attention to, because if you can get a one-on-one with Manning, Burley, or Boyd, they can turn nothing into something.
Opportunities, the way they spread the field, screens, draws, really a lot of things at the potential for the playbook here with a third down and 28 coming up.
Well, if it's a quick down here for the Raiders defense, you don't have to use a timeout here. You can actually let the clock run out, and you're going to get the ball in great field position with a lot of time left and 2 timeouts. So there's no need to use a timeout after this play, no matter what happens.
Third and 28. Shannon sets up the screen. They tried to throw back. That's a lateral. They bounce the ball back to McElroy. Live ball on the field. McElroy picks it up and is tackled at the 19-yard line. All those were laterals, and it's going to be fourth down and long for the Irish.
Dan Ritter is not afraid to pull one out of his back pocket at any time. Try to do a flea flicker there where he was going to have Manning throw the ball, and the ball, he made the catch, and then he dropped it, and then had to pick it up, and then hurry his throw, and McElroy wasn't able to catch that, really a wobble of a pass from Manning, and they were lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Ivory back to return this punt from Manning, who stands at his 6-yard line. Raiders look to get good field position out of this stop. Rugby-style kick, rushes on by the defender. He's still able to get the kick away. And the Raiders will back away from this, and it's going to roll to the 45-yard line, and what could have been a very dangerous play.
You got to give credit to the offensive line on that special team. They never released. That was 7-8 seconds in the backfield, and not one of them released downfield. If they did, that's an illegal man downfield, and they're going to have to repunt the ball. That is just great coaching and defense. I mean, amazing special teams there for the Irish, because that was a busted play, and not one of them did not do their assignment properly. And in the process, they're going to go on defense, but they're not at their own 20-yard line. They have the ball at the Raiders' 45-yard line.
South Range defeats Poland tonight, 42-34. Wow, the Raiders are 5-0. Send the man in motion. They're going to run it for the first time in a while on the draw, up the middle, and down to the 48-yard line of the Irish. That's a good pickup on first down.
Yeah, they've been using Jet as the runner in the last couple drives, and this time they used the tailback, and he's able to get 7 yards on first down. Huge play. As we're down under 2 minutes, 45 seconds here, Mark.
McMillan on the run brings up second down and 3 from the Irish 48-yard line. Trips left, single receiver right side. Jet out of the pistol, running back to Sykar to his right. Fake it to him. Jet's going to run up the middle, 40, 35, 30. He may score. 20, 15, 10. Touchdown Raiders with 2:23 to play in this fourth quarter.
Get the ball to your best players. Keep it in the hands of your athletes. Dallas Jet just proved that correctly as he ran the draw. Once he cut back inside, he turned on the Jets, and he didn't stop until he got to the goal line.
For just the second time tonight, the Raiders lead in this game with 2:23 to play in the fourth quarter.
What a comeback here for the Raiders.
This has
Dallas
been
Jet.
everything we thought it would be.
And there's still more time on the clock.
So the Raiders will call a timeout here, leading 47-43, thinking about going for a big 2-point conversion.
Well, here's the thing. They're up by 4 right now. So if they get up by 6, at least they have a chance to block a kick or have something go wrong defensively if the Irish score. So even if they go for 1, a touchdown still beats them 6-5. So they might as well go for 2 and try to force that scenario if the Irish are able to score to have to be successful on a special team play.
We have seen a little bit of everything here tonight.
Oh, my.
It seems, what was it, about an hour ago you were so happy that Michael was here? I want to agree with you on that one because, if it was, we've advanced to the tablet technology. If it was pencil and paper, we would run out of lead in the pencil tonight.
There's no question about that. I think he's enjoying this new app.
It makes things a lot easier for all of us.
It does. It's something I've been using for about the last 3 years with Anthony. He and I started looking for one, and we found one that we loved. And I think Michael may agree.
Jet going to give it on the sweep to Ivory, looking for the corner, and Tyreek Ivory is in for the 2.
Well, we're talking about keep the ball in the hands of your athletes. Tyreek Ivory is one of them. He scored a couple touchdowns in this ball game. Add a 2-pointer to that list, and all of a sudden, the Raiders looking quite well with a 6-point lead with 2:23 here to play in the fourth quarter.
49-43, 92 points on the scoreboard. We could see 100 tonight.
Yeah, it's like a basketball game.
It is. You can hear the energy coming across the field from the Raiders side of Mollenkoff Stadium, and no one has headed home despite the warm and muggy night here in Warren, Ohio.
Oh, no. You would be foolish if you had to leave in this ball game here tonight.
You figure the biggest lead in the game was 12.
Right.
The Raiders' biggest lead was 7 early on their first possession. So this has been a game, the majority of the minutes have been led by the Irish.
Entering in this quarter, the Raiders trailed by 9, over 1 touchdown, and they now lead by 6. An amazing story.
What a night for Jet, the junior quarterback. Jack Doherty will handle the kicking. Ball teed up at the 40-yard line. Doherty gets his foot into this one, a low line drive fielded at the 15. Far sideline, 20, 25, 30. He may go 50 down the sideline, 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Irish. Unbelievable.
It never ends here in Mollenkoff. If there's time on this clock, this game will continue. And if it's triple zeros, I still got to make sure the game has ended.
Unbelievable. He got to the edge, turned on the speed, and just gone for the Irish touchdown.
We're tied at 49 with a point after, and 10 seconds went off the clock. 9 seconds.
Unbelievable. You hear the Irish students down below us here in the press box as they will bring on for the kick. I didn't even get a chance to flip to the offensive side of my game prep. They'll bring Smith on to attempt the extra point. Snap down, big extra point. Spinning, and Josh does clear the uprights, and I mean barely cleared the uprights.
That ball got about 15 feet high at its crest, and cleared the crossbar about 2 feet high.
Ursuline 50, Warren Harding 49, 2:12 to play fourth quarter. Western Reserve Radio and Sports Radio 1240 back in 30 seconds.
Sandrock Concrete specializes in all types of concrete, driveways, sidewalks, basements, and garages. We also do stamp-colored concrete in many different designs. We do interior and exterior stonework, regular brick and block work. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured. Call Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013 for an estimate. Also find them on Facebook at Sandrock Concrete LLC. Sandrock Concrete, where you deal with the owner all the time.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio.
2:12 to play here, fourth quarter. Ursuline 50, Warren Harding 49. Mark Means, Tim Continenza, Michael Rickard enjoying this one immensely here tonight. Happy to be bringing it to you as well as we have seen 99 points, Tim.
Unbelievable. Not surprising, but in the same vein, it just blows your mind away when you see these two offense just do what they can do. These two special teams and what they can do anytime they have the ball in their hands.
We've seen each team return a kickoff or a touchdown. McGlone's kick, end over end, fielded at the 15. Going to come between the hashes to the 20. Now hesitates. That's Ivory to the 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, and out of bounds near midfield is Tyreek Ivory on the return for the Raiders.
Unbelievable. These two teams. Oh, we have a flag down back at the 25-yard line, and they're going to get a push to the back against the returning team.
I'm going to need a nap after this game is over tonight.
You need a throat lozenge too.
Some water. A nap, all kinds of good things. So, yeah, wipe off that big return by Ivory, and they're going to put the football all the way back to the 9-yard line.
That's the 14, Mark.
You know what? That is the 14.
That's all right.
I don't know if I lost it in the glare or just all the numbers that we've had tonight.
Exactly. That's all right. I know I've done that 100 times in my career, too.
First and 10 for the Raiders. Twins to each side. Chet has the football, working out of the pistol. Foster in motion. They fake the screen to him. They go to the other side of the field, and right there, the Irish defense there to make the play at the 10-yard line. That's a loss of 4.
Huge defense there for the Raiders. For the Irish against the Raiders.
Can the Irish hold on and win games in consecutive weeks by 1 point?
They've played nothing but close games all season long.
Jet to throw. Going to fire to the outside. Fastball too tall and incomplete. And that might have got a piece of one of the coaches on the sidelines. It's third down and long.
Yeah, that was a left hook of a pass. It just came out of nowhere. There was no way a bullet about 99 miles per hour was going to be caught there.
Third and 13, 90 seconds to play. 50-49 Ursuline, 1 point lead. Raiders are at their own 11-yard line. Jet to throw. Time in the pocket. Pressured as he rolls back into the end zone. Going to fire it downfield. Receiver makes the catch at the 30. It goes out of bounds for the Raider first down.
What poise by Dallas Jet in the backfield. Running backwards, stops, goes into the end zone, sets his feet, delivers a 30-yard pass for a completion, picking up the first down on a third down and long.
I'm willing to bet if we haven't surpassed 1,000 yards in total offense, we are pretty close.
Yeah, we got to be. Amazing.
First and 10 at the 33-yard line. Now whistles, and the Irish use a timeout. And that's their last one. With 1:21 to play.
Oh, yeah.
50-49, 1:21 in the fourth quarter. Ursuline out of timeouts.
Yeah, that's the key here. I mean, if the Raiders can go downfield and score here, they only need a field goal to take the lead. we'll see if they can get in field goal range. But obviously, this offense has been scoring touchdowns the entire game. It's going to be imperative for them to have this opportunity. That play by Jet there, the poise that he showed, just phenomenal for the junior. Never rushed himself, set himself as he went back into the end zone and delivered a perfect pass to his wide open receiver to get that first down on a 3rd down and 10. I mean, it was just a spectacular play there by Dallas Jet. And we're down to a minute 20 here to play, Mark, and every second is going to have both teams gasping.
1st and 10 from the 33-yard line. Fans on their feet here on the visiting sideline of Mollenkopf Stadium. Jet to throw. Time rolling out to the middle of the field, and a juggling catch made at the 45-yard line. And that's Don Foster, who one-handed that football into his arms for the catch.
That's the second circuit catch we've seen him make, reaching back behind himself, making a one-handed catch. Just ridiculous what he can do with the ball.
1st and 10. Jet to throw. Rolling to the short side. Pressure. Now rolls back, and he throws this one into the turf and incomplete as he was pressured. Outside of the tackle box, no grounding on the play, Tim. It's 2nd down and 10.
Huge play there, too. Understanding that every down matters, that if you give up a down, as long as you don't lose yardage and the clock continues to run, you're in good shape. So give up the down, move on, and now they're going to talk about possibly they're going to throw a flag after the play and call a legal man downfield here, Mark, I think. Oh, they're going to say he crossed the line of scrimmage and made the pass.
So that's a loss of down on top of it.
Wow. They're going to say he crossed the line of scrimmage when he made that throw.
Well, you give credit to the officiating crew for getting together and getting the call right, because that's what matters.
That's what matters, exactly.
Trips right, single receiver left. It's 3rd and 19. 54 seconds to go. Jet with time. As he goes to throw, he is hit and sacked from behind, and it'll bring up 4th down. That was Tyreek Donlow, number 3, there to make the play.
Yeah, Donlow did a great job. He got in the backfield. He see his man. He put his eyes on him and put his arms around him right between the letters from behind and brought the quarterback down for a sack.
99 points in the game, and the biggest play of the night might be by the defense of the Irish.
Yeah. Plays get magnified late in the ball game in close games, and defense has to make plays. I've always said there's no such thing as, if you take the lead, you take the lead anytime you can. You have to believe in your defense, no matter what level it is, can make a play. And that's what the Irish are trying to do here to close out this ball game. 4th down and 24, a timeout taken here by the Raiders. Huge call by Steve Arnold and his offensive staff here. 4th down in game in a lot of ways to look at it.
We are out of timeouts. Both teams have used all 3. 47 seconds to go. 4th and 24 from the Raider 30-yard line. Trips left, single receiver right. Jet out of the pistol. Takes the snap. Needs time for the play to develop. Donlow there to pressure him. Now he rolls back inside the 20. Gets a block. Rolls back to the outside. Trying to stay behind the line of scrimmage. Now he'll run, and he's going to go down at the 31-yard line with 30 seconds to play in the game.
Huge play there by Donlow. Never giving up on the play as he just chased that quarterback down, forced him to run the ball, and once that happened, it was just too much yardage in front of him to ever make up that 24 yards. The defense was there to make a play, and the Irish are going to go in victory formation and come out of Mollenkopf with a really, really impressive 1-point win, and they did it 2 weeks in a row.
For a school of a Division IV level to beat Austintown Fitch and then beat Warren Harding, 2 of the 3 biggest schools in the Valley in consecutive weeks, is impressive.
Here comes the genuflect, as they like to call it, at Ursuline.
Brady Shannon going to take the snap. He will take the knee. And they will have to, believe, snap it one more time. No, they will not. They will not have to snap it at all. As this game is going to go into the scorebooks as the final 10 seconds come off the clock here from Mollenkopf Stadium. 99 points on the board, and it only took one for the Irish to get the win. Ursuline 50, Warren Harding 49, our final score on Western Reserve Radio and Sports Radio 1240. A 2-minute timeout, and we come back to wrap it up.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
Mill Creek Golf Course is the Valley's leader for golfing fun with a practice range, short game area, and hole 55 bar and grill all on site. Mill Creek Golf Course features a friendly PGA professional staff available for instruction, along with 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross. Don't forget family fun night golf on Fridays and Saturdays for just $25. For details and tee times, call 330-740-7112 or go online to millcreekmetroparks.org.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier. Then make sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Back to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio.
Wrapping things up here tonight from Mollenkopf Stadium as the fans begin to file out. The Ursuline Irish a 50-49 victory over the Warren Harding Raiders, and we talked about it during the break there. We've been calling games a long time. Only a few together, but games a long time. Can't remember a game that was more fun than tonight.
Oh, this goes right up there. Both of us have done so many games over the last 25 years. I can't remember them all, but that was just so entertaining. Two teams that never gave up and played to the very, very last play of the game, and just spectacular for both teams. This Harding team may be 1-4 in record on the first 5 games of the season, but you look at the strength of their schedule, this team's going to win some ball games, and this team is going to be trouble if they get in that top 16, which I expect them still to be, and in the playoffs. A 1-16 game against Harding could be a very difficult scenario.
Yeah, that could be a matchup teams do not want to draw. Final unofficial numbers from Michael tonight for the Warren Harding Raiders on the ground. Jet, 12 carries, 98 yards, a pair of touchdowns. McMillan, 4 carries, 28 yards. Ivory, that one end around for 14 yards. Williams, 2 for 4, and Red, 2 for 2. Passing numbers for Jet tonight, 12 of 24, 220 yards, 4 touchdowns. All of his 3 receivers each with a touchdown catch. Ivory, 5 for 95. Foster, 5 for 84. And also, I need to get an extra number that I do not have. 81 for Jackson. Jackson, excuse me. 2 catches for 41 yards.
Oh, sorry, that's Taylor, Johnny Taylor.
So Taylor 2 for 41. Ivory 2 touchdowns. Foster 1. Taylor 1. Turn the page to the victorious Irish tonight running the football. DeMarcus McElroy, 35 carries, 106 yards, 5 touchdowns tonight, Tim.
Unbelievable. What an effort.
Will Burney, 2 for 20. Mark Manning, 1 for 10. Brady Shannon, 10 carries for 6 yards. Shannon throwing the football, 21 of 32, 327 yards, 1 touchdown, a pair of interceptions. Mark Manning, 1 of 1 for 15 yards. Manning, 5 catches, 124 yards and a touchdown. Boyd, 7 receptions for 100 yards. DeMarcus McElroy throwing 6 catches for 94 yards on top of it. Irving, 1 for 17. Will Burney, 2 for 7. Fantastic job by our Michael Rickard in the booth tonight with all those numbers. We appreciate the effort tonight from him to help out part of this crew. And an amazing, amazing football game we're about to wrap up.
I don't know where you begin, I don't know where you end, other than this final score was 50-49. And that should tell you everything you know. Anytime this Irish team is on the field, expect fireworks. And so far, they have not disappointed in any game they've been in.
So that is going to wrap things up here from Mollenkopf Stadium. A special thank you to the athletic staff for the Raiders, as always, for the fantastic perch here in the visiting press box. Thank you to both coaches for providing stats, rosters, starters, and information. We appreciate that from both coaches as well. For our David Ferris and Larry Snyder back at the Western Reserve Radio Studios, and our executive producer, Jim Craven. For my crew here in the booth, Michael Rickard on the numbers, Tim Continenza with me on the call. My name is Mark Means, and a wild one tonight here on Western Reserve Radio and Sports Radio 1240. Ursuline is 4-1 with a 50-49 win over Warren Harding. Have a great night, everyone. We'll talk to you next Friday.
We thank you for joining us for this special presentation of Western Reserve Radio. And we now return to our regularly scheduled programming.
To the University of California. Bob, when you
Just Saying It with Cole Thompson.
When you look at the situation up in Chicago, Justin Fields gets your wins. Andy Dalton makes sure you don't lose games. But Justin Fields looks the part because he's able to run. He's able to keep plays alive. He's able to control the clock. So that means that you have a shot to actually win the game. And this is a team that is trying to prove they are right there in contention for being either the number 1 or the number 2 team in the NFC North. And they could be.
Just Saying It. Weekday mornings from 5 to 7 Eastern. This is Sports Map All Night with Bill Schmidt on the Sports Map Radio Network.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
Live from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios, here's Bill Schmidt.
Are your wiper blades chattering, skipping, or squeaking? Don't compromise your visibility with streaks or smearing on your windows. When it's time to replace your wiper blades, you'll know. You better stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts. The professional parts people will help you navigate their wide selection to find just the right wiper blades for your vehicle. And O'Reilly Auto Parts, this is the best part, we'll even install your wiper blades free of charge. Hallelujah! See better and drive safer with new wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every single day. Best part of that is, you walk into an O'Reilly Auto Parts and maybe you're driving a, 2012 Hyundai Sonata, and you stroll on in, you're just looking for some wiper blades, saying, listen, I can barely even put gas in the dang thing, right? Somebody goes, hey, where's the fuse box? Hold on, let me check out the owner's manual, which really now is just Google. Everybody acts like they still know how to check the table of contents in that owner manual that you're sitting with in the glove compartment. Let's not front. You're struggling to figure out which side every once in a while you're pulling into the gas station, what side it's on. Now, there's somebody driving around, hanging out, saying, this guy changed my own oil earlier on today. Who's this guy talking about? I'm talking about me, all right? I'm car illiterate.
Join the club.
I'm not man enough to, or too proud to admit it. Yeah, I suck with it. I barely know how. Feel these hands? They're soft. You know how many times they've lifted a hammer or a wrench? 0. Working radio and just BS and, make stuff up for a living. It's pretty fun. 1-800-224-2004 to join us inside the O'Reilly Auto Parts Studios. Jack McCraw's alongside as well. We'll get to Denton Day coming up in about 10 minutes or so from right now, potentially. We've put the bat signal out, but you know what, man? It's a Friday night in the nation's capital. And in my opinion, we already know Denton Day could be having a very, very good time, as you probably are as well, here tonight on Sports Map all night. The NFL season kicked off last night with the thriller in Washington. I was pumped to see the Taylor Heineke-Daniel Jones spectacular. After going back and watching it today, I was being a little too harsh on Daniel Jones last night. However, the parts of it that are so frustrating that I still can't get out of my mind is we hear so much about the progression that Daniel Jones is making and the process that the Giants are putting in place to make sure that he's able to succeed. And then last night, all the holes that you knew the team had going into the season manifest right in front of you on a Thursday night game in week 2. I know Daniel Jones is athletic. Jason Garrett, I think, knows Daniel Jones is athletic. Finally, last night, you see him getting Daniel Jones a little bit more out of the pocket, designed out of the pocket. But then late in the game, instead of doing what we all know he can do, which is move the pocket, be able to make a good 1-2-3 read, you're sitting back, 7-step dropping it on 3rd and 7 after handing it to Saquon Barkley 2 times. There's parts of being predictable, and then there's parts of just being straight up too cautious. Sometimes it feels like the Giants are just a little too cautious with DJ. And at some point you got to let it rip. And he's got a big arm. They got good weapons. They don't have a good offensive line. No one's going to front about that. We already know. Billy Price, thank God they went and got somebody there in the middle. But when that Nick Gates went down last night, he was their toughest dude up front. The tackles, I think, are all right. I don't know they're much better than that. They need to do a lot up there. That's how you support the young cat if the way you want him to play is from the pocket. But, we don't know because we just know that they were more focused on cutting down the talking throughout the year and throughout the NFL. All right, games to set the guide to this weekend on must-see TV. We'll talk a lot more about this Rams-Colts game coming up later on in the program. But on the road, cross time zones, go into Indianapolis against the hard-knock Colts. The part of this that the Rams can potentially be tripped up with against Indianapolis